best of 3. No sideboards. Still no sideboards.
I brought everything
You have an Air Superior, so that might be helpful. The way we will determine 8th through 5th, the top 16, the top 12, other than the top 4, and everyone who goes 2-1 in each of your brackets will play against each other in another Swiss bracket. We will then have to determine 5th through 7th and 8th through whatever it is. 8th through 11. Still draft. To determine 8th through 11. 8 through 10. Huh? 8 through 10. Sorry, 8 through 10.
Why?
Those will be round robin. It's complicated. It's a weird pricing structure, but 16 through 9 is the same pricing, and those don't matter. 5th through 8 is where it gets complicated.
But we're playing cross pods?
Yeah.
Cross pods?
Oh, we're doing cross pods.
Once you get to the top 12, other than the top 4.
After the first,
yeah, you want to explain it? I'm trying my best.
Gotcha. Okay.
I am not a tournament.
Wait, so we do 3 games
They're
and
fogging
then
up.
that determines standing, then we...
We have somebody else.
I know I'm just a player, but help this crazy shit. We have 16 players after the 3 Swiss rounds of drafts, right? 12 of you guys are going to be 2-1, 4 of you guys are going to be 4-0. 4-0 is going to the finals. Good luck. The other 12 players are how we have to determine. 9 through 16 prizes the same. So those 12 players are going to play one round.
I see.
The 6 players that lose are going to get a 9 through 16 prize. Those are going to be randomized. The other 6 players who win that round are going to be positions 5 through position
That makes sense.
10.
10. There we go. Those players are going to play one additional round. The players who win that additional round, those 6 players, there's going to be 3 of you, you're going to go play a round robin. The players who lose are also going to play a round robin. I'll explain what a round robin is. You are going to be split into 2 3-player central pods after that. The losing pod is going to roll a dice. The winner of the dice roll gets a bye. The other 2 play. The losers get out of the tournament. They get a 9 through 16 prize. The winners play again. That winner gets 8th place. The other
I want to hear this repeated first.
Position 5, 6, and 7.
I feel like I need an algorithm.
Aren't there other events happening this afternoon? Could we not just break ties based on our
The
standard
total
performance?
amount of rounds added to this is 4 for that result.
You're making us play 4. Why can't we just break ties based on our standard?
Sorry, sir?
I'm just wondering why.
It's just because the prize structure is unique for position 5, 6, 7. And
For sure,
8.
use
So
day 1 standings. Day 1 standings. Day 1 standings.
Day 1 standings.
Yes, that should matter something.
Okay.
And then we don't have to play 4 extra rounds.
I am not going to argue with Ira at all. Yeah.
He asked me what's a way to do it that we can't do other drafts.
Day 1 standings. It was just a proposal.
I agree.
I wouldn't
think
fight that.
Anybody here wants to not get into top 4.
I want to win or lose and be done. Yeah.
We'll be able to do other drafts.
I want to win though.
Position 5 through 8 using today's
I don't know what it is, but there's something about making things too complex that people.
Position 5 through 8.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so
But I feel
we're
like
seeing a little bit of feedback based on what we just said.
Yeah.
So with that, I want to see a show of hands of who will be okay if we use day 1 standings for tie breaks. And it does look like, okay, that's kind of what I was getting a feel. So that's what we'll do.
No, it sounds good.
Yeah. Good call, Ira. Thank you.
Guys for bearing with us.
Thank you, Ira.
Then people can play. Also, then people can play in the afternoon.
Yeah, people want to play. Yeah, no, good call, my man. Seriously, yeah.
Right. No, I'm like, why did I sign up for all these extra drafts?
What was that?
If I'm just gonna sit here and.
The difference between
Yeah, likewise.
5th and 9th is not that big.
It's so good.
Exactly, yeah. And I had said something to Ron about that for months. It's like once you're like at day 2, it's like once you're out, you don't want to play tiebreakers. Like just you want to go get drunk or do whatever. Like yeah.
Seems to be the consensus, right? Everybody okay with that? Everybody good with that?
Cool.
Okay, so Zach has a couple more things to let you guys know before we get started. So if you guys could give him your attention.
Okay, so this is not going to be a time draft. We're kind of short-staffed. It's going to be tough. Just try to not lose your packs. The seeding is the matches are going to be randomized, so you do not know who your opponent is.
No, I mean just
Oh.
draft pick.
What do you mean?
We all just randomly sat down.
This is table 3. That is table 1.
We're talking about at the table.
I don't care about randomizing the seating.
Yeah, no.
I don't care.
I don't think anybody knows what anybody else is going to draft, so I don't.
This table is also like a high-level table anyway, so it's going to be tough no matter what. Like, there's a lot of good players at this table. That's a tough table too.
A little bit.
I don't think.
So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the play
I think
You
network.
guys like
one draft.
tell each other what you're gonna draft.
Seat 1, the first name that comes up.
Does it have all this up at the top?
How did they? Do you guys care about randomizing? In charge of it. Do you care about randomizing the seating?
I don't care.
It is.
Technically, he's right that is
Yes.
appropriate
Yes.
tournament.
Yeah.
It is.
Playing,
But also, I don't care that much.
Right. I assume
Seat
it.
1 is going to be there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Seat 1 is Adam Horn. Seat 2 is Brandon Posey. Seat 3 is Ira Fay. Seat 4 is Jack Hatch. Seat 5 is Michael. Seat 6 is Noah. Seat 7 is Pete. Seat 8 is PJ.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, my man. I appreciate it.
I'm just gonna draft Curious.
I will say, I'm taking the We're working together here.
All right. Yeah. No. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm not.
What do you do?
We are not fighting.
No.
We are zone drafting. So if you don't know what that is, please see one of these card on the organizers running. I can play it with you real quick.
Sad to let it go because it's really pretty, but Avatar version
One
is
pack
way
each
more.
zone.
I cracked a 4 alpha box because I thought I asked them all that.
Tell me you need me too, 'cause I'm getting lost on you. It's getting brighter. I've been up all night. You've been my world, and I never lied. Getting you closer, it's harder than I ever thought in my whole life. Hey, where are you now? I know that you need someone around. You know you can blame it all on me. So don't mind if you get lost again. 'Cause I'm getting lost in it. 'Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. 'Cause I'm getting lost on you. 'Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. 'Cause I'm getting lost on you. Try my best to guide you back to us. I know you're going through a lot right now. I know that life is upside down. All your brothers put them, put them on me. All your brothers put them, put them on me. Fighting through the wind and out the darkness. Why you gotta treat yourself so heartless? I know you're going through a lot right now. I know that life is upside down. All your brothers put them, put them on me. All your brothers put them on me.
All right, so welcome to the top 32 of the Courtesan Cup. My name's Jesse Muirman-Marshall, and we're looking at a draft here. We've had pick 1 and 2 so far. We've got a Slumbering Giantess, looks like it's going to be pick 3. It's at least at the front of the pack, and a Border Militia as well. We had a Sandworm, pick 2. Pick 1 I didn't quite catch, but hopefully Jack will flash it up again for us here shortly. So off the back of a Sandworm, which is a powerful 4-power minion for 4 mana, looks like Jack looking here to either pick up the Border Militia or the Slumbering Giantess to keep bolstering that Earth Fire mid-range kind of build. There's also a Heat Ray in the pack, but Slumbering Giantess is getting the tick. So Giantess obviously working extremely well with deserts. So with a Sandworm already in the deck, Jack's going to have some fire sites, some deserts, and they're going to turn on that Slumbering Giantess, or rather wake it from its slumber and get it active. This pack, it looks like a Brobdingnag Bullfrog is in consideration alongside a Sirocco Scorpions, which is a perfectly serviceable fire 2-drop. There's also a Lava Salamander, which tends at 1 power to be a little bit vulnerable to deserts. A lot of the 1-power minions sort of have that tax in draft, or in limited really, where they kind of die to deserts, which is not great. So it looks like Sirocco Scorpions may get the nod here. That's probably what I would take. Lava Salamander does give you some positioning power with things like Incinerate, allowing you to finish the game without having to get your avatar up there. But you do have to position the Salamander itself. And Salamander is being taken here. So passing up the Sirocco Scorpions, one of the powerful things that Scorpions can do is utilize things like spin attack and leap attack to take out bigger minions. But that one is going around. I mean, who knows? Jack may table it, but that wasn't a particularly strong pack, so I think most likely it won't be coming back. This is a very weak pack from the look of things. I think I'm spotting Blizzard, Exorcism. There is a Rain of Arrows, which can be okay with a plethora of foot soldiers out there in Limited. But really, I think we're looking here at a Bone Rebel is unfortunately a very poor pick to be taking this early in the draft. So not exactly what Jack would have wanted to see there. Of course, there's always the option, and this is where that water deck that's splashing fire is actually seeing a lot of its powerful pieces come out here. That's always an option in beta drafts to look at things like Drown, Boil, which do work very well together in more of a water fire build. If the earth starts drying up and if there are no powerful air cards coming around, at this point in the draft, there are some pretty strong signals that water's wide open with Drown being there. And Boil also a really powerful piece of removal if you are in water. So I wonder if Jack is looking at the back half of that pack thinking that might be an option. Taking the Oasis perhaps as a hedge here to allow that to happen on the wheel if it remains open. The danger with that, though, is if you don't claim the water lane early, you can have one of the other players jump in, and then by the time... Jack just asking if he's going to have a chance to look at picks in between packs, and the answer is yes, it sounds like. Telling everyone to take their vitamins. So by the time you get round to the wheel, sort of picks 8, 9, 10, when a lot of those water cards are going to potentially be coming back around to Jack here, all of the other drafters at the table are going to have seen the same thing. And if one of them has decided to jump in, Jack's going to have to pay very close attention to see exactly what's wheeling and make sure that if he does decide to start taking some of those water cards, that there isn't somebody else also cannibalizing them. Because when you do have 2 or even 3 people at the table taking some of those water pieces, they can dry up quite quickly in terms of the quality. So if I was Jack here, or in Jack's seat, just looking at the cards I've drafted so far, we did start off pretty hot with a couple of very strong high statted minions in Sandworm and Slumbering Giantess. But the last few picks haven't exactly gone to plan. And with that Oasis there, it is kind of a key point in the draft here for Jack as to whether there's going to be a pivot. Because really, I mean, there hasn't even been the option to take powerful air or earth cards because they just simply haven't been in the pack the last couple of packs. And I think if we, wind back to 2 packs ago, we had a Brobdingnag Bullfrog, which is a perfectly decently statted 3/3 with somewhat of a disruptive ability that it can sometimes bring to bear. And then we had that Drown and that Boil. And I think if Jack had taken one of the Drown or the Boil in the last pack, there's a good chance the other one wheels. But leaving them both in the pack and not locking in one of them does make going into that water fire lane a bit more difficult. And of course, in this beta draft, I'm going to assume, there's a Shark as well, so and a Pirate Ship. So probably 2 of the best, certainly constructed playable water minions there in the pack. And a Tufted Turtles as well. So I would personally opt for the higher power at this point. Turtles has the defensive capability, but defense is really not where you want to be in Sorcery Limited. You want to be on the front foot, putting your opponent on the defensive and taking the tempo. There's also a Boil there. So if the Shark or the Pirate Ship does get taken here, there's the potential to wheel the other one and or to wheel the Boil as well. But I would want to be, I think, locking in one of the powerful minions, because if you are going to be playing water, although they are water-bound, you do, I presume, in most beta drafts, have the option to take the Wave Shaper. So if the beta elemental avatars are available, in addition to the Sorcerer as sort of free cards, like the basic sites outside of the draft, I would certainly be looking to take either the Shark or the Pirate Ship. But Jack's up to take the Boil there, which is a good pick, as long as there is enough powerful water spells coming up later. Jack could potentially be thinking, look, I'm just going to play that Oasis and try and boil some things on the Oasis, maybe play a couple of Rivers as well. But they're just really, the quality of cards in Fire Earth here is very low. Critical Strike, not a great card. Wild Boar's okay, but again, not something that I would be picking highly, whereas Sea Serpent is a, decently statted 4/4. It's the equivalent of Sandworm in terms of stats and being waterbound rather than landbound. Admittedly, you are going to see a lot more land sites than water sites going around, but yeah, I'd be seriously considering that C7 there. But we're seeing a critical strike instead. So what's Jack going to be wanting to see here? Really, at this point, passing so many high quality water cards, Jack's going to be hoping that one of the drafters to his left has jumped in. And so that in pack 2, when the packs come back the other way, because of course in pack 1, the players are going to pass to the left. In pack 2, they're going to pass back to the right. Jack's going to be hoping in pack 2, when the cards do come back to the right, that one of the players to his left is in water and they're going to be passing him some better cards in his elements. Seeing a Riptide here, another powerful water spell, one of the best water manipulation spells and non-minion spells in the card pool in beta. Ogre Goons is a serviceable 3-drop. Windmill for a bit of fixing, but really Riptide, I think, a much more powerful spell than the Ogre Goons, and a much better pick than the Windmill. But the Goons is going in here, so it looks like Jack has made the decision. We're going to avoid water. Having a double think, and just to check, maybe considering that Windmill for fixing. But yeah, it doesn't look like Riptide's even in contention here in Jack's mind. So yep, we're going down the Goons path, and Goons is fine. 3 cost 3/3. It does enough in draft. You do want 3 power. 3 powers are just so much bigger than 2. It kills 2 power things for free. And that's exactly where you want to be in draft. So a Porcupine, Pufferfish, a Kingdom of Agartha, Buried Treasure, a Disenchant, and a Blood Ravens by the looks of things. So all pretty medium cards. Buried Treasure getting the nod here. Not one that I've actually tried to make work in Limited. The quest is real. Perhaps if that Kingdom of Agartha was in a different pack, that would have been a nice pickup, but can't get them both. Undertow, another nice one in water. And Porcupine Pufferfish, serviceable, though not one I'd be chasing even if I was in water here. Grey Wolves, completely unplayable. So Jack's really got to take the best water card, I think, here. Felbog Frogman is okay. Undertow is a very powerful site, though. A free step of a movement is nothing to sneeze at, and it can be from subsurface to surface. So it's one that's definitely worth considering. Even if water is going to be a splash, that can be moving your avatar out of the line of fire, for example, by playing next to your avatar. But it looks like the Frogman got picked up. And we've got a Riptide sitting here in a pack of 3. So the indication Riptide does get picked here is that water is still pretty wide open. It's worth noting that none of the more powerful water minions did come around on the wheel. So I think someone has gone into water here. We're seeing the low quality things like Blizzard coming around there towards the end. But a Boyle last pick means that if the players immediately to Jack's left here, say the 2 players to Jack's left aren't the ones who've jumped into water, if the water player is across the table, there is still the possibility that things like Pyrochips, things like Riptides and Drowns might still be coming around the table to the right. If the players immediately to Jack's left jumped into water, some of those things might not come, but then some of the more powerful Earth, Air, Fire spells like Grapple Shot, Minor Explosion, some of the larger minions might come around the other way. So we'll see. So it was a Petrosian Cavalry first pick. So between that and the Giantess and the Sandworm and then the Ogre Goons, those are sort of the core of Jack's picks in this first pack. Love a Salamander, okay, but it's not the kind of card that's going to be winning games, and that's what you really need to be thinking about when you're crafting a draft deck in beta, is do I have enough power in terms of minions to actually close out games, or minions and spell damage combined, to reliably be closing out games. So I need to be able to both trade with my opponent's minions profitably, whether that's with removal or with larger minions of my own, and then I need to have enough left over in my deck that I can actually force through enough damage to win the game. At this point, I think Jack's got a decent core there between the Giantess, the Sandworm, the Ogre Goons, and the Petrosian Cavalry in particular. But going to be wanting to see some more chunky minions to be able to reliably close out games, I think, here. So Sirocco Scorpions, Poison Nova is a great opportunity for a multiple for 1, if you like. Violimp, of course, one of the best ordinaries in the game. Poison Nova with its AoE removal is super strong and limited. You know, there are a lot of minions that hit the table, and that is one of the ways that you can really break that parity and give your minions the best chance to overwhelm your opponent with a strategically placed Poison Nova to take out their own threats. Of course, Amazon Warriors in the middle of the pack, they're extremely powerful in limited. Cave Trolls would be a great one to wheel. But that's the thing about these strong Earth minions, because Earth tends to be the anchor of a lot of limited decks. You can't really bank on, even though there are sort of 5 or 6 really good cards in this pack, even things like Cave Trolls, very unlikely to wheel, because someone around the table is just going to be able to pick them up and slam them into their deck. So Poison Nova, Violent, all these cards there at the front of the pack, down to Amazon Warriors and Cave Trolls, all very playable. I think that's a Conqueror Worm as well in the elite slot. Not one that I'd be taking here, I don't think, in limited. Getting up to 8 spells, particularly if you're going to be playing Sorcerer. Sorry, 8 sites. Particularly if you're going to be playing Sorcerer. Not really where you want to be, because you'll be having to draw your extra spell once you get to sort of 6 or 7 all of the time. I could see Amazon Warriors, Poison Nova, or the Violent being a really good pick here. Common Sense as well. Didn't see that one earlier. I don't think I'd be taking Common Sense here. I think there's just not enough cards yet in the deck as the core of the deck that we are going to be able to finish the game with, as I was describing in between the packs. So I'd be leaning towards probably one of the 2 minions there, the Amazon Warriors or the Violent. But I could see taking the Poison Nova because it's so powerful and it can potentially get you significant card advantage. So we'll see where Jack lands here. Soroko Scorpions, also a decent shout, but I think if you're going to take a 2-drop, you're going to be taking the Violent there.
That was a tough pack.
Tough decision. Marcellus, who's here with me in the booth, you didn't happen to see what card was picked there. I had a temporary freeze on my stream.
I did not. It was
did not. Okay. Well, the audience is going to have to tell us in the comments. All right, so we've got a Flaming Sword and a Step. Silver Valkyries, also a good pick. Alvalan Dryads. Overpower, looks like a Mad Dash. Rimland Nomads, so nothing super exciting in terms of other minions. I think at this point, Jack's really got to focus on picking up minions to beef out that section of the deck, and then perhaps pick up some of the trickier cards later. Flaming Sword, very powerfully constructed, but a little bit harder to make work in limited, partly because unless you have a Battle Mage or an avatar that you're going to be wanting to attach the Flaming Sword to, if you put it on a minion, the risk you run is that the minion gets killed and then your opponent steals the Flaming Sword and comes back at you with it. And it's one of those relics that's just, you're spending 4 mana, which is a significant investment. And if it gets turned back on you after that, the risk of that is just too substantial, I think, for that to be a good pick here. Also got, I think, a Spectral Stalker there in the middle of the pack, which is a perfectly serviceable aggressive option. But yeah, Silver Valkyries, it's a strong minion. It's an elite. I can really get behind that pick, I think, here. It's a higher power minion, which is really, I think, what Jack needs to be hitting. Mixed Terror, look, the mixes are not great in limited. The card disadvantage, even of powering something out here, just really not where you want to be. Free City, great card. Azurage Caravan is just really that beef. It's the high power card that is going to give you the chance to really grind out the wins when you're a little bit behind on card quality in pack 1. I could really see taking the Azurage Caravan just to increase the density of those high power minions in the deck. Sacred Scarab's not really where you want to be, and so the Caravan goes down. And that's a really great pick there from Jack, and a really great adjustment in this draft. Pack 1, he was seeing a lot of really strong water cards come around, made that decision to stick to his guns on the elements that he's playing, and now being very disciplined at picking up the minion base, the core of the deck, that's going to give him the chance to work his way back into having a strong deck here. Things like Mixed Terror, they can allow some cute plays, but they're really not going to get you those consistent wins.
We actually have 2 additional casters that are joining us pretty soon here. Felix is going to join us on the stream.
Awesome. Well, welcome, Felix. Is Felix still a few minutes away, or is he
No, I'm
jumping in
going
now?
to admit him in a second, so you'll hear his voice.
Okay, awesome. Very good, very good. So, can't quite see those cards there. Marcel, so we just get Jack to nudge across a tad. I think he's looking at the cards slightly off camera there. I can see a Land Surveyor, a Free City. We've got Land Surveyor, Free City, another Free City. That's really interesting. The last pack also had a Free City, so Free City does have an opportunity cost in these decks because you can be a bit Elemental Threshold greedy playing multi-element, but the Free City does get slammed down there. And there's also a big opportunity cost in terms of the power of the basic sites. So deserts, villages, towers, all very good and limited at giving you foot soldiers damage and mana respectively. So playing a Free City does come at a bit of a cost, but it is a very powerful thing to land down against some of the more aggressive draft decks. So I can definitely see that as a good play. And a good pickup there. So Sandstorm, Mad Dash, none of this is really doing much. Overpower probably the most useful. Alphalin Dryads, Monster Hunter, not the greatest of the Earth minions. Really the ones that are sort of at the bottom of the pack. Jack does have a few things that the Alphalin Dryads could help to accelerate into. So I could see that probably being the best of the less than stellar options here. Overpower can be good at times, but without some specific synergies and with the lacking number of minions going around, I think Jack really does need to beef up the minion numbers, so that Monster Hunter there was a decent pick. And now all of a sudden we've got a bunch of playable minions here. So we're seeing an Outback Strider, which is very decent, 3 for 3 stats. We've got a Heat Ray, which is good removal. We've got a Swim and Scout, which is also fine, and Ogre Goons, and another 3 for 3. Wills of the Wisp, again, because of that need to actually have enough power in terms of raw power numbers to finish games out, I don't think Wills of the Wisp is the choice here. It's also vulnerable to deserts in limited, which there are a lot more of. See the Swiv and Scout taken, I would have really taken one of the 3 for 3s over it there. You know, I would have really looked at that Outback Strider or the Ogre Goons. You know, Outback Strider is really just an upgraded Ogre Goons, so that probably would have been my pick there, I think. Wayfaring Pilgrim's decent. Meteor Shower is really just 9 cost is so much to get to in limited when you're playing Sorcerer. Beast of Burden's okay. I think Wayfaring Pilgrim is fine. That or Gnome Hollows here are very decent picks. With the Free City already, Gnome Hollows does present you with some more opportunity to control the lanes on the board. And if you can channel your opponent using Gnome Hollows and Free City into certain lanes and force them to group up, that's where you can get a lot more value out of things like Minor Explosion as well. We're about halfway through pack 2.
Taking Foil Beast of Burden. I'm a bad man.
It is on, but if you turn it off, yeah. So, the Wayfaring Pilgrim is another minion here. Yeah, I think after taking that Beast of Burden, sorry guys, we just had a bit of a interruption there in the stream. But yeah, so after taking that Beast of Burden, taking a Sleep, that's interesting. So Sleep, a good removal spell at times, but again, it does have that vulnerability of if your opponent does have deserts, it is quite easy for them to wake up their own minions. So not valuing the Wayfaring Pilgrim, got the choice of the Spire Lich or the Ral Dromedary here. Jack letting us know that the signals that he's getting, he's thinking that nobody's on air because that Spire Lich has come around again. Ral Dromedary, given the dearth of minions that have been coming around, I think is a fine pickup. Particularly this late in the pack. It's not something you're going to be wanting to take in, not wanting to take the first time through. But on the wheel, totally happy to take something like a Dromedary. Mad Dash is a decent one, you know, it cycles, it's a cantrip, it can get you to your better cards. So I think this has definitely been a better pack for Jack than pack 1 was. You know, it's got a decent number of minions. It's got possibly a lack of removal. I think that's really what's hurting Jack here. So we have a boil that was taken in pack 1, but without really the water synergies other than sleep. We've got the Oasis, which is kind of a bit of a one-outer. If Jack's hoping to A, draw the Oasis, and then B, have an opponent walk onto the Oasis. But in terms of other removal, there really hasn't been that much coming around. So we've got a few decent minions now. I'd say we're getting towards approaching critical mass, where we can actually feel confident of winning, you know, a reasonable number of games, like on average drawing enough minions to close out games. But what we really need to see now is enough cards to take out opposing minions to actually be able to generate enough space on the board for our minions to do their work.
How did we do it different at Maine? At least. Not exactly. Oh, they're saying you can't play more there? Correct. Oh, that's weird. I don't know why you would, but...
With Sorcerer, when games go long,
Yeah, it's like anti. You can just have an extra card in your deck as like anti-deck out tech.
Well,
yeah.
Well, not just that, but like if you have solid cards, you just keep drawing more gas, and when the game starts to stall out, you're just like.
So hey Jesse, if you could create your perfect draft sealed deck, how many minions compared to spells would you put into it?
So I think if I was playing, I'm assuming these guys are playing 25 Spellbook and 12 Atlas. Out of the 25 Spellbook, I'd be looking at high teens at least in terms of minions, probably approaching 20. Anything less than that, you're really putting yourself at risk of, I think, not being able to actually deal enough damage to win games. How about you, Felix?
Yeah, I think so too. So I drafted 2 weeks ago, and I had like 18 minions, and I was really trying to not have less than 18 minions compared to my spells, and I still felt that I was sometimes quite sure on just drawing like the correct minions. Or usually it's like you want to have like minions in the early game, put something on the board, and then have your spells for mid to late game to do the finishing touches or to just stay ahead on the board. And yeah, sometimes if you just draw 3 spells in a row, it's kind of hard to keep up on the board.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And obviously some of that depends on exactly what your spells are. You know, if you got things like Poison Novas, Earthquakes, Berries, some of those things that are more universally useful and can help you interact on the board, then having a couple more might be okay. But if you've got a lot of things that are kind of auras or artifacts or blinks or maneuverability spells, then having too many of those and not enough things to actually interact on the board can be very much deadly, as you say, because you can fall behind.
I think it will be interesting to see.
Sorry, you go.
Yeah, interesting to see how many of the players actually playing Border here, because in my experience, like Border is kind of the not so popular element, especially in Sealed.
In Sealed, absolutely. In Draft, I think you can get some excellent draft decks. I mean, we saw an Undertow going around their third last pick, which indicates that there might be no one who's playing Water as their main element, or perhaps one person who just didn't pick that up. But in the first pack, we saw Giant Shark, Pirate Ship, Drown all disappear, which I assume means that somebody's picked those up. And there was also, I think, one Boil that didn't wheel. One of my favorite decks in Draft, one of my favorite archetypes, is Wave Shaper with Splashing Fire. Playing all of those kind of spells, Riptides, Pirate Ships, Giant Sharks if you get them, and Undynes if you get them, and then Boils and Drowns as your removal. Because having Boil at Ordinary can be pretty strong.
Totally agree here.
But as we get, so it looks like we've got the Poison Nova earlier in this pack, which I was just talking a moment ago about removal and wanting to have some powerful removal spells in the deck. Poison Nova obviously fulfilling that role. And we've got a couple of Beast of Burdens and a couple of other 2-cost 2/2s in that pack. probably just now a little bit short on wanting 1 or 2 burn spells to finish the game. So things like Heat Ray, Minor Explosion, even Incinerate, especially because Jack did pick up a Lava Salamander in pack 1, which can help cast things like Incinerate that have more limited range.
Oh yeah. I would pulled sights out all
And
night.
probably also looking for 1 or 2 more beefy minions, I think, here.
Found a Minor Explosion in this pack. Also Outback Strider.
Minor Explosion, Outback Strider, both really good cards. Both
Drown.
can help finish the game. Minor Explosion a bit more reliably, but Outback Strider obviously fills the minion role too.
Yeah. I unfortunately lost my top 8 in the second game because I didn't realize that Minor Explosion has a double fire threshold.
That double threshold can be punishing. Yeah.
It was. Playing a free color decks. They
yes,
sometimes
absolutely.
tend to that.
And that's another. I think Outback Strider. I can't quite see the influence. The threshold pips here, but Outback Strider I think is a double fire threshold too. Yeah. So Minor Explosion, good pickup. Definitely the right pick there.
Can be a bad one.
And then Heat Ray and Firebolts. I think Firebolts are slightly better than Heat Ray. Just sometimes a little bit more versatile. Although Heat Ray has its own benefits as well. Obviously, it can cumulatively deal more damage than Firebolts at times. And Petrosian Cavalry, another great minion too.
Yeah, there are situations where Heat Ray can just totally turn the game around, where Firebolts may be a little bit more consistent.
Yes, I think that's right. Yeah. So I didn't actually quite catch what he took in the end there. Did you see?
It was the Heat Ray, but I'm not sure.
The Heat Ray. Yeah, the Petrosian Cavalry would have really tempted me there as well. So another free city. He's already got 1 free city. 2 free cities. I was talking earlier, I'm not sure if you were here yet, about it's a bit of an opportunity cost. It looks like he doesn't really have many air spells, so it's going to be mainly Earth Fire, so there's a bit less of an issue with the threshold opportunity cost. But it's still sometimes not as good as a village in Limited. Like sometimes you just want the 1/1. Was that an Alvalan Dryads that you took there?
I think it was the Dryads. Is it?
Yeah, interesting because there's a common sense as well. Yeah.
And
so perhaps
Amazon
looking to try and. Was there an Amazon Warriors in the pack? Oh my goodness.
There was also an Amazon Warriors in the pack. That's why I was wondering why he was picking the Dryads. But
yeah, that's Warriors is probably one of my top ordinary picks, I reckon. Warriors and Common Sense, both very good. Frontier Settler's a good one, but I would really be tempted by the Cave Trolls there. Just the 3/3s are so good, aren't they?
I think the Settlers are a really good card and constructed. I'm not too sure how I like them in a sealed draft format.
Yeah, I think it's coming back to what I was discussing after pack 1, which was that you really need, I think, in draft to prioritize having a critical mass of minions that are high enough power, and really that means 3 or more. I think if you've got half of your minions are 3 power, then you've got a really good deck, I think, a lot of the time. But if you drop below that, if you've got too many 1 and 2 power minions, it can be really hard to actually win games.
Would you ever want to have more than 40 cards, or I'm sorry, 24 cards in your draft?
Yeah,
I didn't want to be
I can definitely see that
the reality is
in draft because I have seen, particularly if you're playing Sorcerer, a very decent percentage of games people actually run through their spellbooks. Particularly if you've got a very 1-for-1 style deck. If you haven't got many ways to break that card trading parity between you and your opponent, then it can become a real game of attrition. And having a couple of extra cards in your deck, as long as they're decent, at least reasonable minions, can be a good thing at the end of the game. I don't know, Felix, if that's something that you've ever
I
done.
Completely agree on that. Yes, I'm currently thinking about. I haven't too much draft sealed experience in sorcery, unfortunately, because we don't have that much of a bigger player base here in Europe. But it's growing. It's starting.
Hopefully that'll change soon.
Yeah, it will definitely. And I'm thinking, like, what's like the highest cost minion or spell that you would put into a draft sealed deck? Where would you cut it?
Into a sorcerer deck?
Yeah.
Would
It's
it
probably a
determine
Highland
on
Clansman
Highland
Clansman
at a
Clansman?
7.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, it's basically a
Um,
removal spell and a big
yes.
instant minute damage.
And really only because it's in air, because you can play it
Mhm.
up your 6 site sometimes.
Yeah.
But otherwise, 7 drops are any other 7 drop basically, or anything above that. The opportunity cost is just too high.
It's too high, right?
Yeah. Because you could be drawing another spell. Like,
Mhm.
having to draw the site and then tap to play the site is really 2 spells that you're missing out on, which is just too much. So Aqueduct there over the Land Surveyor and the Frontier Settlers.
Also interesting.
I think perhaps Jack's taken the Aqueduct because he does have that boil, and he might be holding on to the dream of playing the boil and trying to sneakily get people on,
absolutely
because he's
right.
got an Oasis as well.
Uh-huh.
So perhaps that dream is still alive.
What would you pick
So
here?
Critical
Jesse?
Strike.
Critical Strike? I'm not too sure how I rank Critical Strike. I think it can be
I
good
rank it
if
quite
you're...
low.
Yeah, I think so too. There will be situations where
I-
it might be really good, but you have to have something on the board. If you're behind, it's a really bad draw.
Yes, punishing.
What was his
Yeah.
pick?
Critical Strike. Yeah. So we had a Land Surveyor in the pack there, which I actually think is most of the time better than Frontier Settlers, really, in Limited. It just gets you what you want straight away, rather than having to wait a turn. And although you get,
you only call it
the card advantage of not having to tap to play the site when you've got Frontier
Okay, that's not
Settlers,
how
that
you
delay
forward,
can be
but
really
it does work
punishing.
either way.
Yep. Also, Frontier Settlers, they do have to stay around, alive for
That's
one
right.
round. And
I basically do the same thing, yeah.
Deserts
It's not
being
guaranteed.
quite common
Yeah.
sealed. Yeah.
Yeah, got to be very careful about where you place them. Yeah, so a couple more picks left here. And given that we know, I think, what was in the packs, there were a couple of pretty strong cards early on. But I think, like we said at the start of pack 2, when I think in Jack's first pack, there were kind of 8 good cards. I was like, yeah, there are a lot of good cards, but those are probably going to be the 8 that get picked. And then what you're going to get 9th pick, it drops off pretty quickly. And I think that was probably the case with the early picks in this pack too. The floodplain is an interesting one to consider. It's a very late floodplain. I wouldn't be taking the Windself or the Teleport. Will the Wisp, medium.
I think Teleport is too weak as a card in this format, as it doesn't allow you
Yeah,
to...
and double air.
Yeah, also.
Alright, so we're taking the sleep. Interesting. So Jack's got 2 sleeps now. So maybe looking to use the Oasis and the Aqueducts to sneak in some sleeps as sneaky removal spells, which I don't mind. I don't mind that.
Yes, it can be. It's a light removal spell, but you really have to be careful, especially when
Gotta watch the
opponent...
deserts.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, deserts are so good in Limited that even if someone is playing, Earth Air, or even like Air Water or something, you can't be guaranteed that they won't just have one desert in their atlas.
I just was curious.
This man will hate draft, and he's lying to you.
Hate drafted a few things already.
Yeah, I had a week ago, I had to play someone who had like 3 wild imps and a lot of deserts. He was just pinging my stuff all the time. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I agree.
Taking these Tide Naiads.
Yeah.
Headless Haunt.
Would you still pick it here, the Boil, or maybe the Beast?
But at this point in time, he has 2. He already has 2 boils? I would say maybe Wall of Flame. Would be interesting. Oh, there we go. Maybe.
Yeah.
There you go, man.
Sorry, wall of fire.
Hmm.
Was he saying that he's? Is he in water? How heavily is he in water?
It's definitely Iceland.
Sorry, Jesse. I think we lost your audio for a second. 1 second.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that was on me. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we had 2 sleeps, the ice lance and a boil, if you want to count that, and a drown. So some, decent removal in water, or requiring water in Boyle's case.
Taking the scarabs.
The sedge crabs. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think we'll put that one down to just nothing else in the pack.
Yeah, probably.
Were there any other picks there?
Not really something to consider. I mean,
No.
crabs maybe if you splash air and you have grapple shots or blings,
Yes, then maybe.
Get better, but getting another Icelands. No, he's actually he has quite some removal and spells right now.
Thing with Ice Lance and the new projectile rules is that it is unfortunately a lot weaker.
Yeah.
Having to start 3 damage on the site where it originates,
Definitely.
and having no other spellcasters that can actually play the Ice Lance in this deck, because of course I think the Lava Salamander is a fire spellcaster, so won't be able to play the Ice Lance. It does make it a bit weaker.
Oh yes.
But it's a good finisher.
Successful draft.
Yep. I'm curious as I
that
missed
ups the numbers.
Sorry.
I want to stay here and be
because
able to do this.
as far as I've seen, he was picking a lot of magic spells.
Yeah, so unfortunately a lot of 1 and 2 power minions, but as we can see them coming down here, there were a few large minions early. So the Ogre Goons, Trojan Cavalry, Azurich Caravan, Sandworm. Probably want to see things like that Critical Strike come out of the deck. I just don't think there's enough minions. There's also a Slumbering Giantess, of course, as well.
He had some really good Earth picks early on, I guess. But
yeah.
Not sure if he's going to play Earth anymore.
Yeah, it's a good question. Especially double Earth for something like... Well, Giantess is single Earth, so that's not too bad. But double Earth for Frontier Settlers. Yeah, it would have been just very nice to have a floodplain and Impact 1. There were, things like the Giant Shark, other Drown, and 2 pirate ships, I think, that went around.
Sorry, he has a Bedrock. You think there's a reason to pick a Bedrock over a Humble Village?
No, I don't think
Not
so.
really. Yeah.
No,
maybe if you play against a heavy water deck. Wave Shape or something like that, but even then it's more of a can be good. It's not guaranteed.
I think that's right. Whereas I think the village is always going to be good. So it's going to be interesting to see here what choices he makes with the water cards. Those 2 sleeps, 2 ice lances, and the drown. Because it definitely changes the calculation on how good the boil is, the more of those that come into the deck. I think Giantess is fine to play on the splash. He just needs those larger minions, even if it doesn't come down on turn 3, it's still fine. It's going to be easy enough for him to wake up since he's mainly fire, so he'll have plenty of deserts around.
Definitely. If you would have to rank his card pool on a scale from 1 to 10, where would you put it? Like just by the power of the cards he has. I think
it's really interesting.
Somewhere in between, I guess. Maybe something.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't see like big bombs, big hitters here. Too many of these, and if he's actually playing all the colors, that might be.
I think no air.
No air. No air.
Mixed bag.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
My high end's pretty good.
So
I
think
wish I had more minions. That's always my problem. I never have enough
Yeah.
minions unlimited.
Wish I had more minions, he says. Yeah. So that's that conversation we're having about that 18 minimum. Even just
Yeah.
looking at having to play something like Monster Hunter, just the stats on that are just not where you want to be.
Yeah, and I fear that his minions are a little bit on the down on the scale.
Reasonably, I think.
What's the power? Like having too many 2-drops.
Yes.
They're just easy to get rid of. You want to have some 3-drops, like just common ogres.
Yep,
Ogre
there was an Ogre
goons,
Goons and a Cave Trolls that
something like
we
this.
passed
Yeah.
up. And also, there's a Swiven Scout that he took over an Outback Strider too. So just
Yeah.
converting the 2 power into the 3 power just I think
That
drastically
would be
improves the
huge.
chances
Yeah,
of the
totally.
deck.
I
Yeah.
agree. I usually just pick 2 power minions if there's some sort of good Genesis ability, or maybe a Scorpion with Death
Yes.
Touch that can get rid of Amazons or whatever.
Yes. And that was
Beast
the
of
other interesting
Burden.
pick early. There was a Scorpions over. There were 2 or 3 Scorpions, I think, in pack 1 that he elected not to pick up in favor of other things, which were like fine at the time, but not that they were bad picks or anything. But they're certainly the things you want to fill up in your 2-drop slot.
Yeah,
although
totally.
they are best with things like spin attack, and there weren't too many spin attacks going around.
I think just by seeing his cards, I could imagine his games will take a little longer as he has quite a lot of removal spells.
Yes.
But he will have troubles finishing the game. Like,
yep.
In his favor.
Just getting in enough damage.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the things that I think really saved him towards the end of the draft in some ways is the Ice Lancers and the Minor Explosion, because they're spells, but they also have the potential to go to the face. It may give him just enough reach to get there in some games. You know, if he can string together things like, you know, the Slumbering Giantess, Wake It Up, use a Poison Nova perhaps to clear out some enemy minions, and then finish things off with those damage spells. But it's going to take a very specific order of cards to make it happen.
Yeah. And he has to be really careful what removal spell he's using on what enemy creature.
Absolutely.
Don't be too offensive here.
No.
Actually, I think like having a critical strike here improves his minion.
It could
in a
actually.
way.
It does. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's a low consistency play, but it does give him the capacity to potentially steal some wins with a smaller number of minions.
Yep.
Really, the game is just going to be about trying to keep alive one of the 4 or 5 power minions.
Exactly. Just try to trade as long as you can. Try to make most of your 2 power minions, which I think will be quite difficult.
Yes.
Also, the Lava Salamander, I'm not too sure how I like it. It's even double fire threshold, if I remember correctly. It's gotta be. It's a weird one.
And just 1 power.
And just 1 power, yeah.
That's the killer with so many deserts running around. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we're on 15 minions at the moment, which, you know, when you first came on, Felix, you're asking how many minions do I like to see, and we sort of said somewhere between 18 and 20 as a minimum.
Yep.
So 15 is, it's just that little bit short, isn't it?
It is. I think so too, yeah. It's interesting how he's navigating it.
I think as far as the deck building process from where he got to at the end of the draft, I think he's doing a really great job of thinking his way through the best way to make this deck work.
Seems like he was heavy into Earth and then decided, or then he realized that there's not too much Earth coming through anymore, and he had to shift to the other colors.
I did see a Deep Sea Mermaids in the sideboard, and I think I would just play that over the Bone Rabble here.
Yeah, I think so too. It just gives you another card.
Yeah. Potentially look at cutting the Monster Hunter if there was anything else. I think there was a Felbog Frogman or something. I would just kind of probably play that over it. I mean, Monster Hunter can randomly mines you a roaming monster every now and then, but Doesn't happen all that often.
Is there something else from the top of your head that Monster Hunter can get rid of in in this format? It's a roaming monster, right? That's about it, I guess.
Is Sea Serpent a monster? I'm trying to remember. I think it's a beast. Yeah, you've stumped me there, I think, Felix, as to monster as a card type.
Yeah, I have to look up myself. Just going on Courtesan and use the awesome tool to keyword.
Yeah.
Monster. What do we have here? Oh, yeah, there's not too many. I mean, most of them are in the elite or unique slot, so I mean, it would be cool if he gets a Cyro and Hydra.
Yes, that would be cool.
That would be crazy.
That would certainly show me.
Yeah, Stonegaze Gorgons. But yeah, I think that's like the most common is definitely roaming monster. And honestly, I'm not too much of a fan of roaming monster. As a 5/4 power, it trades easily with a 3 power minion if you ping it with a desert. And
yes, that's the harsh thing.
Yeah.
Especially if you do play it into enemy territory.
Yeah.
You know the other one that
roaming.
The other one that Monster Hunter can kill is, of course, the Azeroth Caravan.
True.
That's the real mice. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it looks like one river is what he's looking at here, and this is where that free city. It's so frustrating when you're playing a 3-element deck. Trying to make that free city work is really tough.
It's really tough. Yeah. I think you can basically just use it as a defensive card here. If you would have had 1 or 2 Riptides, then maybe you can. But even then, I think free city.
You got to have the floodplain, or play Wave Shaper. Yep. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 5 deserts. It looks like, which I think is fine. Like the mulligan is strong enough that you can get away with that. The only thing I'm thinking is whether he wants to go, maybe cut the free city and play another river.
Just to keep your card quality high, because there's so many cards that you don't actually want to draw here. And I think free city is not really something. I mean, it can bias you sometimes in certain situations.
But yeah, you really do want to be being able to cast your spells with this kind of deck.
And you're also still playing 3 colors, so you do need to have the thresholds with so many of your cards being double threshold.
It's very, very tough deck building here.
It doesn't matter what's in my deck. Don't tell people in my pod what's in my deck.
What are the duels, Oasis and Aqueduct?
I think I accidentally hate drafted one of those.
Oh.
Because I was originally.
I think if I would have to pilot it, I would make sure to, if I drop one of those villages, that I get my foot soldier here to have something on the board.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. You got to get every little bit of value you can out of those villagers to get the extra minions. Just trying to count up the cards here. Yeah, I think that is exactly 25. It's 15 minions and 10 spells. Yeah. I do wonder about the Wall of Fire here.
Yeah, I'm also not a huge fan, but I have never played a wall. And to have to seal, so he might can convince me. But yeah, just looking at the pure stats and what it does, I'm not convinced here.
It can slow down the game a bit. I'm just not sure whether that's going to be to Jack's advantage here.
Yeah.
Not that he wants the game to be particularly quick either, but I just feel like spending a card to slow it down is not really where he wants to be.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what if this is my deck, what I'm trying to to achieve. Like, do I want to like keeping pressure in the early game will be difficult. Also, late game doesn't look too great with those few 5-power minions.
Yeah, the best thing that I can think of, I think, here is trying to clear a path for one of the big minions and just hope that it's enough.
Goes through, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, the other difficult thing about Critical Strike, and I think the thing that really makes it difficult is that it doesn't work attacking sites.
True. I mean, you can just if your opponent if we go with the plan you had, like keep on pressure early, make your path to the avatar, and if your opponent drops like a big blocker, you can just try with critical strike to get rid of it and keep the pressure on. And as soon as he starts stabilizing, you can use your minor explosions or ice lands to get the final blow.
Yeah, that's where I think the sleeps can be helpful.
Yeah,
is that they are, decent tempo removal in that way. They can help you clear the road a little bit. I don't mind this here. It looks like Jack's looking at some of the water pickups that he got. Things like Old Salt Anchorman. Sedge Crab's obviously not great, but Old Salt Anchorman is fine. I think it's better than Bone Rabble, for example.
Yeah.
At least it's a 2-power.
If I remember correctly, if the latest FHQ Anchorman is like the anti-Chaos Twister card.
Yes, and anti-Berry as well. It stops Berry and Drown, which is decent.
Oh, it's actually makes it much more valuable here.
Yeah, I actually think it's a perfectly serviceable card in Limited. Sedge Crab's not ideal with no ways to get it forward.
Yeah. Yeah,
it looks like he might be struggling with the Deep Sea Mermaids. I thought I saw a Deep Sea Mermaids in his pool there.
But is the cards he's having on the bottom the ones that he want to get rid of, that he tries to cut? Or?
Yeah, so he's cut the Wall of Fire now, which
is
I think the right call.
Yeah, definitely the right call.
And he's searching through that water card pool for some extra minion numbers, which again I agree with as well. Thinking about cutting that Drown, I don't know. I do like the Drown. He's now got 4 sites that it's going to work on, and I think if he does manage to get a couple more water cards in from the sideboard here, he could really cut out most of the Earth cards and have the Giantess be really the splash.
Yeah.
Giantess and the Amazon Warriors.
Thing is with Drown, if he really wants to have this aggressive kind of gameplay, often your Drown will just work on your own sides. And if you're trying
that's true.
ahead, and you don't really have
that is true.
opportunity to use it. So maybe Sleep is just exactly how you already said, the kind of tempo play that you need.
We have about 4 minutes left. If you are ready for your pod.
How was your draft?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So he's gone down 1 non-minion spell. And I think by bringing in the Anchorman and the Sedge Crabs.
Oh yeah. That's a very fair price in my opinion.
Yeah, I figured.
And then I'm not sure if he's gone up to 26 cards overall, or if he's also cut a minion. I didn't notice any of the minions getting cut.
I would stay with the 25. Would be Crabs. Yeah. Actually, the longer I look at this deck, the more I like it, kind of.
Yeah, I don't mind it. He's got Poison Nova and the 2 Sleeps and the 2 Ice Lances and Major Explosion are all good spells for that kind of tempo-based proactive game plan.
Totally.
I think if it had a couple more 3/3s, that's just really what would do it for me.
Absolutely. Do you saw if is it 2 cavalry or
Good,
is
I
it
think good.
2
It's
sandworms?
better than like.
One cavalry, one
It's
sandworm,
tough
I
to
think.
assess. There, that's my
Oh,
honest
okay.
answer. It's tough
What
to
was
assess.
the third fort drop in fire?
I like my pack one. Yeah, I like mine. Yeah.
I just
Not sure.
everything I got choked real hard, and I think a lot of the packs just didn't have.
Just as a
There was an
recap, there's
Azurich caravan on 5. Sorry.
Cavalry.
just as a recap, we are here at day 2, Courtesan Cup finals. We're not at top 8, but this is a 32 draft cut to top 8. We have a featured drafter here, Jack Hash, local to Baltimore. And we're just going into his deck here. So did he settle on a set of colors? I kind of missed a little bit of that.
Everything but air.
EBA, everything but air.
Yeah. Which is unusual, I think, as a configuration. Yeah.
Air's the easiest to splash often.
The obvious choice today.
Gives you so many.
Gives you the acceleration off
opportunities.
your towers.
Acceleration gives you reach with lightning bolts and stuff like that.
But to be fair to Jack, he just didn't see any of those earth spells. You know, I didn't see a single blink lightning bolt or grapple shot basically in the packs.
He had no chance to be in air.
Sometimes it be like that.
2 seconds. Okay.
But yeah, all in all, I think Felix, Jack did a really good job of both salvaging the deck in Pack 3, picking up those sleeps and the Ice Lancers, and making the best of the cards that came around. And then I think he did a really good job just then in the deck building phase, again, getting the most out of the pool that he had.
I totally agree. I wasn't too convinced early on this deck, but as longer as I had a look on it, I actually not that sure if it's as medium as I think.
Fantastic. Well, sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, everyone, for taking a look at this, the draft section. We're getting our pairings together right now for the first round of draft, and we will see you all very, very soon. It's just very
change. I live life on a page that was written too long ago. I don't want half of your heart, heart, heart. You can have it back if it's only half of your heart. It's getting brighter. I've been up all night. You've been my world, and I never lied. Getting you closer, it's harder than I ever thought in my whole life. Hey, where are you now? I know that you need someone around. You know you can blame it all on me. So don't mind if you get lost again. Cause I'm getting lost in it. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost on you. It's getting brighter. I've been up all night. You've been my world, and I never lied. Getting you closer, it's harder than I ever thought in my whole life. Hey, where are you now? I know that you need someone around. You know you can blame it all on me. So don't mind if you get lost again. Cause I'm getting lost in it. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Hey, where are you now? I know that you need someone around. You know you can blame it all on me. So don't mind if you get lost again. Cause I'm getting lost in it. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. I could be a lighthouse in the fog, trying my best to guide you back to us. I know you're going through a lot right now. I know that life is upside down. All your problems, put them on me. All your
Surveyor.
Sure.
Draw a site.
All right, welcome back. We have Jack and Patrick playing round 1 of the draft, and it's myself, Paparazzi, and Felix commentating again. Let's welcome back Felix. How was your chat with Jesse?
Awesome. I quite regular watch his YouTube channel, and he's one of the persons who, or his channel was one of the person who got me into the game actually. And yeah, it's pretty nice.
We have Jack on the bottom of your screen and Patrick at the top. And it looks like we're about 3 turns in.
Sure.
That'll stay on top?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And I'll play a Beast of Burden
Alright,
there.
we see
Okay.
Beast
And
of
then you
Burden
can go.
getting played on the river here.
Alright.
Interesting to have it played on the river, not on the free city. Trying to be a little bit more defensive here. Guess he has a free city that can block any other attack that's coming from top sorcerer player.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Rustic Village
Yeah,
here.
too many cards being played here. So Land Surveyor and the Beast of Burden, so both players are not too aggressive here. Land Surveyor,
And I'll play a Frontier Settler.
just a card that gives you like a little card advantage for sites, and he drops another card like that, the Frontier Settler.
It says once per turn it may attack or defend against enemy units.
And I like that he plays it on the 17 and not on the top row, where his opponent could just easily ping it with a desert. So it's a bit safer up there.
But yeah, that was on the, like, you didn't ask about it, but I'm like, okay, I've got to find that, and when I find it, I'll tell him about it, but yeah.
I didn't know it was a thing.
I
was so lost, honestly. Like, I have a hard time keeping up with computers. So, I remember going into the draft, like, how does this work? we don't use our constructed decks anymore?
Yeah.
Or, sealed.
A lot of thinking being done here. Sorcerer taps for probably another site. Fortunately, I can see his hand cards from neither of both players. Oh, we see a dual land and Oasis. So it's up to 4 mana available this turn. Will we see something? Yeah, we will see a Sandburn.
Enemy unit. I can't do that anyways.
Burrowed on the free city, so it's really hard to get rid of him.
Wake it up.
Yeah, and he keeps being defensive here. Not being able to attack with the Sandburn next turn.
Yeah, I'll draw a spell per turn.
So the top sorcerer player probably using the Frontier Settler this turn. Yeah, exactly.
So you have to pick a site.
Reveal his top side and play it on 12 or 16. He's putting it down on 12, which is interesting because now Beast of Burden will be able to attack there. That means that he might have block or something coming down there.
Not pay the 1 for that.
Okay.
He's not paying mana for the villager.
Tap this. Play a
Frontier Settler has to come up as part of his ability here. So taps for another tower, so he accelerate up to 6 mana this turn. And that could be a bunch of stuff being played here. 6 mana is quite a lot. He's using 2 of them for Common Sense, which allows him to get an ordinary card out of his deck. Could be either a spell or a minion or an artifact, whatever. So he has 4 mana left this turn. What will he get? Still no damage being dealt in this game, which is quite unusual in this format.
Instead of that, I'm gonna grab a Cave Trolls.
And I think I heard him saying that he gets a cave troll. But I'm not sure.
So I take one.
Thank you.
Yep.
Alright, so 4 mana. I'm going to play a Plume Pegasus here.
And we got a Bloom
And
Pegasus, very strong card. It's a free power minion for free cost with Airborne.
Sure. And
Airborne is a keyword that is really, really good.
Sure.
Because it allows you to not being attacked by anything that doesn't have Airborne. So you can kind of be safe from a lot of your opponent's attacks. And now he's like flooding the boards with minions, having a Dromedar as well. Soldiers staying at 17, which I think is the right call, because it would be really a desert on tile 6 could just ping the frontier settler and the foot soldier, but it's actually also true for the 15. Yeah, we'll see. It's still pretty hard to tell who's ahead here or how this will turn out.
You know what they're saying now too, dude? Like, duh.
Yeah.
Duh. Like.
It's a little bit like back in the old days playing RTS games, Age of Empires, where both players build their army and we will see a huge clash between them. Alright. He's playing a village as well, creating a foot soldier token, gets some presence here on the board, and passes the turn. Nothing
draw a spell for turn.
being played, okay. So now we might actually see some action from the top sorcerer player using his minions to do some pressure here. Get some damage in. Let's see. And we see an attack happening here with the Dromedar. Attacking the Beast of Burden.
You can't defend with the Sandworm, right? No, because you'd have to move in.
Yeah, they both players making sure that
That would be 2 stats at that point.
Yeah.
the Sandworm's not able to defend here, and that's the case, as it is borrowed.
Okay, yeah. I'll swing at the Beast of Burden with
Yeah, sure, they'll trade, yep.
Okay.
They trade each other. And now it's much easier for the top sorcerer player to get in and deal some damage, as the Dromedar is not able, the Beast of Burden is not able to block the frontier settlers anymore.
This to here.
Okay.
Alright, it's playing on the frontier settler. Playing very strong card in each format, because it's also a cantrip, so by playing it you're also drawing another card. So you're not really losing a card by playing it. And he used the frontier settler to get rid of the humble villager. Okay, aggressively trading here, minion for minion, which I think makes quite a lot of sense, as you want to get your Plum Pegasus and deal some damage.
If I hit a site, it's not a strike.
That is not a strike, correct.
I'm going to play a...
Let's see, there's the cave trolls. I think he got the cave trolls from the common sense. He swings in with the Pegasus for first blood. So we have 3 damage being dealt. He's down to 17.
I'm gonna just move him over here, and your go.
Lancerbear's moving to 12 as he cannot really attack the free city. All right, that was his turn.
How many cards are in your hand, my man?
4.
4, okay.
So now the bottom social player kind of have to respond to the board situation as he has quite some threats there and he needs to get rid of them. You still have the most powerful creature on the board with the Sandworm, but it's borrowed underneath the free city, so he will not be able to swing in an attack at his opponent's creature's sides. See how he navigates that. He will probably move it somewhere. Unfortunately, he cannot move it on the 7 as it is a river and a water side and would immediately die.
All right, Felix, how are we doing here? I see Jack has a healthy board state with the Pegasus.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, this is actually a mistake as it has airborne, so the cavalry won't be able to attack the Pegasus here. We might want to get Judge in there to...
Its second thing is takes no damage from fire spells, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Your turn.
Okay.
Or Marcellus?
Yes, hi.
Yeah. The cavalry just attacked his airborne minion, and that shouldn't be possible.
Tap to draw another spell.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Okay, so...
Yeah, okay, both players realized their mistake and they're going to fix it here. I mean, either way, he can play it on tile 7 and, for example, on the cave trolls.
So I couldn't even
Trying to force a soldier block or something like that. Yeah, but it definitely makes a difference here.
Oh, yeah.
Glad he stopped over. I couldn't even play that.
I'll pay more attention to that, yeah.
I'm sorry, actually, if I can think about this. Oh, seriously?
So the observation there was that a land-based minion was attempting to strike the Pegasus. The Pegasus has the keyword ability Airborne.
Judge!
Therein lies an issue where the Petrosian cavalry does not have Airborne to strike.
So we got forced to go back to this, so I guess I get this as a take back anyways.
That's why
come and take me back
have to
from
go backwards.
attacking this because it's airborne. I guess I just go ahead and get the take back on just playing it, right? Because we haven't advanced any further, right?
As long as nothing else has been revealed.
Yeah. I think what he's trying to make sure here that he's able to play the cavalry somewhere else, because playing it on his side too is not too great here, as it has charge, and playing it over there he cannot really get any advantage of his charge ability. Yeah, but this is what I was talking about earlier with the Plum Pegasus and the Airborne keyword. It's really, really strong. It's really hard to get rid of the Plum Pegasus here.
Sure, okay, yeah.
I mean, both players have
you're good.
Still quite a lot of health.
No, yeah.
Being down to 17 is not a huge issue here, so he has plenty of time to find a solution for that. But the Petrosian cavalry, unfortunately, isn't the answer here. fun fact for the Petrosian cavalry: there was a Russian grandmaster, I think, chess grandmaster, and his name was Petrosian. I don't know, probably pronounced in a in a different way, and he was known for having some really smart moves with the knight.
So okay, so
that might be the reason why
so we had to rewind
Discovery
back
card
to
was
the
named Petrosian.
spot where I attacked the airborne guy. I just want to get a take back on that. But he also has the issue of we had already gone to him drawing his card for his turn.
Yeah, so I draw it and tap, so I know the top 2 cards in my deck, but I put them back.
Yeah, okay.
And that's all that's happened.
That is all that's happened, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
Just put them back.
Okay, we still have the Dutch
He's
call.
already done so.
And he can take back his.
I think some
Okay.
some problems there with
Good play.
information being shared that shouldn't be shared.
I'm just.
I think. Yeah, we'll see how it turns out.
I want to play defensive Petrosian cavalry there. Anyways,
All right.
You can go.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
my bad.
No, it's okay.
Cavalry over there not using his charge.
What do you know, right?
Yeah, I've been there, done that. It's like I made all this, spent 2
Might
minutes
be
thinking about it, and I'm just doing the same thing.
Fair enough.
So
might be not enough value here from 4 cost minion with 3 power if you're not using the charge. But on the other hand, the charge here doesn't really enable too many crazy plays.
But your Petrosian, they can defend a airborne strike. They just can't intercept.
They just cannot attack. Yes.
Yeah, or intercept airborne. I think.
Correct. I believe you're correct.
Yeah, I think only range can.
Believe so. Yes.
Okay.
This is good morning, everyone. Also, we have Steed joining in from the Discord. Hey, Steed, how you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks.
I guess for starters,
I'm doing well, thank you.
narrow things down a little.
Yeah, I think we were just talking about the interaction between a charge, like the purpose of having the charge minion there and not being able to use it. What was you were saying something about, like, is it worthless? Is it beneficial? Like,
Well, yeah, obviously there was a mistake in playing a card that couldn't attack an airborne unit. My question was, could it still be played in that position without having to attack?
definitely. It definitely can be, as long as they have the correct threshold mana.
Actually, do you mind if I take this?
That you get yours, my man. Yeah, it is okay. Yep, you get it.
Yeah. Instead, I'm gonna.
So yeah, I guess not.
Yeah, you don't have to use your charge ability, but as you said, it's not really ideal. You wanna. It's a pretty strong keyword. You really wanna get something out of it if you have to pay for it.
I'll swing with the.
And paying 4 mana for a 3 power minion is not too great, and only gets better if you can use all of his abilities.
Was it not Phantasmal Shade? It's 4. I'm just trying to think of something that's lopsided like that with no benefit. If there's a 4 mana, 3 power non-charge.
Oh, that's not.
Now, is there anything that can
I'm going to take that.
allow that
Okay.
unit to attack an airborne unit, like a spell or anything like that?
And
There are cards like, I think, Entangle. Will get airborne minions, or will lose airborne minions, lose their keyword, but I'm not too sure here. There are cards like Scarecrow that doesn't allow minions with the keyword airborne to enter certain sites.
Those are both defensive cards as well.
Yeah.
Offensive cards for airborne?
Not that I know of.
Wings of Invention is an option, but that's an artifact. I didn't see it go around in any of the packs.
I think other would be like a card that is not
Geyser. I think Geyser allows.
Yeah, Geyser would give all minions on a side there where you cast it airborne until the end of turn, and you draw a side card. That could be definitely a way to get rid of an airborne minion.
They're going to trade. Okay. Yeah, they'll trade. Sounds good.
All right, and now he's using his Pegasus to trade with the cavalry.
Yep. I'm going to swing into this for 1. Sure. 13.
And he
12.
continues to swing with his small army, getting 5 damage in. So he should be down to 12 right now. Interesting that he decided to trade with the cavalry, as I think trying to force some more damage here with the Plum Pegasus.
Sure.
Going to move here.
Could have been
I'm going to attack here for 3.
better call here, but he could have defended anyway, so yeah, we'll see.
Wish I knew what was in my deck for play.
Interesting that he didn't use his Sandworm last turn to move us somewhere else in a position where he can get use of it.
Try not to go above 5 and I threw
Sandstorm.
I'm going to read this one real quick.
And the Sandstorm's coming down.
Attacked or intercepted.
Yeah, and it dispels at the start of my next
Okay,
turn.
that's an aura
And,
card that I actually have to look up what it does.
Oh, and this is also dead.
Sandstorm is affected sites and units atop them can't be attacked or intercepted.
Or intercepted. All right.
And then that just lasts for 1 turn.
That lasts. I'm not sure if it really makes a difference here, to be honest, because he still can move his units. So they can't be attacked, all right, but there's nothing.
All 4 sites of those cannot be attacked or intercepted. So you could potentially use it as a way to get through the 4 sites if you have like additional movement potentially, or considered about being intercepted.
Exactly. Yeah.
Boil.
But there's currently like nothing that really is a threat to his minions there. So wow, and we saw a boil coming down on the river on D7, really strong here.
And then
getting rid of all three minions.
Beast of Burden there. Okay, that's your turn.
And that was a pretty strong move here from the top bottom sorcerer player, which will get him ahead on board. And yeah, always playing 1 card to get rid of more than
6 right now. Sure.
1 minion for your opponent is really, really powerful in a sealed draft format.
I'll draw a site for the turn.
And the Sandworm is still being borrowed underneath the Pre-City. Maybe I'm missing something here, but
disabled. Yeah,
I
dispelled, yeah.
would honestly just probably surface it to have something here that can deal damage or
Play this site. Sure.
be defensive, because if it's just underneath Free City, it won't do too much. Cannot even really Free City can defend itself, so not really too great to have a second defender for the Free City here. And as far as I know, the Sandworm is one of his stronger minions in his whole deck. So bring it in an offensive position here could be
I guess choose the mana amount. Let me think.
crucial.
That's why I said I wish I knew it was in my deck.
Sure.
I can't check before I do the mana amount.
That's pretty good. You having a great day?
Yeah, unfortunately we can see the cards in the hands of both players, so we don't know what they're thinking about or what could be coming. But we see that the top sorcerer player has quite a lot of mana, with the Dryads being in play. He even has 1 more, so there are probably plenty of options for him to play cards here.
Okay, yeah.
So what happened with Boyle?
Yeah, I'll do it
Like,
for
could you just
7.
what happened? What happened there?
On side 7 on the river, we saw a boil coming down, and that pretty much killed all of his minions, or of his
Sacred
more
Scarabs.
powerful minions.
Sirocco Scorpion, Wild Boars.
That was a perfect example why sometimes having too many minions on one side is a danger. Cards like Cave In or a Boil can get you in some real trouble here.
Yep.
Just in case anyone wanted a playmat or T-shirts or any type of merch, there's a website, store.sorcery.social,
Okay, cool. All right, cool.
and you can find a lot of products there that are correlated with this exclusive event. It's not really. I mean, I wouldn't consider it exclusive because anyone can come, but store.sorcery.social. Check it out and get some merch.
No token. Okay.
You can never go wrong with sorcery merch. Alright, and now we see another big minion coming down to the board.
And at the end of your turn,
Airborne minion. 4 power, and I think nearby minions will untap at the end of his turn, which is actually quite nice. So you can attack with your minions, being aggressive here, and at the end of your turn they will untap to be able to defend attacks from your opponent.
Yeah, I'll move there. Okay.
It's quite a strong ability.
Your turn. Okay.
And the Sandwolf now finally moves up to the desert to be able to attack next turn here and do some damage. Do you like to see that?
When you deck out, you don't lose, you're just out of cards, right? Yeah. If you deck out both, you lose. You deck out both decks. If you try to draw
Seven
okay,
Willie,
if you try to
despite
draw
the
a
mistake
card
Jack
from
made
a
earlier,
deck
he's,
that is empty, you
he's
lose. Okay.
one of my favorite sorcery players. He does know what he's doing most of the time.
Draw a spell per turn.
I'm just making sure Jack's the bottom player or the...
Jack is Hulkamania.
Or unfortunately, I don't see the top player right.
Yeah.
Bottom. It's bottom for you.
It's bottom for me.
Stream. It's top. It's correct on stream.
7. Okay.
Alright, there we see his hand. He has a minor explosion, fires Salamander, and Iceland. So no minion left in his hand, besides the Lava Salamander, but it's not really considered a threat, guess, with 1 power. But he has now quite some answers for potential opponent minions that come down to the board. And we see Stone Gaze Gorgons, and that's actually quite an interesting card here, as it says that adjacent minions are friendly and the ones of your enemies will be disabled at rest.
What's that?
So the Valkyries here won't be able to do something as long as the Storgans are where they are.
Yeah. My turn? Yep, your go.
And Strong Gorgons can be a card that can stall the game for so long if you don't have an answer for them. They're just 3 power, so they easily to a Lightning Bolt or a minor explosion that he has, but is he missing on the second fire fresh? Oh no, he had an Oasis, so he can play. He could play the minor explosion here to get rid of them, so he can deal a little bit more damage. But that would require his sorcerer to come up to the Free City or going to the Humble Village on 5. Let's see what he's going to do.
Well, like,
Fortunately, the ice lands won't be able to kill them.
I love the art on the Sacred Scarabs card.
You do?
Definitely one of my
Melissa
favorite.
Benson, right? Would you say Melissa Benson is one of your favorite artists in the sorcery repertoire, or? For me, I honestly prefer cards like, oh, I do like artworks from Dan Seagrave or Brian Smith that are a little bit more grim. But yeah, Scarabs,
yeah, that goes.
Melissa Benson.
Okay. I'm going to play
Classic.
a Lava Salamander here. Okay. I'm going to Minor Explosion
Alright.
there. Okay.
This is what you do.
I'm going to attack you for 4
He plays
there.
the Lava Salamander as it is
Attack you for
a
4
fire
up here.
spellcaster. Now he's able to play the Minor Explosion on the 14 to get rid of the Stone Gaze Gorgons. Very nice play here, and he's able to swing in with all his creatures. The Sandworm coming up from the desert dealing 4 damage, and the Valkyries as well on the village. And end of his turn, his minions should untap. Yep, they remember this. Oh, is it just the Valkyries? I thought the Sandworm as well. Yeah, he could untap his Sandworm as well if he would want to. Not sure if it's too relevant here, but
I'm going to draw a
Valkyries allow it. Given the options, we see on side 9 the crabs that unfortunately won't be able to be used defensive here, as they're only allowed to move sideways. And there's like no sight of his opponent here that he can attack.
Got a question in
about
chat. I think there are judges for other tables. I think there are 3 down there.
Maybe it was just a draft mistake. I just have a lot of little things.
That's one of the things I've had like air fire decks where like everything I have is 2, and I can never deal with the 3 power minions. Like once the board's developed, I can't desert him anymore. I deal with increments of 2 forever. So yeah, I think. Are you air fire mostly? Yeah.
So I'm at 7. I'm going to play a Sirocco Scorpions here.
Alright, and we see some Scorpions here. Very nice creature with Death Touch. Able to deal with any other creature with this ability. As soon as it deals damage, the Death Touch will kill the opponent enemy. Nevertheless, if it's enough damage being dealt, it just has to deal 1 single damage and the opponent will die. So he's bringing something on the board here to hold something against the board presence here.
I'm going to swing here for 1.
And he swings with the Scarabs. Interesting, as Jack could just use his Salamander to block and get rid of the Scarabs.
How many cards are in your hand, my man? 1, 2, 3,
with just
4,
1
5,
single
6,
damage,
7.
but he just takes it. Scarabs are always a big Right if you're... No, that's the right call, I guess.
It's airborne.
It's
Oh,
blocking
no.
with the salamander, but
No, I can't attack them. I can defend against them though, correct?
Oh, you're.
Yeah, I'm defending. Yeah. Oh no, are you moving? You're attacking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to defend. Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, that's the right calling, I think. Defending with the lava salamander, he did his duty with the minor explosion, and
you played
using him to get rid of the scarabs
yeah.
is great here, as the scarabs could do a bunch of things with their ability when they died. They deal 3 damage to everything on their side. They're usually great tool to remove some threats from the board. And we're seeing a Miracle Worker coming down. Miracle Worker being able to rescue one of the minions that died this turn.
How many cards do you have? 3?
3 right now.
Okay.
Or is he not using the ability here? Or is he checking?
But then I also just swung there for the 6 and not been directly on top of you. So it's like, it just would have changed the position. Lightning bolt?
Okay, you're moving there? Moving there.
Okay.
I slant. So 3 in this space, 2 there, 1 to you.
Okay, wow, I think he just missed on the Genesis ability of Miracle Worker, and now in Jack's turn he's using his Icelands to get rid of the Death Touch minion. Really strong, and also dealing a little bit of ship damage to the avatar. And now he can continue to swing with his big power minions, dealing some damage. Dealing 8 damage here with the Valkyries and the Sandworm.
3 now.
And he goes down to 3 life. Wow.
Where is... Can't find the 3 on this side. There we go.
Okay.
I think the life totals are on the screen now, but Jack has 12 and player 1 has 12 and player 2 is on death's door.
I'll attack that site for 2.
Okay. I will block that.
Oh, Goon swinging on the Beast of Burden. Can you see the life total, yeah?
Life totals may be incorrect. I just need to... It may be flipped. I think we just have to double check here. It was just odd that player 2 would block if they weren't. Like, it's just... You have to stand by for that.
Yeah, there should be flipped, right?
Draw a site for turn. Tap to play the site. I'm gonna think about it for a second if I want to spend that mana. Yeah, you're fine, man.
Yeah, but I also think they're splashable. This is... I just had a wacky one. Yeah, that's a good point.
Both for power. Oh yeah, this is that's untapped. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and once again, I think he...
I learned yesterday triggers are basically 100% non-optional unless they use the word Meg.
Yeah.
Yep, I did not quite know that.
He's missing the trigger ability of the Valkyries.
You can miss a May, but if it's not May, you can't miss it. It has to go off. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. He should be able to untap his Sandworm as well, which would be helpful. That's quite a difficult situation here for...
So I'm gonna play
the player on Death's Door
Scarabs here.
playing another Scarabs here. And they're difficult to use as he cannot. Oh no, he realized that he can untap his Sandworm. Yeah, but coming back to the Scarabs, it's difficult to use Scarabs here to defend, as if they die, which they probably would, because they're only 1 power minion, they would deal 3 damage to everything on their side, and if he just swings on his avatar, he won't be able to block with the Scarabs, as the damage from the Scarabs would close the game here and kill him.
Where is player 2's avatar? I don't see it.
Or it should be underneath the Sandworm and the Valkyries.
I'm going to...
Understood.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna, I think, critical strike.
Sure.
Oh wow, and now he's using a critical strike to kill the Sandworm. That's at least something here.
4 mana left.
We were just discussing the death right for this for the Scarabs.
Yeah, so if I'm understanding correctly, if you use the Scarabs to defend and they die, it would deal 3 damage to everything.
Yeah,
thus
exactly.
ending it. Okay.
And nevertheless, they're still the Valkyries here that he don't really has an answer to it now. He needs to play something else than the Scarabs that can defend the Valkyries. Okay, but he's playing the Wild Boar over there.
I'm gonna play the boars here. And then I'm going to play the...
to defend from there his avatar. And more Scarabs.
Yeah, because if I put the defend with the Scarabs, I'm gonna put myself on Death's Door.
Okay, if Jack has any solution for the Wild Boar's Bury or something that just gets rid of him, he will be able to close the game and kill the opponent with the Valkyries.
I don't know, is there any reason why he didn't swing with the Valkyrie?
Oh, it wasn't his turn with the Valkyrie, it's the... He did swing with the Valkyrie last turn.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing as both players have the Sorcerer Avatar and the Valkyrie is... Okay, he moves over there, then that means he probably has a projectile or something that just close out the game.
Actually, I could... Let me think real quick.
Alright, now I gotta either play Jack or...
Yeah, I'm just going to move. Going to ice lance. 3 here, 2 there, 1 there.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
and that will be it. It's quite difficult to understand what's going on here, as we don't see the cards in hand.
Okay, so you're just moving there, one step, and then you're ice lancing.
But as far as I understand, he was playing a...
So I have to take 3.
Yeah.
Wait.
That's dead. And then I will...
So Scarabs,
no,
when they die, do they deal damage to the attacker as well?
They do, yeah. So he should get... But I'm now I'm a bit confused here. What's going on?
Yeah, I'll... Death's Door you to there.
Death's Door me to there, so you're going to swing there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not done.
Okay.
Ogre Goon.
Okay.
Ogre Goon is
sounds like it was a close game.
Yeah, Ogre Goon there, and then
For the draft.
on top of my vault.
Okay. So I'm a Death Store.
Correct.
Okay, my turn?
Yep.
Okay. And you're at what?
9. I'm at 9 right now.
Okay.
I'm not sure why didn't he just use his Icelands to win? I mean, his opponent's on Death's Door.
That just now he's at Death's Door.
All right.
So we do have to wait the additional turn. My life totals are off currently. As they're deliberating the moves. We have a handful of rounds for the drafts. Today we'll be taking a break, and then we'll be coming back for the top 8 constructed this evening.
I feel like I might as well just have to tap to draw, because if you have something to kill me, you can just move here and do it something that you have. So.
Yeah, thinking hard how he can avoid being killed next turn. It's always difficult. Do you want to move with your sorcerer, tap him to move, or to be in a better position, or do you want to tap your sorcerer to draw another card?
I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna move over here.
And you use it to move his avatar to 19.
Sure.
Sacrifice it.
Sure.
Playing Mixed Terror, and he's actually using it right away. And plays a Conquer Worm. Wow, very strong card. Interesting to see this one as sealed. And draft, as it is a really high cost power minion. But if Conquer Worm will be around for 1 to 2 rounds, then that's a big issue if you don't have an answer here. Or he has nothing to.
Sure. And you have.
To just kill
You
him next turn.
Man, oh my God, you don't have a Dryad anymore. Oh, I'm stupid. You mixed. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Yeah, you got your thing. My turn.
Yeah, your go.
Okay.
Okay, interesting. You will see. Do you have the answer for? Answer for the Conquer Worm, or will he be able just to win with something here, as his opponent is on Death's Door already? The Valkyries with Airborne are still something that it's not that easy to handle. He could just fly to 18 and threaten lethal next turn.
I want to put your worm to sleep.
Okay, so it's just disabled until it takes damage.
And he's using a sleep here on the Conquer Worm. That means it will be disabled until it gets damage dealt.
Yeah, sure.
And that won't be too easy for his opponent anymore, as he will not be able to play Desert nearby to the side of the Conqueror Worm.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, put him to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
He is not tapped. That is correct.
Hey, we made a tap tap. We made a tap tap. We did our best. We did our best.
Courtesan cavalry.
Okay.
Attack the workers.
Miracle workers. Okay.
Puts down the Patrolling Cavalry to kill the Miracle Worker here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Having even one more threat.
Move.
And
Go.
that's what he does. He's moving his Valkyries to the side 18 to really have to pressure him. So I don't even know what's his out here.
Spell for turn.
He has to get rid of the cavalry. He has to get rid of the Valkyries. He just has a single blocker with the Wild Boar, and even the Wild Boar will just jump block. You will not be able to trade here.
I'm gonna.
The only thing that might work out if he would have played red, then Poison Over could do the trick here, but I think if he has Heat Ray at least.
I'm gonna hit my
That's
worm.
something.
Okay.
That it doesn't hit anything
Wow.
else.
Okay. Cool. So he's playing Heat Ray. That basically means that on the projectile that deals 2 damage to a single target at each side, and he chooses the Valkyries and his own Conquer Worms, so it is not sleeping anymore. It's Rake alive. Now can help him defend his avatar. And he has second Heat Ray. Then he probably kills the Valkyries.
The second heat ray, I will.
And the second target he will hit at 13 will be probably the Sorcerer.
So just a little touch on the format for today. We're doing 3 rounds of draft best of 1, and then we go to a top cut of top 4, and we're doing best of 3 constructed for the top 4 players. So it's not a full morning of a draft play, but it will be very, very, very interesting as we've been watching this match with Jack.
Yep.
Well, first one hit that, second one just hit him, and it killed the angels that was on the square.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And now, very interesting, he's using the worm to get rid of the Ogre Goons. That means that he's just down to this one White Boar as a jump blocker for his avatar, and even the opposing avatar will be, and that will be game. Yeah, and as I said, it's just he got rid of the jump blocker of the Wild Boar and will attack with his own avatar, and that will be it. Yep, nice.
Get this thing off. Are you guys still playing? No, we just finished. We just finished.
Who got it?
You got it.
Nice.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to the winner of that game. We're moving on to round 2 of 3 for our draft here at the Courtesan Cup 2024. After that moment, let me turn down a little bit of that. Yes, so we're going into our second round in a brief moment. And give us a second to reset tables. And we will be back in 3 shakes. I don't know how many shakes it takes. I'll be right back.
Of your heart. I'm getting lost in it, 'cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too, 'cause I'm getting lost on you. 'Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too, 'cause I'm getting lost on you. It's getting brighter. I've been up all night. You've been my world, and I never lied. Getting you closer, it's harder than I ever thought in my whole life. Hey, where are you now? I know that you need someone around. You know you can blame it all on me. So don't mind if you get lost again. 'Cause I'm getting lost in it. 'Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. 'Cause I'm getting lost on you. 'Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. 'Cause I'm getting lost on you.
Try my best to guide you back to us. I know you're going through a lot right now. I know that life is upside down. All your problems, put them, put them on me. All your problems, put them, put them on me. Fighting through the wind and out the darkness. Why you gotta treat yourself so heartless? I know you're going through a lot right now. I know that life is upside down. All your problems, put them, put them on me. All your problems, put them on me.
Okay. Okay.
Land surveyor here. Sites.
Spell for turn.
What trigger for one of more five?
Throw site. I will attack. Full attack. Tap to.
Yeah, I guess guess I'll tap to desert. It'll ping it, but not do anything. Cave trolls here. And here you go. I'll go to block it. Okay. Okay. My go? Alright.
Cards in hand? I have 4 spells, 1 sight, 4 spells, 1 sight. Okay.
I'm gonna draw a spell for turn.
I'm gonna draw a sight.
Tap. Draw another spell.
Attack here for 2.
Scorpions here.
Yep, I'll take 1.
I'm gonna Sacred Scarabs here. And here goes.
Draw a spell. I'll play Dead of Night Demon. Okay. And your turn.
Must happen when the condition is no longer true. Right? Yes. And it can't attack.
Remote desert pinging here.
Play a mad dash on the cavalry this turn.
Okay.
Draw a card.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to matter.
Okay.
If it's not, it's still interceptable, so I'll just...
Okay. Yeah, we'll trade for that.
And,
Okay.
Grapple shot lets you be. I will pass the turn.
Draw spell.
With life.
Cards in hand? 2 spells, 1 sight.
Is that visible? You think a dice would be visible? You think it's visible?
I think it will be.
Oh.
I have to get a dice out.
Oh yeah, that's fine. But I'm gonna draw a sight for turn. Okay.
I'm just gonna move up, not attacking. And your turn.
Still 20, right?
Yes.
Tap. Draw a spell.
I'm gonna check and make sure it's cool.
Mm-hmm. Tap to play a rustic village here. I will pay the 1 for the foot soldier. I guess I'll just leave that where it is. Just swing here for 1. And you can just go ahead.
That's your thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
You're good.
No.
You're good.
Going to attack for 3. Or 2. Take 4.
Yep.
Not good.
So that would be 14 or 15.
15. Frog, we're gonna eat that. Tap 2.
So Brandon here has played.
Okay. Is it dice just for stealth? Yeah. Okay. All right.
Tokens. All right. So PJ untaps his scarabs. He's drawing for turn here. PJ's at 17 right now, which is respectable.
Tap to try another spell.
PJ taps to draw another spell, which is a really good.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Which is a great draw for PJ. It was a blink, so he's able to pick up some extra cards later on. Stone Gaze Gorgons.
Yeah, loses stealth and yeah.
Stone Gaze Gorgons prevents his other minions at rest adjacent locations are disabled. Other minions at rest at adjacent locations are disabled.
I'm gonna swing for your avatar. Okay. So you lose 2 pretty much. Yeah. And your go.
Never mind. It doesn't matter now. I just killed that thing. I get into 2 damage attack, killing that.
So hey Kai, we're just wondering who won the last game. The player at the top actually won the last game. Just based on the seating arrangements, that's how the tables were placed. So, but PJ I think is just trying to defend here and get a better seating.
I'll draw a sight for turn. Thank God. Get some air. I'm gonna play one tower back here. So that puts me at 6. Oh yeah, because dryads. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, 7 with dryads. Well, he blocked it with that, so he healed 1 from, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna blink the Gorgons here. I will draw from that.
So chat, just from that interaction, he blocked with the Blood Ravens, which heals for 1 on strikes. So consequently, he gained 1, and then
I'm gonna swing it at you for
was hit for 3. Swinging in with the Gaze Gorgons for 3. So no responses on that.
These can still be like attacked into if it's like from. If like an airborne unit or yeah. Let's see. When something with stealth attacks, you can't block the first. Like if I attacked a site, you can't block it, right? Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play him.
There's a Dead of Night Demon currently. I think
When
we're
they
using.
get disabled, yes, they lose stealth. So if I moved him here, well, he would get I couldn't even attack. But yes, if he gets disabled, he loses stealth.
The move that's being considered is to lose stealth from the adjacent effects of
I guess Sandstorm.
Case Gorgons.
And here you go.
Sandstorm prevents any damage or intercept to be done on the sites that are occupied by Sandstorm. PJ passes the turn to Brandon and uses the tap ability to draw an additional spell book. Blinks
Two.
Okay. 13. Yep. Okay. That gets dispelled. Yes, they are. Draw a spell for turn.
I'm gonna cast 2 heat rays. 4. Kill the dryads.
Tap to draw another spell.
So this is dead. That's dead. You take 4. I'll take 4. You'll take 3.
PJ's considering a few things here.
There's a way I can do that.
With the current state, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana with the Avaline Dryads. Not exactly sure what we have in hand.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I guess I'll swing here for starters. Hit you for 3. Yeah. I'm gonna then blink it here. I'm actually gonna swing at this trade. I'm in for 1. And I did not draw my card off my blink yet. I drew 1 at the opening. Well, no, I drew 2 this turn because I tapped to draw. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. So I'm at what? I'm at 4 mana. 4 mana. Okay. Okay.
defend along with it?
Yeah, they're on the same side.
So my opponent's taking this Slumbering Giant, and Boots is taking multiple steps through my free city. Am I able to intercept with my Sandworm at some point?
I'm gonna play a Sacred Scarabs there. I guess, yeah, they are disabled. And then I'm gonna play a Mixed Terra in my Sorcerer's hands. And you're good to go.
Gotcha, okay, no biggie. So yeah, my old fault's dead, yeah.
So minions at rest.
Yeah, so that means if you had an airborne unit here, when it moves in because it's like attacking, so you could come in and strike this. At
Chat
rest
brought
means
up a
it's
good
not
point,
doing any action. So if an
saying
airborne
that I should
unit
have
came
swung
in and
first
it
with
could
the
strike
Night
this.
Demon into the rogue, since the Gorgons were disabling them, the Night Demon would have survived.
You could hit me for 2, but then it would be
Then swing with the Gorgons and blink.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the disabled immobile is different from disabled. Immobile, just means you can't move, but disabled means that you don't strike back. So that's a good observation.
Good observation from the chat.
Going to 11.
Also, should PJ be at 13?
Okay. Okay.
What else do you want to do here?
Leave this out a little.
I still have 2 mana left.
Okay.
Your units move.
6 mana. Yeah, I'll draw a site for turn.
Okay, thank you.
When you pick up a tap, you can
I'm gonna tap to
You get to do it one time, you get to pick up a drop.
play this site over here.
Thank you.
So I'm at 9.
Skip around like a 2, 4,
Yes.
Yeah, or 8. Yeah, I'm at 8. So. Oh, well, not counting the mix, because +1 from this, +1 from this, I have 6. So yeah, I'm at 8. Yeah. Mhm. Okay.
And my turn? Yeah. That's going.
Well, for starters, I'll swing for 1 here. Make it easy. Yeah.
I'll just draw a spell.
I think I'll end up losing a mana when I do
Hail
this.
Sorcerers, Rude here, jumping in to join for some awesome sorcery commentary. Looking forward to sharing my thoughts on some of these excellent plays and seeing some high-level sorcery gameplay move forward in the finals.
I'm gonna mad dash the scarabs. So I will draw. And then I'm gonna, for 4. I am gonna Miracle Workers to get that back to my hand.
So PJ,
And then I'm gonna
excellent play
crack
there.
this mix, sacrifice it to play Conqueror Worm. And I'm gonna play it. I'll play it there.
Wow. 4 damage plus the mix, getting
And
the worm.
I think I don't. 2. I had 9 and I lose 1. That cost me 5, 7. I think because I disabled this, I have 1 mana. So you can go ahead.
I did. The one fuck up I had, so I looked at my top cards.
Oh, and not the. What'd you say?
That scared you. And what I
Yeah, and I'm gonna play the Miracle Workers, I guess here.
Like, I don't think you would have. If I
So I did the this turn I did the Mad Dash on the. Oh, did I move them? I think I just put it down. I didn't mean to. I meant to play it there. I don't think. Yeah, I didn't even play it. I like put it like it was a spell or something. Yeah.
So I also have Violent. So I would have. If I had the mana, right? Like I play Violent, I kill that.
Oh yeah, that's 5 mana. Yeah.
Okay, hey guys. I'm just joining right now. What's the current state looks like? We have a lot of big minions here.
Yeah, incredible play on the last turn using a mix to get the Conqueror Worm out after mad dashing his Scarab into the Sorcerer. Phenomenal play.
Crazy. Those are these kinds of board states that are really wide and really difficult to do the best plays here. If you have so many big creatures and different effects stacking on top of each other.
But I did have the imp to guarantee the.
I agree, and I can imagine Brandon going into that turn feeling relatively comfortable, having that roaming monster out, and to see it shift so quickly. Yeah, it was a mad dash, yeah.
And then sword, mad dash.
Bats and Pegasus.
Okay. My go? Okay. I will draw a spell for the turn. I will tap to draw another spell.
I would have drawn after Press Guide.
Just for clearance, are you able to attack with Stormgaze Gorgons on the 12 where the Sandworms is, and they won't be able to defend because they're still disabled? Yeah. Okay. All right.
I was sweating. I thought I was like.
What life are you?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
5.
I was lucky enough to.
I mean, I'll go to swing for the site. Or you can.
Got the version foil actually.
Swing,
The foil version is really beautiful.
Blocking with the bats.
Okay. Yeah. Where's the foot soldier? Is he still on the village or is it on the desert?
I believe it is on 9.
They don't strike back. They're
It's an aura.
disabled, and then I'm gonna swing in that to finish that off.
It's the 4-foot foot soldier totem.
Yeah, kind of taking advantage of the disable there to knock it out and not lose his own minions.
Yeah, very smart.
Ogre Goons here, and
But I wasn't sure if you were gonna move, so I was like.
Wow, another Scarabs.
Sacred Scarab, and
Fucking A, man. Sweaty ass game.
That's the thing with Conqueror Worm. If you don't have like an immediate answer for it,
yeah,
you will probably just run away and take it the game.
Yeah, I can imagine Brandon's thinking about what his next steps could be, seeing the board state change so quickly with PJ getting all these big minions out, and I can imagine he's really trying to think about what answers he might have for that worm.
Like a perfect one would be a poison over here. That would be just brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. They trade?
He trades with the Gorgons.
Yeah,
So I
it's smart
assume he
move
does
there.
not have
enough value.
Yeah. He does not have the poison orb, unfortunately, for him. Or I think I'm able to see his hand cards. Does he have 3 roaming monsters?
It looks like it.
3 roaming monsters, okay, that's wild. It's not really the card that gets you out of the situation here.
Yeah, I could think maybe if he stacks both and tries to double block the worm, but it's a hard one because now his mana is getting reduced as the worm takes over.
Now he just draw the Death Touch minion, and he has a grapple shot in his hand. So that's at least an answer to the Conqueror Worm. And it will actually swing everything around in his favor, I guess. But I'm not sure if he has enough mana to do both.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He's probably planning out where to place it and how much mana he has, and really needing an answer this turn because an 8 swing is going to be huge if he misses that.
Also, he will be losing one of his sides. And I actually think he has exactly that turn to get rid of the Conqueror Worm, and if he doesn't, then game will be just over, as he will lose mana each turn, and that makes it even difficult to get rid of the Conqueror Worm. Besides the fact that he loses 8 lives every turn.
I'll just block it with the Dryads.
Yeah, good block there.
I mean, yeah, I'll block it with the Dryads.
As at this point, the Dryads have kind of given them the boost of mana, knowing that the Conquer Worm is going to be taking a site each turn most likely, so that trade isn't that big of a deal.
Also think like at a certain point, I mean, he has so much. He got 6 lands already. I think there's he can basically play every card in his deck already. So he's not really doesn't really need another side, maybe.
That's all I got.
Okay. All right.
All right. So no grapple shot with the Death Touch minion. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's thinking about keeping that Dromedary out just to chump block for the worm, but the problem is he's got the goons down there as well as the Scarab.
That won't work out. He can just, worst case, he's just using a Scarab to get rid of the...
To kill that.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess I'll
Ogre's probably killing the Dromedar.
Top side, bring it here. I'm not going to have it target that. Oh, sorry, I think you were at 5, right? Okay. And, let's go there.
Is he life counter accurate at the moment?
Oh. Okay, yeah. Let's sit there. Sounds good. And, yeah. Actually, kind of helps.
Okay, what's going on right now?
I was just gonna ogre.
Yeah.
But he did. He only did 4 mana. He did. Yeah. Oh, what?
It was tower, so there was a Dryad.
I had 9. Yeah, I had 9 mana and a mix. And a mix.
They're double checking everything. 7, 8, and there was a mix.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
I had a mix that made that 5.
2 spells. You cast.
Yes, I Mad Dash. Yeah.
Mad Dash at the same turn. Mix.
For the mix, I cast the turn before. I didn't cast mix on the same turn.
Right, but the discount was.
Yeah, so it makes it 5. These are 4. Makes it 9.
Cost 8, cost 2, cost 2.
Makes it 5, so it's. So it's
Yeah,
9.
just calculating some
And
mana
that's what I
totals
had,
for
'cause I
that
played
big
the
worm
site
play.
and I had the Dryads.
Dryad 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I'm just a little bit confused what is going on with the Conqueror Worm's side. Seems like he was you wanted to play the Dromedar on the
Oh yeah.
desert on the 8, and
I mean,
then
I'd love to. I mean, what would you want to take back?
Yeah, I think he would have had to play the Dromedary on 8 because the Worm took the desert on 9 the turn before, so he wouldn't be able to cast the
okay.
Dromedary there.
Okay, yeah, this
Well,
makes
I
sense.
mean, what did I cast a Mad Dash, and I mean, we could just the Miracle Workers. This is like 2 turns ago. Yeah.
There's been a lot of changes so far.
I thought I did too. I'm.
Oh.
Yeah, it has to be it.
There was still a Gorgons out here. It says desert.
No, it was not there.
This was still chilling here.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even know if that was out yet. Like I have to look at footage. It was so far ago.
No, I played that last turn.
It's so irreversible.
I mean, I could.
It's pretty far back.
I mean, what we could.
What ended up dying that turn?
Which turn? Did anything die that turn?
I don't think anything from the worm specifically.
No. Nothing's died. It killed 1 bats last turn.
And it also took a mana away for an extra turn, I guess. Which would have.
Do we want to take away Miracle Workers and put in bats to make it fair?
I mean, that seems fair. Does that seem fair to you?
I don't think I have this anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it, but I don't think it will make a difference, but yeah.
Where do I put these, though?
Wherever you want, I guess. I guess anywhere, and honestly, like, because they were here. Yeah, I guess anywhere in this whole square.
Here.
Yeah.
So if they weren't there, I would
He defended.
So if that wasn't there at that turn, I potentially could have gotten extra damage.
Still had your site.
Yeah, so how about you can put the bats there and take back the site? Yeah.
I can't take back the site, it's not mine.
Well, but well, I mean, we can just say you get the site back.
that hand, dude. Yeah, it's got movement +1.
Okay, it seems like PJ is owing him some.
I'm fine with you bats and
fatal thing.
back. Like I said, I don't think it's going to make a difference
Here.
either way.
Yeah, and this is one thing I love about the sorcerer community. Even when something like this happens, it's really more of a collaborative discussion trying to figure out what's fair and how to get the board state back to a place where both players are
I mean, I had
compensated for lack of better
back
terms.
when the bats were there.
Yeah,
I had a
100%
Scarab.
agree.
Yeah,
That's
Scarab. I had
exactly my experience of the sorcerer community till now. That's
I could have blocked
really
with that.
so many nice people.
Which one would you be taking back, the Mad Dash?
Never had an heated argument
we're taking
over
back the
some
Miracle Workers. Is what I'm saying.
rules discussion or something.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we could take.
Because my roaming monster died to a Beetles right there. The Beetles was cast here. You attacked it with the Beetles. The Beetles never played here.
Well, would you rather just have your roaming monster than the bats, or what do you want to do?
I'm saying there was a lot of interaction that changed. You changed up on do we have live footage? Can we go back to previous game state?
It's just a lot of information.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean,
it's game changing. It's crap. Yeah, you're right.
So if there wasn't a beetle there would still be a roaming monster on the board, and if this conqueror.
Yeah, I think that's Brandon's argument here is that the scarabs were brought back by the Miracle Worker, which was reversed.
Well, you would
and
have
now trying
blocked
to
with the
figure
same
out
bats last turn that would have killed
how
it. It
to,
would be
to
dead.
bring back those multiple interactions.
Yeah, I think at a certain point it's just difficult to back up the situation and kind of have to deal with what it is right now.
Yeah, and I think as you play as well, there's kind of a balance of paying attention to the board state and
if you
managing.
still have your monsters there, and I basically
I mean, in
scared
their defense, it
disappeared.
was a super complicated board situation, and that
Yeah.
is actually a thing in sorcery that is. There are not too many situations that are basically every game seems like it's a complete new experience. So it's difficult to have certain memories
for 4. That must have been the other.
Of situations that were similar.
That's the one I
but,
mad dashed. Yep.
Yeah, I think in general, if you
if we're bringing
if you
this
stick
back
by the
and I
rule
didn't
that you're
mad dash
trying
those
to
beetles, we can kind of say that
not
instead of
back up any situation where information was shared beyond.
one of them, yeah.
The beetles that killed this.
Yeah, and we're looking at 2
we
turns
brought
worth
that
of
back.
actions here that really got tangled up in this situation.
Is my key issue. So you would technically, without having any defenders down here, you could potentially be.
I just killed them this turn with the beetles.
See, now I don't.
Yeah, I just killed them this turn with it because I tapped here to move. Because
Is this currently your turn?
Yeah, I drew one at the start of turn, and then I moved him over here so I could attack with the beetles and kill him. That's what yeah.
Yeah, I think that's almost impossible for a judge to make a decision here that is based on action that were 2 turns before. Kind of have to find an agreement that is based on a more certain or lately happened action.
Yeah, it's kind of that balance again of being kind of fair, but also respecting the fact that so many turns have passed that it really would be hard to predict what potential outcomes could have occurred and how to really determine what the board state should be at this point because so much knowledge has been shared.
Yep.
How did your miracle work?
And also, as longer as a day, or as
yeah, but then we
could
bring back Gorgons, but
the full 50 minutes. It's just
but they were
mentally
only there because I
exhausting
moved there
to
to
keep track of
attack with
everything.
I hit the.
I'm a fan of keeping it simple at this point. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm hearing the judge saying the same thing, that there are too many interactions happening already.
Yeah. It's rough, especially round 2 of this draft. I mean, that could have been a make or break play.
Totally. I think there also Brandon had the opportunity at one point to grapple shot with his scorpions into the Conqueror Worm.
Yeah, see, this is really
When he was on 5 mana, but now if the board state stays like that, I'm not sure if there's any way for him to recover here.
Yeah, I agree with the worm out. It is it is such a looming threat, and
I
unless
placed it down and then
he's
I put
able
it
to
where I
get
wanted to put
the
it. Yeah, I was playing it and
lethal
then I
minion with
placed
that
it,
grapple shot that we had seen, I think he'd be hard pressed to recover from that. But now that he's got that extra mana, it seems like, where they're reversing the Conquer Worm play with him taking over that site, he may have enough mana to actually do that.
Yeah. I feel like one thing we could do is, so that would live definitely. My Gorgons would, It's just because the scarabs that I suicided into, I would have used to kill one of those. So I was thinking maybe you could gain some amount of life and one of these would go away, but I don't know.
Yeah, this is such a hard situation to rewind. I do not envy Zack
Like if you
Attack and
gain
helping to make
4
these
life,
decisions.
and I would have
No, totally
suicided
not.
the scarabs into
It's like
that.
I would be the worst deck ever.
So
Won't be able to
and we've already determined that's the one
to find a fair decision here.
Yeah, I think part of the challenge of being a judge as well is really just trying to respect both players and make an objective decision, really wanting both to do well, but realizing that the determination is going to probably lead to some sort of negative emotions with one person versus the other.
Yeah,
it's a tough spot to be in.
So if you had your Gorgons back here still,
Mhm.
because you wouldn't have a Miracle Workers,
Yeah.
that means Roaming Monster would still be there.
And well, this would be there, but
I also. You moved up because you wanted to trade.
It seems to make sense to me that the Gorgons would still be back there.
Yeah, seeing some good comments in the chat as well.
If
I
that
think,
was the case, right,
part of
where I
the,
just, like,
the cup is a learning
kept it
process too,
there.
and really learning what is going to work moving forward for different events, and maybe having a clear limit set for, the amount of turns that one could rewind going into it, so that we all know.
and then my Dryads would still be there. 'Cause,
Yeah, I think 7 Willie. It seems like that is a good observation to have a clear limitation.
Yeah, with that clear limitation too, it can really set the expectations for players to really play appropriately. And also agree having a dedicated judge for feature matches. So Jeff Watkins, you were saying exactly what we were just talking about off mic, that having that dedicated judge would probably be a really important thing for these high stakes events.
Yeah. We still have to consider Sorcery's still a new game, people learning about all the interactions and
Yeah, and for a fan-run event, really working on volunteer dedication, just a phenomenal community trying to figure out how we can help the game grow and kind of evolve moving forward.
And when did I last lose life? I got from the grapple shot from the roaming monster, right?
I have actually quite a good feeling about the sorcery and its journey and the community. Playing TCGs for a while now, and or at least in my experience, sorcery is the most welcoming community and most awesome card game.
Oh, I agree, 100%. And on top of that, the interactions with the team and Eric's Curiosa, always really supportive, engaging, just really genuinely great folks that want to see the game succeed and really care about the community's input.
I think I summoned it my last turn, maybe.
Yeah, it's another good point,
Oh, no, it wasn't
James.
my
Well,
last
it's
turn 'cause I attacked,
players
so it
in
would've
this
been
draft
my
playing
2
decks
turns to
that
go.
they were kind of
This is my turn again, and I attacked
creating
with
on the
last
fly
turn,
and maybe using
summoned it
cards
a
and
turn before
interactions that they're not really as familiar with compared to their constructed decks.
Yep.
So potentially opening up a higher chance for these missed interactions or miscalculations, just
ignoring
because
what
of
wasn't there,
a real lack of familiarity with the deck as a whole.
I drew for
I
turn,
had a
and I
similar
moved my
situation
sorcerer over
a few weeks
here,
ago when
and I
I was
activated
playing
my
the. I don't even know what the card is called. The Fire Cyclops, I think.
Oh,
Or
yeah,
not
this-
striking back.
Yep, doesn't
And-
strike back when it defends, yeah.
Yeah. On the same side, my opponent had the Plump Pegasus, and he was attacking with the Plump Pegasus on my Cyclops to deal 3 damage to kill it afterwards with lightning bolt. And funnily enough, my Cyclops wasn't striking back, so playing the lightning bolt was a 50-50 chance for him
I mean, he
killing
would
his
definitely
own
get the
minions.
grapple shot back. I guess I would get the miracle workers back in my hand if I never played it.
I've never had a game go this. I've never seen this many cards. I don't have any actual I mean, if it, the board state, okay, I'm gonna look at what. The board state is essentially we can.
I mean, even if you could, but we can't reverse the card draw and all that. Like we did, yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Ocho. I do not envy Zach in this situation. This is a tough one.
Besides that, I think it's really amazing that most sorcery cards they don't have too many text written on themselves.
No,
not too many abilities. And
I can be wrong.
the whole
I don't know what's in your hand.
complexity
I feel
really
like it
comes from
probably won't
the grid
matter,
and
but
how the whole
whatever
system
you
works.
have, if that's
Yeah.
what
I'm
you
just
wanna
thinking
do
the
where
spatial
those two are
component of
back,
this. Not only is it
this
the
is
top
here,
level,
like I
but you're
didn't
thinking in
attack
three
those,
dimensions. You've got
that's back in your
multiple
hand.
subsurface levels, and while it may be a mat that you're using, it's really
you
almost
can
like a
choose
three-dimensional
to
space.
have the bats or the Pegasus because you could have blocked with the bats or the Pegasus here.
I feel like the three-dimensional space is what draws some people to the game. That's what draw me to the game.
Yeah.
I can fit it. When I thought about it, I thought about literally the 3D chess. But
we're
I don't
bringing
know
Gorgons back, bringing
if
that
that
back,
was
bringing that back, bringing that back.
an
bringing this
idea
back,
that
and,
helped with the
I'm
grid.
gonna
But
tap this to
again, there's other grid-based games. I'm not sure, but this is right down my alley.
You didn't lose any life.
Yeah,
from me
same for
doing
me.
stuff
I'm
over here,
also
right?
a big tabletop player and really
because you blocked the Conqueror Worm
really
with the bats.
got my
that didn't
attention
hit
with the grid system and foremost, of course, the really awesome artwork.
I don't think I swung.
Yeah. I mean, they have done so many things right, from the art to the interactions, and really that complexity coming with the grid system. While it can be challenging in scenarios like this where you're trying to dial things back and rework turns, I think it's a huge draw for a lot of players, and something that's really exciting to be able to kind of move your cards across a battlefield you're creating, but also increasing that level of complexity can make it hard to sometimes figure out those interactions.
But I think it scales really well. It's like for a beginner, quite easy to understand, I guess, compared with like other more complex card games and maybe Flesh and Blood. But on the surface level, it's also really complex, and you can play it on a high level competitive mode basically. And
it's airborne.
Yeah.
But that wasn't. That
just has it all.
It does, yeah. I'm so excited to see the future sets as they come out. I think they're really going to change the way we view a lot of the cards now.
Yep.
My turn.
And what's also interesting, even though that we have just had this one set, basically for 2 years almost now, but there's still so much going on. The meta shifting all the time. You can just really. There's so much in this one set to figure out, and that keeps you entertained.
Yeah, I was actually talking about that with Chase yesterday evening after the first round of the Cup finished, and how we're almost coming full circle in terms of decks. Starting with the big Avatar of Earth and Earth decks when Alpha was first released, and then seeing kind of a transition to the Death Speaker decks, and then a move over to Sorcerer, and now a lot of Geomancer and Earth decks again.
It's
so
incredible.
It's almost come back full circle, and
it is really incredible.
I agree. I can't wait to see how many other interactions and things people unlock. And one of the unique elements of this event being the largest to date, is it's bringing a lot of players from different regions together. I think it's going to inspire a lot of creativity in terms of deck building and evolution moving forward.
Yep, yep.
I cannot wait to see what the meta for the Gen Con constructed tournament's going to look like. I think it's going to be something that we can't even predict.
One thing that I've seen, and I can't wait for it, is I just requested some sandstorms because of the interaction, right? The intercept. I saw that and I was like, wait a second. You can't intercept if it says you can't intercept. So that could get you away for +2 movement if you can get you away to get to a site.
You definitely played that. You played the grapple
So
shot.
I'm gonna definitely.
Brought back to your hand. Yeah.
So you're saying Sandstorm's the next hot card that we all gonna see in constructed.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really interesting play. You know, kind of allowing you more movement, and that could also bring you into a position where you can like fly or move something through a site that they would be able to typically block with a larger minion that could take it out.
Yeah, that's the nice thing. As more sites as you have in play,
11, I guess,
more the movement factor comes in and gets more important.
Okay.
Yeah, I know personally, even just yesterday, playing in the qualifiers for the finals, seeing some really interesting deck approaches that I hadn't even thought of before, and just some incredibly talented players out there all competing today.
Totally. It's also like making cards decision. When I saw Drew playing the Scarecrow in his Battle Mage, in his competitive Battle Mage, I was really surprised, as I was pretty sure Scarecrow is a card that is purely for the flavor and doesn't really fit into any competitive format. But yeah, I still gotta learn.
Well, I think that's one of the beautiful things of this game, having such a large card pool, as we said.
Yeah.
And then if we're going back to your turn, that goes there. It's my miracle workers.
All right, I think we've made a resolution here. We're continuing with gameplay.
Okay, it looks like a resolution's there, and we're moving forward.
Okay, wait. Is the Plump Pegasus getting the Wings of Intervention?
Okay.
Oh, took out the Gorgons, saving the Sandworm.
Saving the Sandworm. Well, that means that he still has to struggle with the Conqueror Worm.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to do. There's a couple of potential plays there. I can see moving in with one of those other larger power minions and picking up those wings following the attack and giving one of them airborne.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about the idea that at this point he just tries to steal the win with attacking with his own Sandworm back there and the roaming monster?
Yeah.
And the just ignoring the Conqueror Worm, as Conqueror Worm will take at least 2 more turns to get close to his avatar.
Yep, there's the play, picking up the wings.
Yeah. Wow, interesting.
Yep, down to 7, I think he said.
For another 4. Can potentially block with the Dryads, which he does.
Blocking with the Dryads.
We saw this. Isn't the action happening before? Yeah, wow, it's actually much closer now when we fought.
Okay.
Now Brandon has 2 large minions back there, one with airborne, the major threat to the Conqueror Worm.
Yeah, the only thing Brandon might be missing here is he's down to 4 sites, so he probably cannot really play more than 1 card per turn.
Yeah.
PJ with the sorcerer ability to tap to draw another card here and having much more mana.
Yeah.
has the ability to dig through his stack and find solutions for
draw again.
the threats.
Yeah, that's what he's doing, pulling some more spells, hoping for an answer
Where's
here.
my mana at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Okay. I'm gonna critical strike the foot soldier.
Wow.
So I can trade for that.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'll swing here for 8.
Brendan
Yeah.
won't like that.
I wonder if he
Critical
should have
strike
played
on a
that
foot soldier.
scorpion on site 7, which would have allowed him to
Yeah.
move in to defend on 8.
True. Absolutely.
My fucking rival got it. My rival got it. That is what it is.
Wow, huge swing there.
I'm gonna assorted animals for.
I'll beat him one day, but it wasn't today.
You're smarter
5
afterwards
mana
anyway.
left, right? 'Cause yeah, 5 minutes. I'm gonna assorted animals
Yeah,
for
but
3.
you're completely right. Not playing these scorpions
Yeah.
on the 8 would have
Right,
made
that's all
a
I got
huge
left,
difference
okay.
here.
So I'm gonna do set for 3, right? So I'm gonna do a. Yeah, I guess a Plume Pegasus. And you want to cut? Okay. I'm gonna play Miracle Workers here.
Pull that Miracle Workers out, probably to serve as a blocker to prevent that Death's Door swing on next turn.
Yeah, I'll run you a foil to come over here, and yeah, it was good, but Pete's insane, man. Pete is so. Pete might be the best sorcery player, like true. He is so good.
I guess I'll move here. Oh, and actually, instead of, because I forgot I have to do the tap thing for this. Tap here. So I have one extra mana. I'm gonna play Plume Pegasus there, and then I'll move the Ogre Goons here.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot now with that airborne minion within striking distance next turn.
Yeah, your turn.
Yeah.
Sandworm just out of range to get it.
Okay, he has a spin attack here. Still needs to untap his creatures, I guess. Moving the sorcerer to get out of the reach of the Conqueror Worm.
Yeah, and down to 3 mana this turn, right? Because of the Conqueror Worm taking his other one.
Exactly. So what he can do is he can swing with the Sandworm onto the Ogre Goons or with the roaming monster and triple shot onto the
Pegasus.
On the Pegasus, yeah. And I would probably do it with the Sandworm, as the Sandworm is airborne minion now, and the Conqueror won't be able to kill it.
Yeah, a lot of that's what he's gonna do. Probably move back, right, to the.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, right. It's
Double
the
movement,
Wings of
extra
Intervention.
movement.
Yeah, double movement. Okay, then he can actually use his grapple shot to put PJ at F-Star as well. Well, there are just so many options. Probably.
Yeah, at these like really complicated board states, I always think of that meme with like the mathematical equations floating above your head, like really trying to think of what's the right choice here.
And he used grapple shot to put him on Death Star, and I think this is usually the right call here, because you're running out of time. PJ can stick 2 cards into his deck each
Mhm.
turn and
I wonder
finding
how many
any.
more spells he has in his spell book there.
Yeah, okay, he got a heat ray
Sorry
there.
about all that.
That's one of the
I don't know how we missed that because like
rare
I kind of said
location
9
where
and
a
you did
heat
the
ray
same.
does.
I don't know how.
Yeah,
It's the
makes a
perfect
difference.
choice
and
for that. Yeah.
Perfect choice. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
What a game.
Fireballs.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have done it here. Wow. Yeah, really interesting.
Incredible game.
With a cool
At
conquer
a
worm
certain
play
point, I
game.
was pretty sure that Brandon was.
Yeah, it happens. I guess. Are they still in the same round? It
Wow.
feels like that was like eons.
That was a different. That was very interesting. The round 2 of 3 from the draft. That was PJ and Brandon.
Yeah.
We did learn a lot, and thank you, chat, for helping us out in terms of the parameters for changing to go back and fix illegal game actions per se. I appreciate the help pointing things out, and I continue to encourage it. But yeah, that was really interesting. Just
I
going
agree.
through
Yeah,
that.
yeah, and I want to reflect your sentiments too. I mean, as I'd mentioned before, one of the things that I love about this community is the willingness to kind of grow together, and it's awesome to see folks in chat really paying attention to games and bringing it to the attention of individuals because of the complexity of those board states. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
What an incredible match! Wow.
Yeah. It's really almost like an action movie.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and especially too, seeing the level of intensity in these matches being draft, I think this clears any concern in anyone's mind that this set is draftable. What a phenomenal experience!
It is. And I haven't seen a match till now that was like one-sided, where it was
Yeah.
really over quickly. That was just really swingy. Even this game with the Conquer Worm in play, which is usually like a sign that someone is really far ahead. We still
Yeah,
had
yeah.
a really, really close outcome here.
Yeah, phenomenal
amazing.
show for both players. I've had the pleasure too of playing against Brandon and with him at 3 separate events now, West Virginia, then down in St. Louis at Midland Mayhem, and it's so wonderful to see him here, bringing that skill to the table. So phenomenal match.
Crazy.
Right now, we have one more round in the draft. At that point in time, I'm not sure if we're going to take a break, but I'll keep everyone posted. Then we'll be moving to top 4, constructed, best of 3. At that point in time, we will have our 2024 Courtesan Cup Spring Social champion. This evening, we'll have an award ceremony where we'll be presenting all of the awards. So stay tuned for round 3 of the draft. And we'll be right back.
Absolutely. Best of luck to all the players moving forward. I cannot wait to see the next couple of games. I have a feeling they are going to be incredible.
I'm super excited for the top 4.
It's getting brighter. I've been up all night. You've been my world, and I never lied. Getting you closer, it's harder than I ever thought in my whole life. Hey, where are you now? I know that you need someone around. You know you can blame it all on me. So don't mind if you get lost again. Cause I'm getting lost in it. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost on you. It's getting brighter. I've been up all night. You've been my world, and I never lied. Getting you closer, it's harder than I ever thought in my whole life. Hey, where are you now? I know that you need someone around. You know you can blame it all lost in it, 'cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too, 'cause I'm getting lost on you. 'Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too, 'cause I'm getting lost on you.
I could be a lighthouse in the fog, trying my best to guide you back to us. I know you're going through a lot right now. I know that life is upside down. All your problems, put them on me. All your problems, put
Welcome back. Welcome back. We have round 3 of 3. Currently now, this round is determining the top 4 that goes into the finals. We have player 1 as Michael and player 2 is Peter. Let's see how this this last game of the round plays out.
Hail Sorcerers, Rude here from Archives of the Realms, sending some commentary your way. Had the chance to actually play both Michael and Peter, Peter a couple times at other events as well. Really excited to see how the game unfolds here today. I think it's going to be super exciting. I ended up actually going against Michael yesterday, and he was my final match of the day, and that loss is what kept me out. So I hope that he continues to move forward. I'm glad to see he is doing so well.
I don't think you're lying about that.
I had a couple cards. I was like, there are a couple cards that could be good, but that would be one I really want to see. Yep, tap draw. Okay. I will play critical strike.
We're just going to trade.
I will declare a move and attack here. When I enter this site, I'm striking. I do 6
I'm thinking it's along the path. Rather, it's in the path, but it can be along the path.
He's doing a range 3.
Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, sure. So she takes 6. Yeah.
Then this attack resolves, and I do 3. These guys will attack here for 3. And then I will play a snow leopard here, and it's removed. You got a special site? That's also okay.
I remember seeing that.
Michael seems to have drafted Swan Maidens. In this pod,
aggressive.
In this pod, as we saw during the beginnings of the draft, there was a lot of water cards going around.
I attack right here. I don't also get to shoot you. Okay. Because I have to move. Okay. I have to enter a site to be able to.
Peter taps.
Foil. Destroy. Destroy means after entire war effect, 2 steps away. It dies. And then put it on the bottom.
Oh, sorry. This is not the card I meant to play. I put a card down from my hand.
Those back there.
Can I change?
I had the chance to play against Pete in a sealed event, actually, at Midland Mayhem. I know he's got a lot of experience doing drafted and sealed. Excited to see what type of deck he's built.
Yeah.
I will.
It's it's limited.
Attack here for 2. Attack here for 2.
Here for 3.
Take 4.
Wow, that's a big swing.
I
will tap to play tower, go to 6.
Takes Peter down to 16 life total, playing a Nimbus Gen pretty early in this game.
Yeah, wow, look at that.
Draw that.
I'll move there, and then I will.
Yeah, I wonder what he's gonna do.
Play a Cloud Spirit back here, and it is your turn.
Looks like he's going to try and get more mana available for a swinging. To get ready, that's his biggest threat right now. Get rid of the Nimbus Gen.
Good play there. Doing the damage with the desert and then finishing it off with that minor explosion.
One thing Jesse was talking about earlier is how important red is because of the deserts in draft.
Well, I totally agree. In my experience, I think that red is probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest elements for draft play.
Yep.
Cast Violent. Take 2.
Violent, taking him down 2.
You're at 8.
Yep.
And I will summon Headless Haunt there.
Ooh, okay.
Wow.
Oh,
Haunt.
love seeing a headless haunt.
Your turn.
Maybe you guys can help me out. If you roll a 17 now with the headless haunt, you won't be able to enter, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think.
On the nom horrors?
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to enter. I don't know if he stays in the same spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already a river, so.
So Peter's readied up right now, the ability to draw a spell if necessary.
One of the things I love about Pete, he has a whole range of custom printed sorcery shirts, and every day he kind of rotates them out. It's awesome to see what card he's going to be wearing next.
You only land sites. Yeah, you do. I only land sites. So unless it longer happens.
I will draw a sword.
I will.
Yeah, and then
Amazon bar is always a solid minion to have.
I do want to mention that. I do want to mention that this is a little bit new for me, but 32 players. There's 4 pods for this draft. The top player from each pod will be part of the best of 3 constructed play. That's very cutthroat in terms of your draft ability, your record.
Absolutely, yeah. You've got to be incredibly well-rounded and also pretty lucky in the draft to get the cards you need, and maybe even be seated next to people that aren't thinking of a similar deck.
How the game works continually today. I appreciate
You're
your
on
help.
site. Tap. Play a site. Strike there. I'm going to cast Flaming Sword onto the Headless Haunt.
Wow, Flaming Sword on the Haunt.
Teleport the Headless Haunt.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, you can.
For 5. Yeah. And then it dies. You take 5.
Yep.
Help out your luck with, with a teleport card here if you're not hitting it in other ways.
Yeah, so Pete taking another 5 damage from that hit.
The
Yeah.
maidens will pick
But wasn't he hitting the avatar or the site?
I think he hit the Dryads, and then the splash damage from the Flaming Sword.
Kill the rest right over there would mean that the headless haunt is still alive.
You're at this door, and your turn.
Or do I roll here?
Are you out of cards?
Obviously,
I'm
I'm
out of cards. Oh, I was like, all right, you got Firebolt in hand, but no.
I think one of the unique things about the Flaming Sword here is it's striking the enemies. So his Swan Maiden was safe there when that splash damage went off. Brilliant play.
Yep.
Play the Cloud Spirit back here. Okay. And some Scorpions.
Huge swing there. Wow, a lot of damage.
Scorpion, your turn.
We got quite some cards in hand.
incinerate.
Incinerate.
Each other unit, so then I'll pick up the sword.
Wow.
Wow,
Big play.
Yeah.
And stealing his sword, too.
Yep.
It's all 5.
Those last 2 turns were just incredible for both players.
I can imagine Pete was just holding that card, waiting for the right time to use it, and hoping that all of those minions clustered on one site.
Yeah.
Oh!
Nice top deck.
All right.
I also have Riptide, so I could have dug again, and then I had Thunderstorm, so
yeah,
would have closed it.
Wow, that was a fast game.
Yeah, I mean...
That's the thing with playing fire and earth.
I hated my deck, and then every time I hate my deck, it ends up here. It's the other people are like, "That's the nuts. What are you talking about?" It's because of the blue. But
I love hearing the player interaction afterwards again. You know, still really intense, but just having excitement for each other and really trying to learn and understand the game. Just, I said it before, but wonderful community.
Yeah. It's also the beauty in draft to see cards that you usually won't see if you just play constructed.
Oh wow, a Mega Amoeba in there too. Look at that.
Yeah.
So he's playing 3 colors. As I see Earth, I see Air.
Too unusual, actually.
Yeah.
Playing 3 colors, but I agree. Like Mega Moeba is a card that.
What's fun is the frog.
Yeah, you usually need like a few other cards to really make it work.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just.
Could probably Riptide it over as well, right? So giving the Riptide, so giving it +2 on one turn.
It's a wacky deck, isn't it?
Yes.
It's just kind of
maybe even. I'm sorry.
Jump it.
Yeah. Oh, nice deck, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Wow.
I hated it, and then so hearing it was received well.
Having 2 spin attacks,
Yeah.
which is also a card that can be very huge. But I think in general, spin attack is a card that might be too situational for having multiple copies inside your deck.
Just drew that.
Thing. I also had common sense for grapple shot.
Okay, I think opening hand was
and he has a crown prince.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw Pick first picked up.
Oh, so you were just sitting on spin attacks.
Yeah, and then I was like draw.
Crown Prince is actually one of the uniques that I think really has an impact on your deck.
And I just
with all the foot soldier token are able to generate a Crown Prince and give you a huge advantage.
Honestly, that's
Yeah.
like this is
I think one of the big things with draft is just trying to get that board advantage as quickly as you can.
Deserts,
Yeah.
it trades up usually, so.
Playing a mage, or is it a mage slayer or what's the card?
You dealing
Mage
with
Slayer,
the
yep.
Jin, I was like, okay, so he's not out of this at all. Like, as soon as I thought I had that early pressure, I just figured you didn't have any good targets for value.
Well, yeah, and when your guy blinked here, it's like, okay, now I'm at death's door.
Yeah, I was. Well, I used the teleport.
And really, hopefully, he could have used that Crown Prince to just jump block and come back. Those mortals on the board.
Yeah, okay. I guess
I flaming sword him, and then
One of the benefits of having that caravan down there, it's got all types as well, which means you can also cast the Incinerate off of the caravan.
I don't think you have to target it.
Yeah,
imagine getting incinerated by a caravan.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's what you said earlier. There's so many, like, not explore, or there's so many room to explore interactions and combos.
Yeah, but I needed the desert because I was Giantess on my opener. Yeah, I was just kind of stuck with that choice, I think. I'm not sure, but I see what you're saying too.
So that was very interesting. What was the gameplay? Towards the end, there was the flaming sword that changed hands, and the tides were about to change in a second. How did that happen?
Yeah, so really a lot of pressure on Michael's end. So building up a number of cheap creatures and then pulling in some higher power ones like that Nimbus Djinn, and getting, I think, the headless haunt with the flaming sword and then teleporting it onto his sorcerer was really one of the big turns in the game. But Pete holding that incinerate and having that right timing to use it when all of those minions clustered up, and I can imagine Michael thinking like, "Oh, I've got this one. Like, he can't kill all of them, and he's got the one card that can." Incredible swings. I was expecting the game to kind of go a little bit longer actually after seeing that board change that quickly.
Yeah, it is sometimes the thing when you're on Death's Door, your opponent has many ways to get the killing blow on you, and even though the Incinerate was awesome, was a really great play here, just a single heat ray just changed the whole thing.
Yeah,
unfortunately. Yeah.
There are a few other pods finishing up their games, and that actually concludes that we know who. Actually, I don't know if that's the determining factor. If that's the top player from that pod,
I think Michael's going to move on to the next round. I'm not sure what his record was going into it, but if that was the final round, he may be one of the ones kind of moving into that final that we're going to see coming up in a minute.
Awesome, great. We are going to go into a quick break. We'll segue into just an intro video for what this Sorcery Social started from, where it came from, and what it is intended to be. And after that, we're going to take a break as we prepare for the top 4 Courtesan Cup finals for the Spring Social.
Oh, I can't wait. I've been waiting months for this, seeing all the other events play out, participating in a number of them. I can't believe we are at this point. Stay tuned.
I'm super hyped. It's like Lord of the Rings 4.
The Courtesan Cup idea started as similar to what we've seen in a lot of the other events happening across the country. March of the Mortals, Sorcery Con, and even Midland Mayhem, which are big tournaments that have a winner and you're done. And, I wanted to do that, but then after getting some guidance on maybe not go so big first, maybe start with smaller events. That's the approach. So we did a bit of a smaller event in the Baltimore to kick it all off, and then working with a bunch of stores throughout the East Coast to set up some qualifiers and set up events to allow people to get into this top level tournament, this high level play.
Gotta count to 10. Don't know if I wanna go through this again. Why am I even bothered? Gotta keep my head high above the water. That is what they said. Yeah, maybe I should take it slow. My body's saying yes, my head is saying no, no, no. What if I can let you go? My heart is saying yes, my head is saying no, no, no. Yeah, maybe I should take it slow. My body's saying yes, my head is saying no, no, no. What if I can let you go? My heart is saying yes, my head is saying no, 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 no. Chasing somebody who won't ever ease the pain, but I don't want half of your heart, heart, heart. You can have it back if it's only half of your heart. If it's only half of your heart. I feel like I'm afraid are the only things I can't change. I live life on a page that was written too long ago. I don't want half of your heart, heart, heart. You can have it back if it's only half of your heart. If it's only half of your If it's only half of your heart. If it's only half, but I don't want half of your heart, heart, heart. You can have it back if it's only half of your heart.
It's getting brighter. I've been up all night. You've been my world, and I never lied. Getting you closer, it's harder than I ever thought in my whole life. Hey, where are you now? I know that you need someone around. You know you can blame it all on me. So don't mind if you get lost again. Cause I'm getting lost in it. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost on you. It's getting brighter. I've been up all night. You've been my world, and I never lied. Getting you closer, it's harder than I ever thought in my whole life. Hey, where are you now? I know that you need someone around. You know you can blame it all on me. So don't mind if you get lost again. Cause I'm getting lost in it. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Hey, where are you now? I know that you need someone around. You know you can blame it all on me. So don't mind if you get lost again. Cause I'm getting lost in it. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you.
I could be a lighthouse
Where's should we call in?
I'll get it. I know where it is. Yeah, it is. But
Should we grab Alan and Drew?
You mean
Or-
Alan and Drew?
Oh, that explains it.
So-
all right.
Here, let me get another mic.
You guys want to come up and talk about your stuff? No?
Yeah.
Just want to hide in the back. All right.
So what we have here is we have the piece that Drew did yesterday, which is an alternative to the Men of Ling. Now this was done here. We're going to have the video footage of that on our channel at some point, so you'll be able to see this being created. But right now, we're going to auction it.
All right. So we got. You want to do this one first?
Well, I'm showing the pieces, and we'll let you pick which one.
All right.
So the next piece that we have is the Alan Pollock artist proof for Giant Shark. Can we? Well, Marcellus, can we get a zoom in on the?
Take a look.
Yeah, no, he has to get back, but we could get a zoom on the card. He's getting his
Are you
zoom
streaming
first.
Live? Go to his YouTube channel. Or simply walk to the front of the room.
So you got a little wave surfer,
Kite surfer. I don't know. It seems like it to me. I had to be a holder.
Who was about to meet a giant shark. Very cool. So this was also painted here yesterday by Alan during his live art session.
So it's just
How do you want to do it? You start bidding like, I don't know what these things, $100?
Yeah.
I don't know, what do you want to start at?
All right, should we sidebar now? See what they want to do? I don't know if there's. All right. So we'll start. I guess we'll start. We're just gonna do open format. If anyone, everybody's got their paddle board with the numbers on it. That's good.
Is it wine hour?
So usually
Are we
do
taking
auctions
any
on the,
auction from
source-
stream?
What was that?
Are we taking bids from stream?
Where's that voice in the sky coming from? What is it
Marcellus, do we want to stream this? Do we want to stream the auction?
It's streaming right now.
Oh.
All right.
I guess I was just verifying for viewers if we're going to take any offers from stream.
I guess if you're following the chat in the stream, and you could give us the voice in the sky if someone places a bid. Yeah.
Well, then you guys just bid higher than them, and we don't have a problem, right?
So usually we do it in the Sorcery Community Facebook group and the Collector Art House Discord. People type their bid into the thread or private message if they want to bid privately. This is a unprecedented event of a live format here, so we're just kind of winging it. If there's interest from people in person, since you guys get the privilege of actually seeing the work in person, is a rare treat. Usually I try to do my best videography or photography job to do it justice. But yeah, so this is a pretty sweet concept. We had a side session here. If some of you guys, I know everyone was busy gaming and competing and whatnot, but there was a few folks in here that saw Drew paint this yesterday. I think it was Drew. And yeah, so it's like a 3 people. It's Drew and 2 other guys.
But it's Men of Lang, you know, really flavorful, cool piece he did for Alpha. And I guess we'll open it up at like $100. TG? 100. All right. So we'll just go 150. 250. Thank you. We'll get names later. $3. Just kidding. 300. We're at 300 from, what is that? Hulkamania? Oh man. Sweep the leg, baby. No mercy. No mercy. Did you 400 from TG? We got to call it at some point. We'll leave it open.
Marcellus, are we getting anything on stream?
No one yet. No one yet.
How's the view?
Here, let me.
Someone
I'll
actually.
take it up the
Where's Kyle? Is he in the room?
Oh, there you go.
There you go. That's beautiful. He thought this was the real Men of Lang, Drew, and you just whipped it together in about 7 minutes yesterday, right? What a pro. No, it was well done. It's amazing how he can just do it right on the fly.
Looks really good.
Yeah, it looks great. Awesome piece. You said the original's gone, right? You sold the original?
No, the original is in my studio somewhere.
Oh, okay. Very large on artboard.
That one's supposed to be Discord chat too because of the text. So I always took it as because the text is like men in Discord leave something.
Oh, right. Yeah, there's a play on words there. I don't know. We'll have to interrogate Simon on that one later. They used it for, yeah, and they mentioned that like in one of their announcements recently. I think they love to troll us, as you guys know. So.
I think that's supposed to be Discord chat.
Yeah. All right, so we're at 400. TG, stop dog right now. Anything from Discord, Marcellus? 425.
Nothing from chat or Discord. Nothing from Discord or chat.
Oh, in person, 425?
425 in person? 450, TG? Nothing on Discord, right?
I'm checking.
What are you guys streaming on from this?
I believe it's YouTube.
Yeah,
Social
but what
Club.
channel?
Social Club,
Club's
yeah,
got a channel.
yeah.
Social Club channel, of course.
Yeah, we'll
What else?
eventually get there, Mike. We'll eventually get there.
All right. I haven't slept in days, guys. Barely holding it together. Signed by Drew in the lower left. We're at 450, right? Who's tracking? All right, last call. 450, going once, going twice. 475.
Oh.
475 at the bell. Get him. Nice. It's the mustache. World-class mustache. And we got the world-class beard.
It's all about the 40 yards, 500.
500. Very nice. Did I hear an I'm out? All right. 500. Going once. Going twice. Gone. TG. Thank you, man.
Got a bang or something.
Thank you very much. If I get it. All right. Thank you. Congrats to Drew. Awesome piece. All right. So next up, we have the artist proof. Alan's been selling these at the show here this weekend. Artist proofs. For a little context, Giant Shark, this is one of 25 that he received for all the artists. So the only artist proofs that were not given out were the promo cards and curios. Curios are a thing that don't technically officially exist, but no curio artist proofs exist for sure. And there's no so some of the Avatar promos like Alan's Sorcerer, there wasn't an artist proof for that. All the different variants of promos. It's only the core alpha, 403 alpha core cards, and Giant Shark. So this one, he numbered 2 of 24. Oh, is that not right?
No, that's the year.
Oh, okay. 2024. So we got a very, very small 0. It's like the 0 looks like a bubble at best. It's definitely not a full 0. It looks like 224. All right. So we are in the year 2024. I got that much right. And so is it a kite surfer? Yeah. All right, I got that right too.
Yes.
So we got the giant in the original concept of the giant shark. We have, and I think we talked about this, right? Or maybe I might be mixing up with Drew's, but is the mermaid drawn small for scale to show the magnitude of the giant shark? All right, beautifully done. And then similarly, in the mouth of the shark is the kite surfer, which adds a little flare of color, and again, the scaling shows the magnitude of the giant shark. Submerged, waterbound. What's that? Oh, camera. All right. All right, if you could zoom, Marcellus. All right, so as I was saying, there's 25 copies of these that were made in the top tier Avatar of the Realm pledge tier from Kickstarter. Those 4 backers got a complete set of the artist proofs that are just blank back. So this is a 1 of 29 technically.
Whoa. We're just diving into the shark now.
It's a massive shark. It's a massive shark. It's overwhelming the camera. All right, so I guess let's open it up at 200, let's say. 300. To start it. 300. 350. 400. Where'd that come from? The glasses. Just saw a web of hair. We're at 450. And I guess if anyone's tracking on the live stream, you could bid in the comments until we run out of steam. 450 is the high bid in the room.
No bids yet on the stream.
I think they're saying nothing on the stream.
What's that?
I think they're saying nothing on the stream.
Okay. It's hard to hear them on the
Yeah, I don't know why
overhead.
they're not clearly talking.
Are you trying to call it up?
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up.
All right, we're at 450 on the giant shark. Original painting. What is the medium, Alan? Acrylic.
It's the only proof I've done is all acrylic.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
First and only all acrylic.
Probably the only one that will be done.
So you typically do oil, or?
Well, I usually start with acrylic and finish and all, but I left my oils at home.
Oh, okay.
So I use Drew's acrylic, so it's the only one
Oh.
that will have Drew's acrylics on my card.
There you go. There you go. A 101 Drew's acrylics on Alan Pollock's card. Unbelievable. I got to hire you, Alan. You're on the team. All right, we're at 450. Anything in chat?
I'm not seeing anything in the chat.
All right, 450 going once, going twice. 470, always at the bell, the Hulkamania.
Wow.
475, not
Hulkster.
messing around. All right, 475. Drew Tucker acrylics. Alan Pollock art. 475, going once. Going 500. I heard a voice out there. I couldn't identify.
Yeah.
Oh, again.
Yeah.
I only see his forehead, barely under the web of hair. Yeah. Stop anything. Sorry, I gotta hold steady. We good?
Mm-hmm.
All right, 475.
Yeah,
oh, 500.
Yeah, come on, man.
Blue balled it.
I'll take it at 475.
All right, 500. Going once. Going twice. Sold. 500. Well done. Thank you. Congrats, Alan. Special treat having the artists in the room. Thank you, Drew and Alan, for your beautiful work.
Yes, thank you so much, guys.
And for showing up.
Yes.
All right. Anything else, or we good?
Yeah. Do you want me to? Can you take the payment?
Yeah, we can work that out. Yeah. All right. What's next, Ron? What else is on the agenda today?
Haha.
There we go. Announcement time.
Is this on?
Yeah, it was.
It's about to be on.
All right. Well, there's more. It's a surprise.
Oh.
Ron, you please stand up. Hulkamania.
Wow.
Jack has something for you for all you've done, but I'll let Jack tell you why he has this for you.
I have this for Ron because if life was a little bit different for me, I'd be doing this right now, and I really appreciate that he's doing this. Thank you. Thank you. Open it. In front of everybody. Speech.
Speech.
Okay. It's been a challenge, but it's been a fun challenge. It's been a challenge, but it's been a fun challenge setting this event up, setting up the Courtesan Cup, the qualifiers. I mean, the last 6 months has been pretty crazy, but it's really awesome to see all of you guys coming to these events, participating, and having fun. And that's, for me, what it's all about. So as long as this is all happening, we're going to keep it going, and we're going to keep everybody having fun. So thank you, Jack. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take it off.
I didn't win the cup. It's staying on.
Thank you.
So you guys get to see it before me, right?
Yeah, technically. Also, just one little last announcement that's not as fun as any of that. There's a last call for the card vendor upstairs. The name escapes me. Yeah, for Seth upstairs. They're packing up, getting ready to go. They're doing boxes for $275 as opposed to, I think, $300. So, yep. Catch them before they split. Thanks, guys.
Thanks everybody for hanging out there. It was an impromptu auction, live auction, and a gifted award to Ron, kind of as in support for the event. So we will be getting to our top 4 very soon. Also, we have Zalem that will be joining us. You'll hear his voice when we get started, but we will be back. I'll give you an update. Shouldn't be more than 20 minutes, but stand by for that. Thanks for joining us.
keep my head high above the water. That is what they said. Yeah, maybe I should take it slow. My body's saying yes, my head is saying no, no, no. What if I can let you go? My heart is saying yes, my head is saying no, no, no. Yeah, maybe I should take it slow. My body's saying yes, my head is saying no, no, no. What if I can let you go? My heart is saying yes, my head is saying no, 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 no. Gotta count to 10. Don't know if I wanna go through this again. Why am I even bothered? Gotta keep my head high above the water. That is what they said. Yeah, maybe I should take it slow. My body's saying yes, my head is saying no, no, no. What if I can let you go? My heart is saying yes, my head is saying no, 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 yeah, maybe I should take it slow. My body's saying yes, my head is saying no, no, no. What if I can let you go? My heart is saying yes, my head is saying no, 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 no.
Eric wanted to give it to me. I own a third of that card. Really?
Yeah. That's really cool. In Seattle, they were raffling off one of those.
What is
One of the guys.
Crab?
Yeah,
It's like a wolf, but
hey, one of us
one
gets
more
it.
threshold
Split it.
than
Or we split something.
Yeah.
And we
But
put
it's a promo they made a hundred of.
Share it
Which,
yeah.
I looked it up. 2,000
It's 2,000. It's like 2,500.
Well, worth it.
Great, even more.
Yeah.
I remember like this is $1,000 card, and someone was like, actually,
It's
That-
sold for
that was
3,000
me.
before, but it's
that was you.
That was me.
Actually, no.
Actually.
Actually.
That's probably
no,
not
it's
my
fine.
back checks.
Dave. Oh fuck, I didn't even put you guys in there. Picking up order.
Oh, hey, so you set up a I just got a picture of us, like.
That's funny.
Like from my house, like on TV.
Oh, that's sick.
And I was like, wait, there's a oh no.
I should check my phone.
Is there a hidden camera somewhere?
Yes, there's that camera.
I guess it's remote. I didn't really get to that.
Well, hope you guys didn't do anything you didn't want on camera.
Should have opened the box on camera.
Oh yeah, it's mine. You want to run into the
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Good call.
Well, it's a little bullshit because I didn't realize you were gonna check my deck, and now my 17 roots look a little obvious.
Yeah. Can't have.
It's just.
I thought the hollow was a different card.
Yeah,
It's different. You are at least
I paid a different amount of money for this.
Rip your head off the
camera.
camera. You're the first one crazy or brave enough to do that. And he presented this. I'm like, I got pictures of it too.
Auction down.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Get the subscription next time.
Huh.
Yeah.
It looks cool. I don't know much about it.
It's epic. It's fucking epic.
It's hard to talk.
Yeah. I'm glad it was during the main tournament when everyone just was there to like.
It wasn't like us four.
You just yell, "Witness me!" and there's just like,
yeah. Up for their games, like hold on.
That's it.
Yeah, it was better than funny.
That was
because then people saw it.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
I've never seen so many people just middle competitive game just stand up and leave their table.
I don't know if I told you guys. My friend was watching from home. He doesn't really play sorcery. He's played like twice.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Is something going on?"
I didn't stick around to find
the
out
main game
where
just
I ended
stopped.
up.
They're staring off to their left, and I'm like, "Yeah, something's going on." Because he like didn't know, and I was like, "Someone's ripping out the $350 card." He's like, "But why?"
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah. It's like, is something happening? Like they just stopped playing and are staring off to their left.
Yeah, well, I have 5 minutes to go downstairs, pick up food, bring it in. I'm stressed. So yeah, we can start when you get back. And maybe eat a little bit. Yeah, maybe that's a better shuffle. I'm just worried about now that I've put everything together. You're a monster. That's another reason not to play that speaker is because you're shuffling. You've got like 3 cores and a keystone.
Right.
No, I just don't play that speaker because I think I keep the bad cards.
You were 5th in your pod for
Oh no, I need all ordinaries in my opener. Okay.
Yeah. That's how that's like I have to get a violent and surveyor.
Yeah, right. Like, why am I mulling away a keystone?
Did you get like a Christmas pack from Ron yet? Go find Ron. He's walking around with a box. Special box.
Big girl over.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
I just go sideways and turn dude sideways.
That's typical when draft pile was.
He was Mr.
I
7 in a row
thought
yesterday.
I was totally dead because like apparently nobody opened the box. So
Oh, yeah.
the card selection and everything was terrible. So like,
Yeah, you get.
There's like one. Are they numbered?
I got that. I got Petrosian Cavalry. So that's why I got a Petrosian Cavalry, 1 Petrosian Cavalry, 1 Amazon Wares, 1 Scourge Zombie, and I got Infernal. Yeah. And then everything else was 3 cost or less. I never played it, but you did.
I got Nimbus Jin.
Yeah. But I'm saying like I never played it, but everything else was 3 mana or less. I'm like I'm dead to the first 6 drop. I'm dead to the first 6 drop. And like my pod just didn't have travel shots, it didn't have much. Every
single round. Game Bastion 100. The biggest thing I saw for the next biggest thing were the water minions.
Yeah, I thought TG was playing the water minions, and it was like a good call. He had a serpent out that I was like pretty scared of. Saints this week.
Oh, it's this.
Downstairs.
It's an emotional experience at this point. Going through the pain and getting this far.
What is engulfed? Oh, the Bobading, the bullfrog?
That's what I was doing.
Because like there's just a lot of
Everything's just gonna be next to each other.
Well,
I don't like. Okay, I don't ripple. I
think
don't
about
remember.
Here's
I can,
my
but I do it with like regular.
I wish they so
That's all.
yeah.
Well, wait, I'm just trying to change it after what just happened. You're right.
There's only two options. It doesn't change it at all. Or you think it will have an effect if distributing cards more evenly.
Well, how
in
often?
which case it's
So let's think about a regular shuffle, right? How often when you shuffle do you just move the cards slightly one direction just because that's how cards slide into place, right? So that's like otherwise you're just flipping everything. Yeah, you're just taking and clumping everything. You're just multiplying it essentially. Yeah, that's right.
Oh wait,
but yeah.
I think 7 perfect ones reset.
That's perfect.
Yeah,
If you're doing
reset your deck, which is pile shuffle, and that's also for efficiency picture.
I mean, I pile shuffle.
We are confirm we are doing this
for so long,
Right.
that I'm used to it. But yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't actually. You can't just pile shuffle present a deck. Like I just do it out of habit. So
If you need to count your deck.
that helps too, especially in this because.
All right, we've got the pairings for the first one.
Okay.
So I was, I don't know, yelling shit, so much to about. Time limit to the match. We were gonna do 45 minutes per round.
It's an hour and 50 minutes. 2 hours and 50 minutes.
No, it's not. I don't think it will be that long.
Roots on roots. This would be.
Yeah, so I think guys finish early.
Yeah.
Rounds every time.
We're just gonna keep, because there's only 4 of us, we'll finish within us, we keep general.
Sure. All right, Rob, you're playing.
Does any feature table? Do you guys can you use an app like a bright app with the life counter?
I have one.
I have one. Well, this man made one.
Or just say,
Oh, did you spit
what
your
your
name
like
to the
as you're
side?
playing. It's like I'm down to X or no.
There's
Just next. I got you. Next time you see
table,
this.
it's gonna be like over here.
Yeah, they're both the same, but yeah, whoever's that feature, please use the app that's like close to the map.
Do we have pairings yet?
Oh yes, of course we do. I think so. Yes, single initial. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was having too, because
I also have to be.
yeah.
In second place.
each of the 3
It is,
rounds
yeah,
is 45 minutes.
Oh yeah, so it's not like stacked.
Now, each game is 45 minutes.
Yes.
It could go very long. Is there a sideboard?
No, it's just no sideboard. If there is, I fucked up.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, that's fair.
If there is,
Yeah, that's why I was saying that we need more of a break because like.
Oh, I didn't know it was
See, that's why I was like, I need to eat. I need to pee.
Yeah, I was like,
You know.
everybody's gotta chill for a sec.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Rob and Michael will be on the feature match table.
Woo!
Sweet. I've just been avoiding that.
How many use us remember?
Yeah, I'm as well.
We all gotta
Whoa.
eat.
Oh my god. That'd be
What
terrifying.
in the shitty
I'm
world?
surprised that hasn't happened yet today.
What chaos twister are they doing?
Make
it fast.
Okay, yeah, I'm a PP.
Michael H. Kirby. He'll be on the right side. They're all changing their decks now. Yeah. I don't know that it matters. Honestly, 2 of them are the same deck and 1 is not. Battle Mage is playing Air, Fire, Death Eater. It doesn't necessarily mean they're the same deck. You're right, but like because we've actually had played part of the decks. Yeah, what's his name? Sean is He did, yeah. Because we like talked about it. He was playing a battle mage that went like 1-7 in the league. And I was like, he might. It'll work. You can watch this.
My wife said I can't hit the art either, so I'm gonna have to. What's his name? The archive.
Mike.
Or Mike. Or yeah. Some
Collector art. Mike.
Wait, she has no art?
Yeah, she says no art. So.
But
it would still be nice to me.
Michael, you'll
I
be
would
on the
take
right
some
side.
pictures.
Right side?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would take some pictures with it.
Yeah, we'll definitely get some pictures.
But that's only a problem if I keep winning.
Right. It's always like, oh well, you know, maybe I'll do this, and then you're like, well, I don't have that problem yet.
Well, yeah, I kept
Just
scheduling
concentrate.
stuff, and it was like, it's only a problem if I get like top 4. I'm only gonna be late if I'm like, I could have been gone by now. It was not supposed to be a problem. Okay.
That does not derail the entire.
Right.
I think it might.
It's getting brighter. I've been up all night. You've been my world, and I never lied. Getting you closer is harder than I ever thought in my whole life. Hey, where are you now? I know that you need someone around. You know you can blame it all on me. So don't mind if you get lost again. Cause I'm getting lost in it. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me too. Cause I'm getting lost on you. Cause I'm getting lost in it. And I can let go like this. And tell me you need me
statistically, we'll see how this goes. Yeah. Okay.
I don't like it.
What's that? With your arm.
Oh no. We're good.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Courtesan Cup in Baltimore, Maryland. We are in the semifinals match now. Just about to get started here. Apologies for such a long wait to get to this point. Looks like we have two death speakers for this semifinals match. Hopefully it's not too much of a mirror. Hopefully we have some variation in the elements. We're just now getting our opening hand set up. We can see the hand of Michael, who is on the top of the screen. It looks like he is starting out with a Geistwood. Wow. That's going to be a huge benefit for Michael in this match. Rob is on the bottom here, but we can't quite see Rob's hand, so we don't know exactly what he's going to be starting with. Okay, he's opening up with a tower. Wow. He must... Okay, he wants to get out the Highland Falconer right away. Maybe this is an air-fire build. Oh, yeah, he has Scarabs in the deck. Scarabs are usually used in the air-fire variation. Maybe we can see an interesting match here. But we also have Michael on the top. I can see his hand. He has smokestacks and a tower in hand, so we've only seen fire and air from him as well. We'll see how this develops.
Ugh.
All right, so just a reminder, the Highland Falconer lets you search your library for an airborne minion with converted mana cost 2 or less. And Rob has now shuffled his deck.
Oh, we're already in the tank.
I know. I'm glad. I'm glad this is the best 2 out of 3. I kind of fucked up on my mulligans. This is silly.
And pass the turn. And this is going to be a best 2 out of 3 match, I believe. Is that correct, Marcellus?
Yes, that's best 2 out of 3, no sideboard.
Oh no!
Best out of 3, no sideboard.
I don't like it.
That's a choice.
So best out of 3, no sideboard. So we'll get to see at least 2 matches from these 2 competitors. So Michael places smokestacks next to his Geistwood. I'm a little confused about that. Shutting off his advantage, and now we see a Geistwood coming from Rob as he moves his Highland Falconer forward onto it. So if that Highland Falconer dies on the Geistwood, he'll be able to search his library for another Sacred Scarabs or a Palaberry Vance. He could be playing Palaberry Vance as well. But this is interesting so far. Each player has a Scarabs out. And each player has a Geistwood out, but one shut off his own Geistwood.
And so
it's Michael's turn.
Does Death Speaker everywhere? Does Death Speaker ever use Earth? Because I wasn't sure if there'd be like some type of earthquake or.
Yeah, that's yeah, and I saw Aquamarine Core in the observatory peak there, but that's probably just a core for mana ramp. But yeah, Death Speakers, they love playing Earth. They'll even splash in water. Me personally, I do actually prefer the Air Fire Death Speaker decks. I think that they're just a little bit quicker and streamlined. At least the one that I play focuses a little bit more on burn and And I love being able to play with the Sacred Scarabs, even though they do die pretty easily to deserts.
Good.
They're a really great defense against big, beefy minions. Something like a Unicorn. A Unicorn was played so often yesterday. A single Scarabs can block and kill a Unicorn when it dies and deals 3 damage. So I love that card. But yeah, this is such an interesting match right now. I really do think that we're looking at 2 Air Fire Death Speakers. And this is just a straight up mirror match. It looks like Rob is playing a little bit defensive on the bottom, playing his sideways on the back row. Same coming from Michael on the top. He's playing also extremely defensive. Both players are resolving to build up resources before they take any action to gain the tempo here.
Yeah.
So don't Death Ride stack for triggers?
Yeah, so this is interesting.
Is it a May ability or a day?
Sacred Scarabs is a forced ability. But so we have Michael played a Violent, chose the Sacred Scarabs, dealt 2 damage to the Sacred Scarabs. Sacred Scarabs died, dealt 3 damage to the Highland Falconer. Highland Falconer died on the Geistwood, right? Or
yes,
is he
yes.
Target Falconer.
Scarabs on Scarabs. Violence here.
Okay.
The defensive Scarabs.
I think he... Okay, yeah. So the Scarabs died, killed the Falconer, and then the Falconer died on the Geistwood, which allowed Rob to search for another Scarabs to put it on the Geistwood. And then Michael cast the Highland Falconer from Rob's Cemetery. So it would be Rob's Falconer from Rob's Cemetery. Michael used the Death Speaker's ability to cast it and get his own Scarabs back on the observatory. So that was a good play. I like that. It kind of robbed Rob from being able to cast his own Highland Falconer from his cemetery. So now both players have 2 Sacred Scarabs that have come out of their spell books. It is an ordinary card, so there could be 1 or 2 left in each of their spell books. Wow, an infiltrate on a Scarabs coming from Rob. Could be good. Pretty interesting, actually.
There is a stealth token. It's there. It's just on the other side of disabled, I think. But that's fine. That is the token for showing that it's stealth.
All right, so yeah, infiltrate tapped. So Rob cast infiltrate on Michael's Scarab. So infiltrate says that Rob now has control of Michael's Scarab, and it has stealth, and it's tapped until obviously Rob's next turn. And then as soon as Rob would deal damage with the Scarab, he would lose control of it. It would go back to Michael, but when the Scarab deals damage, it will probably take damage and then blow up and die and deal 3 more damage.
This is an opportunity that we were talking about yesterday. So both players had a top hat opening. You know, that's a coin phrase that trying to do here. But that only had 1 site that was opposed on your opposing player that you could get to. So you would only have to attack or defend on 1 single site. Right now, Michael has 2 sites near. If Rob were to play a site on 12, or even have an airborne charge minion, it's easy to defend on 13. But I'm assuming Michael's probably going to put a sight on 12 next if Rob doesn't fill that void.
You got it.
And we did see the Violent, Michael's Violent, drawing first blood.
Let's try not to die.
Reducing Rob's life total to 18.
I'd like to do
2 mana.
the same dumb play.
I'll just play one of your scarabs.
I'd like to
And
pass to you.
pass turn.
And take less damage.
All right. So Michael just played his scarabs out of Rob's cemetery, just to banish it from the cemetery, just in case a Pillar of Xyros comes out.
Player guy.
Yep. Huge.
Huge.
I sent Mark the images of all the lists.
Okay. Rob used the desert to take out the Apprentice Wizard. Let's see if he casts the Apprentice Wizard from Michael's cemetery.
So I have 2 mana left.
Wouldn't be a bad play. That way Michael doesn't have it to cast on his next turn.
Thank you for letting us know.
Okay.
I'll do nothing. That's my turn.
Draw spell.
Rob passes the turn onto Michael, and the sites have matched up. Defensively, I think Rob had placed the site on 12 just to not get overrun. I don't think that he needs more sites. Does Michael need more than 5, you think?
He currently has 6 mana, but I was surprised that Rob passed the turn there. I don't think Rob played a spell. He could have cast the Apprentice Wizard from Michael's cemetery. So that's a missed opportunity there to draw an extra card and to rob Michael of the Apprentice Wizard in the cemetery.
Don't like it.
Yeah, in general, with Death Speaker really wants at least 7 mana so that Death Speaker can play Summoning Sphere and Nimbus Gen on the same turn and then combo off by discarding cards to take the opponent to Death's Door. So we're going to see both players ramping up to at least 7 mana, but it's not a race to do so, especially if you don't have spells to cast.
Okay.
6 mana is a pretty good place to be.
Interesting.
I missed that last spell that Michael cast. Did you see that? Did he cast a Lightning Bolt?
No, I think
Mirror Realm.
no.
Observatory. Oh, all right, sweet.
Oh no.
Finally, good cards.
Yeah, I know.
Boy. Well, this is like not exactly worth it, but we'll go for it. 2, 1, and then I'll cast your guy so you don't have it.
Yeah.
I've never considered a mirror match. Yeah.
I see what's going on. They're just kind of like they're playing pretty quickly here. Rob did cast the Apprentice Wizard from Michael's cemetery. He said, I'm going to kill your Apprentice Wizard and cast it. And so it was immediately exiled and Rob drew a card and we just missed it. So that's what happened there. And just the same thing happened there. He killed the Violent and then immediately cast it just to get out of the cemetery. And so Michael just immediately threw it into the banished pile. So you can see in the top left corner, the banished cards are the ones he's turned sideways, and his cemetery are the ones that are oriented the same way as his spellbook. So now the board is clear. There are no minions on the table. Both players have 6 mana. And we see another Falconer come out to grab, most likely, another Sacred Scarab.
How many Scarabs are we down? You're down 2 and I'm down 2? Okay.
Yeah, both players have 2 Sacred Scarabs left in their library. Oh no, it looked like there was only 1 left in Michael. So he's only playing with 3 Sacred Scarabs and he has 1 Bats. So he chose the Bats.
Huge.
Which is a good play here because the deserts are just sweeping up are able to sweep up the Scarabs a little too easily. So I like seeing the Bats come out.
Yeah, I'll play this guy.
From Michael.
If only it worked, and it just because it was like bomb.
I know.
And Michael does have an Onyx score, but I don't
Yes, I
think
can look
Michael's
at your
playing
decklist.
Earth
You-
at all.
you're
I
not
think,
playing
yeah, like you said, Marcellus, this is just a mirror match.
I'm gonna exile every creature in my
between Fire, Air, Death
Yeah,
Speaker, and Fire,
what's
Death
the
Speaker.
Earth one?
We might see Major Explosions. We might see the Nimbus Jin combo as finishers in this match. Oh, and we see a Grandmaster Wizard coming from Rob on the bottom, on top of the Geistwood. I still don't understand why Michael turned off his own Geistwood, because this is going to be a major deciding factor in this match.
Yep. The second observatory is the key observatory.
I'll draw a spell.
I'm cool if you attack me also. I'll block.
That's so good.
Oh, I do have
so good. You get a billion spells.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
Michael is
fun.
feeling very nervous right now, I think. The Grandmaster Wizard on top of the Geistwood is almost sure. It's almost surely going to die on the Geistwood the next turn. Rob can easily desert his own Grandmaster Wizard. There's many ways he can kill the Grandmaster Wizard, and he's already drawn 3 cards off of it. He'll draw another 3 cards, and then he'll also be able to cast the Grandmaster Wizard from his cemetery to draw another 3 cards, and he still has 16 lives, so he's not really under too much pressure. He can just sit back. He can build up his hand, draw into the Summoning Sphere and the Nimbus Gen, and execute the combo for the win. Like, I think we're headed that direction.
So, you're at 11.
All right, we can see their hands a little bit better now. I see an Infiltrate in Michael's hand. Let's see what he decides to do here. Infiltrating the Grandmaster Wizard would be kind of funny. I don't think it's necessarily advisable, though, considering a Desert will still kill a minion that has Stealth, or even a Firebolt. And we already know that Rob has Firebolts in his deck. He's played one. Okay, so this is a good play. He went ahead and killed the Grandmaster. Let's see here. Yeah, he went ahead and attacked the Grandmaster Wizard with the with his own Highland Falconer, which
No chance I'm gonna forget that. Though it does let my opponent do some stuff.
Yeah.
Now I'm confused why the Highland Falconer died there. Grandmaster Wizard has 0 power. It's a good play though, because he was now able to cast the Grandmaster Wizard from Rob's cemetery and draw 3 cards for himself to keep himself in the game. Oh, I see a Wind Blast, Highland Princess. But yeah, Marcellus, can you help me out here? Did I miss something? How did the Highland Falconer die by attacking the Grandmaster Wizard?
That's not. I'm not sure just yet.
Because the Highland Falconer died on Geistwood, which allowed Michael to pull out another Scarabs on top of the Geistwood, but there's no way that it could have died that I can see.
It attacked onto the Geistwood and.
Oh, it doesn't die. Yeah.
Oh, it has no power. Oh, so that goes back in your deck.
There we go. Okay, we're fixing it.
I apologize.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just
Shuffle it in.
up. I didn't draw anything else after that. Okay.
when I'm not in a competition.
Okay, so the Highland Falconer attacked the Grandmaster Wizard. Grandmaster Wizard had 0 power, so the Highland Falconer survived.
Does that make any different? Give him a power.
Oh, I'm gonna cast a card to search anyway.
Oh, well, then do that.
Yeah, let me do that.
That would have made a difference in the draw 3. That he should have shuffled the 3. It's difficult to go back on that, but yeah, the 3 cards that he drew could have been the Sacred Scarabs. Could have included the Sacred Scarabs. So it was kind of better that the Sacred Scarabs weren't in the library, so that he could draw cards that are more beneficial for the late game. But it would be difficult to tell which 3 cards he drew, which 3 cards to put back. So
All right, go nuts.
I'll draw a spell.
We have to keep that how it is, I believe. All right, so passing the turn to Rob. We see a Cloud City come out. That could be useful, especially if Rob is able to kind of segregate himself on the Cloud City. Oh, we see the Summoning Sphere with a Nimbus Djinn combo coming out after drawing 6 cards off of the Grandmaster Wizard. He has so many cards now available. Let's see if he can discard 7 cards to take Michael down to death's door. There's 4.
16, 17, 18.
No, yeah, that's 6. I mean, 6 cards now. And
Plus
he's gonna
charge.
discard.
That would he has charge also. The Nimbus Djinn has charge, right?
No, the Summoning Sphere does not give spirits charge. The Evil Presence gives spirits charge. So he
Was
won't
this
have
too
charge.
early? Like, I wouldn't give out the firebolts just yet. Like, I don't know how many cards he would have in hand.
He does have a lot of Vile Imps in his deck, so there are ways that he can finish out the game early.
It matters.
Or, I mean, finish out the game after this, but I think he's deciding whether or not he wants to discard a 7th card.
Huge. That was the one concern. Is I was like,
Did you have grapple? I did the move.
Yeah, I had grapple. I was sitting on grapple the whole time. The berries were actually super relevant.
Yeah, if there's some type of projectile, there you go.
A Grandmaster Wizard for the 7th card to deal 21 damage to Michael with the Nimbus Djinn, with the Nimbus Djinn's activated ability, allows him to discard a spell and deal 3 damage to another unit on that location. So that puts Michael on death's door in a matter of moments. There we just see the value of having a Grandmaster Wizard on top of a Geistwood. In the Death Speaker deck, it is just deadly.
You could play a 0 cost defense wizard.
Pretty good.
These are my 3 targets.
I think it's the nurse. Because, like, obviously, when I'm working, I can go, like, 10 hours. It means you're drinking enough
Yeah, I guess I'll
Michael is in real trouble here, especially against Airfire Death Speaker. Airfire Death Speaker just has so many ways to finish out the game between Firebolts, Major Explosion. Now, the Summoning Sphere there means that Rob only has to draw a Vile Imp.
That's not what I want.
Okay.
Yeah, just a discard. I mean, you move in. Was there an infiltrate placed? Why I don't understand why the Djinn is tapped.
I think he did. I think he did. Yeah, he played an infiltrate to take over the Djinn. Michael did. So Michael has control of Rob's Nimbus Djinn. And now I'm thinking back to when Rob cast the Vile Imp out of Michael's cemetery for no gain.
What a busted combo.
And I wonder if that was just a bit premature.
About it. No instance. I have enough cards. Yeah, you look dead.
But honestly, we can't see Rob's hand. Rob may have the answer already in his hand. And the Grandmaster, there is another Grandmaster Wizard in Rob's cemetery. So Rob can just cast his own Grandmaster Wizard to get to a Vile Imp or a Firebolts to win. Even next round, if he draws a side and plays a side, he'll have 8 mana, so he can cast the Grandmaster Wizard for 6 and then play a 2-drop Vile Imp or 2-drop Firebolts to win the game.
So far on our Philosopher's Stone.
Good. I have no outs. That's fine.
I'll take no outs.
A lot of times in the Death Speaker matches, it really does just depend on who plays the Grandmaster Wizard first. You know, I mean, you can kill your opponent's Grandmaster Wizard and then play it in return, like Michael did here. I think that was the right play. It was obviously risky because now you're giving, because the Grandmaster Wizard was on the Geistwood. Michael did give Rob another 3 cards to play with on his next turn, but if he hadn't, then Michael was just going to draw 6 more cards, or Rob was going to draw 6 more cards on his next turn. So it definitely wasn't a misplay. It was a good play. It was a good risk to take to see if you can draw better. Honestly, like Michael's hoping that he would draw better. He was hoping that Rob wouldn't see the Summoning Sphere or the Nimbus Djinn, but it didn't work out that way.
2, 3, 4.
Now we see Michael attacking in, bringing Rob's life total down to 10. If Rob cannot capitalize on this moment to finish out the game,
Look, it looks like the Djinn even.
Oh, that's sick. All right, we did it.
then Michael will have a chance to bring Rob down to death's door in the next turn. Oh no, and we see a Violent come out. That's actually pretty dangerous.
Silly. My sights.
Oh, okay, he had the answer.
Yeah,
All right.
Geistwood and to turn off my
All right, so what was that? Rob took that one?
Yeah, Rob took it. He did have a Violent in hand to play on top of the Summoning Sphere right next to Michael's avatar to deal 2 damage on Genesis and win the match. Or win the game. So now we're on to game 2. That's right, let's not forget this is best 2 out of 3.
You had to draw into like Disenchant and then also something else. Yeah, I don't think you can get away from Major Explosion because it hits a 4 block, so I can no matter where you run. You can't run from the Major Explosion.
So for those of you just tuning in, this is the semifinals top 4 constructed for the Courtesan Cup Spring
Yes.
Sorcery Social. We have Rob, player, on the bottom of your screen, running Death Speaker. We have Michael at the top of your screen, also running Death Speaker. And the turning point of this past game was the was it a triple effect of the Grandmaster Wizard, where Grandmaster came out, draw 3, die, draw 3, recast for 3. Was that what it was?
So Rob cast the Grandmaster Wizard on the Geistwood, drew 3 cards, but then Michael killed Rob's Grandmaster Wizard on the Geistwood so that he could cast Rob's Grandmaster Wizard from Rob's Cemetery to draw 3 of his own. But because it was killed on the Geistwood, Rob was able to draw 3 extra cards. So Rob drew 6 off of that Grandmaster Wizard. Michael drew 3 off of the same Grandmaster Wizard. And yeah, Rob happened to draw into the Nimbus Djinn combo with Summoning Sphere to take the first game.
There's enough Grandmaster for everybody.
In draft.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes, especially in the mirror match. Each player is just casting each other's spells from the cemetery.
Yeah. Try and end up with the last thing.
Fair.
I don't know how to say your name, sorry. Scrolled mentioned best of 3, no sideboard, single elimination draft, cut to top 4, 39 card legal deck in top 4. This is the wild, wild west. Okay, Bully Ranger, you asked a question. How did it happen? Within the constructed tournament yesterday, one of our players, yes, Michael, our player Michael ripped Eric's Curiosa. So throughout the rest of the entire tournament, he has a legal 39 card deck.
I think my sights are good, and I'll get rid of 2 cards.
I'm gonna ship everything.
All right, I like it. I'm gonna ship 2 spells.
Okay, we're in game 2 here. Each player is doing their mulligans. Is that another opening hand Geistwood from Michael? I believe it is. I think this time he might keep that Geistwood around and try to take advantage of that. I wonder if either player has anything to prevent the Nimbus Djinn combo. What we've seen recently, I know I myself, I've started playing with the Scarecrow artifact. It's an ordinary card, so it's easy to fetch up with Earth. These 2 decks are not playing Earth, so I wouldn't expect to see the Scarecrow in these decks. It's not really worth running multiple, and if you only run one, you're most likely going to draw it at the wrong time. So I don't think either player really has a defense against the Nimbus Gen combo. So it literally is just a race to see who gets it first. There's so much control in Fire, Air, Death Speaker that neither player is really going to be too successful with aggro against each other. It's gonna result to some sort of burn from the gen, or maybe even major explosion, things like that. So I think we're gonna see a similar game as last game, where it's a race to see who gets Grandmaster Wizard first, who gets the most card draw, who can get to that combo. Now we see Michael with a Nimbus Gen in hand. So Michael simply needs to get to a Summoning Sphere and some card draw to fill up his hand in order to get the revenge and move us to game 3.
Michael plays a Wayfaring Pilgrim. That card states whenever Wayfaring Pilgrim enters the corner of the realm for the first time, you may draw a card. So that's another card advantage for the first time. So how does that work with Death Speaker? It won't happen. There's no Genesis. How does that, is that a Genesis? Technically?
It says when it enters for the first time, but because you can cast a Wayfaring Pilgrim from a cemetery onto a corner, then it will enter for the first time and draw a card. So it only cares about instances, not the actual card itself. Like once a card leaves a zone, so once the card leaves the realm and goes to the cemetery, now that instance of the card, the object in the game, is now gone. So when that card is summoned again to the realm, then yes, he would be able to draw another card in the corner. Now we see a second one. But honestly, it doesn't quite matter with Death Speaker now anyway, because of errata. Death Speaker actually summons a token into the realm and banishes the card from the cemetery. So either way, the token would be, freshly in a corner and be able to draw a card. So even though it's not a Genesis ability, it is still a triggered ability. And even though, the card is, quickly being banished from the realm, the triggered ability still is resolved. Actually, that is interesting because of the way sorcery, the rules are written. Usually when a card leaves the realm, even if there's a triggered ability on the stack, the triggered ability will not resolve because the card is gone. So this is interesting, actually. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone ask about this, because Death Speaker specifically says that you summon the token copy, resolve the Genesis, and then banish it. Would that not be before the triggered ability from Wayfaring Pilgrim resolves? That would be an interesting judge question. So we see a Thunderstorm coming from Rob. He does have the Amethyst Core, which gives him a 4th mana to do this. That deals 3 damage at the end of his turn, and he's going to leave it there, even though he does have the option to move the Thunderstorm after the damage is dealt. He wants to leave it here so the Wayfaring Pilgrims don't soak up a charge his next turn. So he's hoping to get at least 6 damage in on Michael with this Thunderstorm. And now we see the Geist would come out just under the Thunderstorm, which is interesting. Oh, and an Angel's Egg. An Angel's Egg now for Michael on the top. This is going to be... Angel's Egg with Death Speaker is a really amazing... Angel's Egg is an amazing card to play with Death Speaker against most matchups. And this matchup, it's not going to do a whole lot because this is a combo game here. So Angel's Egg does heal every turn, but if you're getting comboed for 21 damage, it's not going to help much.
Just putting it lightly.
So another thing that Michael's trying to do here, Michael is working both of the Wayfaring Pilgrims over to the other corner. You'll see him play his 5th site most likely on the number 1 square. He wants to get the Pilgrims over to the other corner because they'll draw another card once they hit that corner. Each one of them will draw an extra card. Okay, and so now we see Rob dealing 3 more damage to Michael and then moving the Thunderstorm over 1 step. But Michael does have the Angel's Egg. The Angel's Egg is helping here actually because of the Thunderstorm. So the Angel's Egg is just basically going to completely reverse all the damage that the Thunderstorm is doing.
And help move the goalpost also. It increases the needed cards for a discard with Nimbus Gen.
Yep, so it's actually really doing work here. So we see a Desert come down to kill the Apprentice Wizard. And Michael does choose to go ahead and cast the Apprentice Wizard from Rob's Cemetery to draw an extra card. So far, we did see that we did see a Grandmaster Wizard come down for Rob, which drew him 3 cards. But we've seen Michael also draw 3 extra cards from his 2 Pilgrims and the Apprentice Wizard. So each player has drawn an equal number of extra cards, as far as I can tell. Oh no, Rob did have that extra Apprentice Wizard, so technically Rob has drawn an extra card, and he's going second, so now he's going to draw 1 more extra card. So I'm wondering, actually, thinking about that, I wonder if it's a Death Speaker mirror match, should you consider going second just for the extra card?
So you have to present your avatars before you choose if you go first or second.
Right, yeah. You present your avatars before you choose. And I'm wondering if it is a Death Speaker mirror match, maybe it's just good to go second, because a lot of times it will come down to the Nimbus Gen combo. And if you're playing with a lot of mana ramp, if your deck is full of cores and Philosopher's Stone, and going second means you're drawing extra cards, then you're likely to draw into your mana ramp. You're likely to draw more cards than your opponent. It's possible that it might be beneficial. Because here already, we did see Rob draw a core. He went second. He was able to draw, an extra card. He started with a core early. He got his Grandmaster Wizard out now.
He's looking to deny. He's looking to deny that move potentially from the Striders.
See, and this is interesting. I was surprised that Michael played his Desert on 9 and not 1, and now he. It's not going to deny the move. He can. So the Pilgrims can still walk over onto like the Cloud City. The Cloud City moves into 1. Then they can still move on to there and draw. It doesn't have to be Michael's sites. He can move into the corner on top of Rob's sites and still draw. On top of Rob's site and still draw a card for those Pilgrims.
He's almost back at the start. Back at square one almost here with that Angel's Aid gain.
Yep. And we see another Infiltrate on a Scarabs.
I mean, it's scary. Scarabs airborne, as well as a potential to deal 4, 5, 6, 7 in a turn with Death Speaker.
7 from the Scarabs?
1 on initial hit, 3 on Deathrite, and then 3 on the recurrent with the token.
Well, the token won't be able to deal 3 because it's a Genesis ability.
Got
and
it.
The token gets banished.
What's the other one? There's a card that has a Deathrite recursion. Is that? Or no? There's no Deathrite recursion card.
For damage?
Anything that supports Deathrite.
No. Yeah, no.
Michael, Rob has won the first game, so the aggression that Rob has right now is warranted because you have less to lose. I think Michael may be playing a little bit cautious, but knowing about the combo, knowing more information from Rob's deck could help him make informed decisions in this time around.
And you saw the thunderstorm killed one of the Wayfaring Pilgrims at the end of Rob's turn, and then dispersed because it had struck 3 times. And now Michael went ahead and cast that Wayfaring Pilgrim onto the observatory to draw an extra card.
Nimbus Djinn needs, what is it, 5 or 6 cards for 20 total? Is it 3 per card?
It's 3 per card, so it would need 7 discards for 21 damage. So we see a lightning bolt take care of that stealth scarabs. A lightning bolt targets the site instead of the unit, so that's why lightning bolt is able to kill a stealth unit. It targeted the site and then dealt 3 damage to a random unit on that site. And stealth does not protect you from random effects.
Just targeted effects.
Rob chooses to go ahead and kill the Wayfaring Pilgrim with the scarabs. And then I missed it. It's possible he cast it from the cemetery just to get it out of the cemetery.
Yes, onto 1 to get the card draw.
Right. So that ended up being good for Rob, because since Michael let Rob take that corner, Rob was able to cast a pilgrim from the cemetery and draw a card. Because you cannot cast, even Death Speaker cannot cast minions from a cemetery onto opponent's sides. So he had to have the Cloud City there to draw an extra card. But on the other hand, Michael is moving sites down next to Rob's avatar. So this will allow Michael to use Violence to chip away at Rob's life total. Is it worth it? We'll find out.
Rob has 4 cards in hand right now. That would be a maximum of 12.
Yeah, and I haven't seen his hand yet. I haven't seen if he has a Nimbus Djinn or Summoning Sphere there.
I didn't see it. I think another Thunderstorm, Scarabs, looked like it was Poison Nova. Yeah, Scarabs, Apprentice Wizard. Yeah, Apprentice Wizard, Scarabs.
Okay. Yeah, we got a glimpse of it there. Let me see. Infiltrate, Death Dealer, Nimbus Djinn. Up in Michael's hand. 1 other card.
That's why you were asking about what I think Michael's trying to get closer to cast a Nimbus Djinn immediately on 19 to be as close as possible versus dropping that on site Void 1.
It's possible. It's just that's a very risky move because there are a lot of ways that Rob will be able to take care of the Nimbus Djinn. So I still think that it's best if Michael just holds and waits and tries to get that Summoning Sphere.
Yeah.
Yep. He drew a sight with it.
Yeah, there's
Yeah. It was, but I think it was good. It was good. Reasonable.
It is beneficial that your deck is 39 cards, but I don't know how much percentage-wise your draws will be more accurate, but it's just very interesting.
Yeah, it is beneficial. I mean, especially since before when you drew Eric's Curiosa, you really didn't want to tear it up. So it was a dead card until you tear it up. So it was a dead card in every match until the match he tore it up. And now, instead of drawing a dead card, he's drawing a relevant card.
I have 2 left.
But He needs to hurry here.
The Angel's Egg is doing its work.
We just saw, what happened here? The Grandmaster Wizard died, and I believe Rob cast his own Grandmaster Wizard.
Oh, okay.
Did we miss that? I believe Rob just drew 3 more cards.
Yeah,
Oh, and a browse.
We're looking for Summoning Sphere or Nimbus Gen, which would be higher priority.
I don't see either.
Chaos Twister.
Another Grandmaster Wizard.
I guess it's not random, right? Yeah. Which one of these will matter the most at the very end of the game? This one. Figured it out.
Okay, so now Michael is in serious trouble unless he draws into that Summoning Sphere very soon. I would have liked to see Michael play the Apprentice Wizard on the Geistwood. Okay, we see another Apprentice Wizard drawn. Not a Summoning Sphere. He needs to just hurry up and draw cards.
Trying to do damage to you. These angels that go.
How many cards do you have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh my god.
He has not. Okay, so we've just heard how many cards Rob has in his hand. Rob has 9 cards in his hand.
Severely misplayed all of this.
Again, we saw the Grandmaster Wizard being the deciding factor here. Rob got his Grandmaster Wizard first, and he was able to kill it and draw another 3 and cast it from the cemetery for another 3 cards. I'm still unclear like how the Grandmaster Wizard died. I see the Scarabs in the cemetery, but yeah, we missed that.
One of them is to spell that you know. I know what that is. I'll look at this.
Draw card.
You got it.
I hope we didn't miss that Rob attacked his own Grandmaster Wizard with the Death Speaker, because that is not legal. So I'd like to know what exactly happened there.
What's the observation?
I'm just wondering how the Grandmaster Wizard died last turn on Rob's observatory. Oh, he played it. Did he play a desert last? That's what he did. Okay, I'm sorry. That was an easy. Yeah, we missed that. He played a desert to kill his Grandmaster Wizard. Rob did on his last turn, which allowed him to then recast the Grandmaster Wizard from the cemetery for another 3 cards. So yeah, Rob is just way ahead on cards right now. He has 9 cards in his hand. He pulled another Grandmaster Wizard with a browse out of his the top of his library or his spell book. So next turn, if he doesn't draw, if he doesn't already have the combo, he's going to be able to play another Grandmaster Wizard for 3 more cards. So now he just drew up to 10 spells. Or was that his sight? No, he drew a sight. So he drew up to now 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana, and he has 9 spells in hand. He's doing some math. Does he have it? You see, Michael. That's why Michael put the wizard under his avatar. He's actually trying to protect his avatar from the Nimbus Gen combo. So for every minion that Michael has underneath his avatar, that is another card that Rob has to be prepared to discard to deal 3 damage with the Nimbus Gen. So Michael is definitely thinking ahead here, playing very defensive.
That's 7, so I have 2 left.
Hoping that he can pile up enough cards under the Death Speakers so that he can't be comboed anytime soon. I think it's interesting to note here that Rob chose not to draw, or not to play his second Grandmaster Wizard. I think he wants to make sure that Michael can't play it, can't kill it and then play it. So he chose to keep that in hand.
Yeah, draw a spell. Okay, guy. Okay.
Ooh, there we see a Grandmaster Wizard drawn by Michael now. That's exciting. He definitely wants to play that. But he's also concerned about the Scarabs. The Scarabs on 8 can come in and sweep up all the minions that are protecting Michael's avatar. So he needs to take care of that Scarab to prevent the Nimbus Gen combo next turn. The fact that Rob put the Scarabs there is kind of a tell. It kind of lets us know that he probably has the Nimbus Gen combo. He simply needs to attack in with the Scarabs. Scarabs will die and kill everything else on that site, and then play the Summoning Sphere with the Nimbus Gen on top of Michael's avatar. So Michael should be concerned about that, and I believe he is. The fact that he didn't slam down that Grandmaster Wizard that he just drew, he knows that he needs to find a way to take care of that Sacred Scarabs, threatening his protection. Unfortunately, there are no locations nearby that Michael can play a desert on to kill the Scarabs.
Draw sight. Move this guy here. Sure. And then infiltrate that. Okay.
Oh, nice. Okay, so we see an infiltrate come out, taking control of Rob's Sacred Scarabs. Michael definitely wanted to draw more cards there, but he knew that he had to deal with the Scarabs right now. So he was forced to just draw a sight, play an infiltrate, pass turn, and hope for the best.
Good game, man. I gotta say,
And honestly, I completely missed last turn. Rob actually cast a pact with the devil, sacrificing his apprentice wizard to draw 3 cards. So it was actually a better play than the Grandmaster Wizard that he selected with the browse, because he was able to draw 1 card off the wizard and then 3 more cards off the pact with the devil.
I misplayed.
Yeah, I think I thought it was a better matchup than it looks like it is, but I think once you stabilize and just put a big body down, like I'm just so far behind at that point that
you have to draw sight.
Right, and I started saving up enough, but I don't know. I feel like I was just gonna be so defensive for a bit to hopefully maybe eventually come out. I don't know.
No,
It's tough.
I mean, having never been on the opposite end, right? Like I play this mostly.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do there. I mean, do you have
No.
Okay, so Rob says, I'm tired of messing around. I'm tired of hoping. I'm just gonna play the Death Dealer. We're gonna sweep the board. Let's get all of these protected units, all these units off the field so that I can play the Nimbus Gen combo and take you out. This is not good news for Michael.
And I'll draw sight.
And even if Michael plays Grandmaster Wizard next turn on his avatar to try to protect it, the Death Dealer can come in and kill it. But then actually that's probably not great, because then the Death Dealer would end up soaking up some of the strikes from the Nimbus Gen. So let's see what happens here. This is actually getting dicey for Michael. He has his own Death Dealer. That might be the best play, to slap the Death Dealer on under your avatar. That'll soak up 2 strikes from a Nimbus Gen, and it will kill the opposing Death Dealer. That might be the play that we see here.
That's why I don't. But if you have, disintegrates.
Michael still has no Michael still does not have any cores, no ramp whatsoever, no Philosopher's Stone. He only has 7 mana to play with here. 8 mana now with the smokestacks. He does have a core in hand though, so in the Philosopher's Stone, I'm wondering.
That's just fodder for discard, I feel.
Yeah, he's just saving him for discard. But he has a Grandmaster Wizard in hand, so he should play them so that he can draw more cards more quickly.
A million cards in
Do you wait now, or do you wait to your next turn?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
if you fire off now, does he have the
Is that a
combo?
summoning? What does he have the combo? Is that a summoning sphere as his last? Because he's kept that card hidden this whole time. I think that's a summoning sphere. I think he has the combo, but he only has 6 cards to discard, so that would only be 18 damage.
Don't sell yourself short.
Not enough. Not enough.
I mean, if he had one more spell here, I believe he would have the combo. He would have enough to deal 21 damage, but he's just not quite there.
10 cards.
Yeah, 10 spells.
I wonder if it would have been beneficial to use some of your minions in your avatar to deal damage, like even last turn,
especially with the egg,
or 2 turns ago rather. Yeah,
especially with
Drop
the egg with the heal.
on your side. Because it really seems like he just needs Rob to be at 18 life right now. So what does he do? What does he do? I think that right now, man, the best option is to play the Death Dealer. You got to sweep the opposing Death Dealer.
So I guess right now what we're talking about is Nimbus Djinn. Nimbus Djinn is a 6 cost with Summoning Sphere, which is what, 2?
Summoning Sphere is 1 mana.
Summoning Sphere is 1, so 7. Rob has a potential of 9 next turn. So not necessarily sure what. Okay, Stone.
I think that Rob has so many cards now that he's just not going to care about anything that's on anything. If Michael plays a Death Dealer on his avatar, I believe Rob has just enough cards to power through it with his own combo.
Michael, show us your last card, buddy.
I believe that's a Summoning Sphere that Michael has. So now he's deciding whether or not he wants to play Death Dealer or play Grandmaster Wizard. Now, since he played the Philosopher's Stone, okay, I'm surprised he played it. I'm surprised he played Philosopher's Stone and Death Dealer. Let's see what he does here. So that's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. He used 1 for the Philosopher's Stone and then 6 for the Death Dealer. So only has 1 mana left. I'm surprised he didn't play Courtesan, Grandmaster Wizard, and hope that Rob doesn't have it, because then he would be able to combo the next turn. But right now, he's not going to be able to combo next turn. So now he's giving Rob 2 more turns.
Yeah. Like I said, it didn't come up. All right, we're going to be sneaky. Oh, no. I don't know how sneaky.
So does Rob have the combo? Does Rob have enough spells to discard? He's copying the Observatory. He's looking at the top 3 cards of his spellbook. I think he's still searching. I think Rob is still searching.
That's a good sign.
Surprisingly. It's possible that Rob just doesn't have it. Oh, wow. We saw the disenchant come in, and 3 for 1 Michael, taking out Angel's Egg, Amethyst Core, and Philosopher's Stone, all in one fell swoop. Absolutely devastating. Especially since he was saving those cards for so long so that he could discard them to the combo, to have them just destroyed the turn after he plays them. Now he's left with only 5 cards in hand and 8 mana. And that's Michael. Rob still has quite a few cards in hand, but we can't see exactly how many. But I know it has to be enough to execute the combo for 21 damage. I'm wondering if he just does not have Summoning Sphere just yet.
Huge.
Gotcha. Sucker.
surprised I didn't die last turn.
Michael has no choice here but to slam down the Grandmaster Wizard. He has to draw cards.
Playing scared. Playing scared. What are we doing here?
I know he's thinking about taking out like the wizard and attacking with the Death Dealer and his avatar.
You're at 10?
But it's just not going to be fast enough.
Yeah, sorry. It's really, the life totals are irrelevant. I know what we're trying to do here.
He could try to chip in some damage so that he needs less cards for the combo.
At least one. Yeah, Death Dealer could do at least one. I mean, Death Dealer comes in, block Apprentice Wizard, then you would cast.
Whoever's trying to talk, you need to hit the button and then talk.
That's how walkie-talkies canonically work.
Yeah, the problem is the Apprentice Wizard is there to block the Death Dealer. So, okay, it looks like he takes 4. Interesting. That's exactly what Michael wanted to see there.
He has no Angel's Egg to recoup.
No Angel's Egg to recoup. And so the issue with attacking here is now the Death Dealer is not protecting Michael's avatar. But maybe he just sees, we don't know how many cards Rob has. Maybe he just sees that Rob has so many cards that it really doesn't matter. And that he kind of he's guessed now that Rob just doesn't have the combo yet. So he's just going to try to focus on getting in some damage this turn, drawing some cards, hoping that Rob doesn't top deck the combo.
This dumb guy.
And try to do his own combo next turn.
Michael passes the turn to Rob. Draws a spell for a turn.
Do the thing.
Do the thing. Oh no.
He has it.
There it is.
There it is. Summoning Sphere plus Nimbus Djinn. Discard 7 cards, take him to death's door.
3, 4, 5, 2 more. 2 more, huh?
At this point, it really doesn't matter a whole lot which cards he discards.
So is Scarecrow does that have to be a staple? Like, I love the card anyway. I just think it's super. It was corner case at one point, but
I think for Fire Air Death Speaker in the mirror match, it's tough. Against the Nimbus Djinn combo, Fire Air just doesn't have anything to protect itself except for piling up a bunch of minions. So it needs something. It could play with a couple of Gnome Hollows pretty easily, I think. I think playing with some Gnome Hollows is actually better than just throwing in Scarecrow. Because Gnome Hollows protects you against Battle Mage too. It protects you against Avatar of Earth. So I think throwing in some Gnome Hollows would just be probably beneficial.
I have 3 mana left. You got a dude over there? You do have a dude over there.
Yeah, we see Rob taking Michael to death's door, discarding 7 cards to deal 21 damage with the Nimbus Djinn.
I'll cast a dude, draw card.
He discarded some Violimps. Violimps, Cemetery, that means that next turn, all Rob has to do is cast one of those Violimps. Because there are 2. Or no, there are 3 now in a Cemetery. Unless Michael plays a Pillar of Zyros. Which he can't anyway. He's blocked in, so. With the Summoning Sphere out, there's nowhere that Michael can go to escape a Violimp from the Cemetery. He would need to destroy the Summoning Sphere this turn and move over to 4. If Michael does not have a disenchant right now, or draw into one.
You want to put me to death's door?
And
I mean, I can, but you know, it's a little late now.
so I think if Michael does have Disenchant in his library, like his best hope here is just to try to kill that Grandmaster Wizard on the Geistwood, draw more cards.
I should have.
Cast it for free
No, I
from
got
the
completely
cemetery,
outplayed.
draw
Your
3
this
more
is really
cards, move over with the Avatar, and then disenchant the
I'll
summoning.
tell you that my opening hand contained both of these cards, and I had to push them to the bottom, so I had to draw all the way to all the way to my opening hand.
Oh, we just had an admission from Rob that he mulliganed
Actually, I don't think I should.
a Nimbus Gin to the bottom of the deck as his spellbook. So yeah, he did not have the combo. He actually top decked it.
Yeah.
I think there's anywhere I can go.
Oh no, I must have shuffled with the princess.
Right.
So maybe.
Michael says, "Is there anywhere I can go?" Unfortunately, Michael, there is nowhere you can go right now. You have to destroy the summoning sphere.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I don't. I think I should have moved last turn.
He does not currently have a disenchant in hand either. So.
Attack it for 4.
Yeah, no blocks. you got it.
You got it, dude.
Whatever you want.
Let's play your Death Dealer.
Okay, blow everything up.
Yeah.
Boom, boom.
Let's get as. I'll draw 3 cards.
Okay, so he played the Death Dealer for free.
Seems good.
Killing the Grandmaster Wizard. He played it for free because he's on Death's Door.
Those don't protect against a violent. So.
He drew 3 cards, and none of them are disenchant.
Disenchant from your deck?
Oh, we just had Rob asked Michael, "Do you have a disenchant in your deck?" Michael said no.
Because.
Yeah, you already cast your.
Does Wind Blast work against Summoning Sphere? Does Wind Blast push a Summoning Sphere? It does.
Oh, Wind Blast will push the Summoning Sphere, but it will also push.
Right.
If only we could find an out that exists in the game that we don't have in our hand.
No, I don't even.
So he has a Wind Blast in hand, but the problem is when he Wind Blasts, it will push the Summoning Sphere and the Death Dealer. So unless he has a Blink in addition to a Wind Blast, it won't help here.
Let's just keep drawing cards, man. Let's play it out.
And actually, even a Blink, because the Wind Blast, the Summoning Sphere would still be.
You. How sick would that be? Death Door just play.
No, I guess he could Wind Blast down, Blink to the desert, and move to Observatory.
Who knows, you know?
We got wizards.
Yeah, that would be an out. Wind blasting down towards Rob, pushing Summoning Sphere, and then, but he doesn't have it. All right, well that's it for game 2, and the best of 3. Rob takes the match, winning 2 out of 3, 2 out of 2 there.
I was trying to get up there because the next turn I was going to do the same thing.
I was really.
And then you drew a desert.
Drew a spell for turn and tapped your guy to draw a
sight.
Yeah. And I really thought you were going to draw a sight, put it there.
Wow, very interesting mirror match there.
Yeah.
And just a reminder, when you're in a Death Speaker versus Death Speaker mirror match, it is all about attrition. It's all about you getting ahead in resources.
And my wizard was sitting here, and I was like,
getting to that combo first, getting to your Grandmaster Wizard first, taking advantage of your opponent's cemetery, casting spells out of your opponent's cemetery so you can draw cards so that you can get to that final play. Nimbus Gin plus Summoning Sphere for the win again in game 2 of the semifinals. And that will move Rob on to the finals.
Yes. Rob will move on to the finals. We actually have a little Q&A that's going on right now with the artists. We're going to run over to that real quick as we prepare for our finals match. So stand by for a little quick exclusive of what you can expect to see at Sorcery Social. Stand by for that here.
Playing 4-color, and it seemed rough, and the mana was rough, and it they really only got the land surveyors as just better versions of what's his face.
Yeah.
But I could live without the land surveyors. I really want the blue bounce guy.
my kids had left, and the publishing company I'd been working for was downsizing considerably. So I got an offer to leave that outfit, and I basically grabbed my wife and said it's time for us to leave Long Island, and moved up into the mountains where everything I look at up there is something I want to paint, and I'm really having a good time being up there and incorporating all that environment into the fantasy work that I'm doing now. So I'm super happy with being part of Sorcery. They've been terrific so far. I just hope it keeps going strong for a while.
Yeah, no, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm Matthias Frisk from Sweden, and my interest in art started when I was listening a lot of metal bands in my early teens, and it got me to getting interested in painting and starting to paint, and I quite soon started to paint abstract painting and stuff like that. But at the same time, I play in a death metal band, and I painted album covers for our band, and then my friend's band started to ask me to paint their album covers, and so on. So I guess that's the way where Sorcery came in and had seen the album covers I made.
That's awesome. Oh, that's so cool.
And I also have a master's degree in art history. So I'm more on the theoretical side of this. But yeah.
No, fantastic. And I'm Dave. I am not an artist, but I just really love it. So I'm here to help moderate the discussion. So what I'd love to do is now kind of change gears a little bit and open the audience to questions. So any questions from the audience?
Yeah, I've got one.
Awesome.
All right.
So here, I'm going to give you the microphone so everyone can hear.
All right. So earlier, Alan, whenever you were talking, you were explaining kind of how you just saw art all over the place, you know, realized that it was something you were interested in. I'm kind of curious for the four of you guys, for anybody out there who might be kind of also interested but thinks I don't have the talent, I could never do that. At what point did you realize that there was some kind of shift between natural talent to practice makes perfect, if you will? Or did it begin that way? Or was it just interest driven, and then through that you put the time in to get good from there? Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Anybody want to answer that first? Sure, go down again. I don't really think that there is like a natural talent. Like I said, I was drawing since I was really little, so I think I just ended up practicing a bunch on accident. But I think really like it is just about the hours you put in, and also there's kind of some rules that you can follow if you want to make something realistic, and you can find those rules out like in books, or maybe someone teaches you, teacher, go to atelier or college, or just your buddy that's good at drawing can help you out. But if you know the certain concepts behind art and you just put hours in, you'll get good. And it's just that simple, I think.
Yeah, it's I'd have to agree with that. I think that it's more about like same thing. I've been drawing since I was a little kid, but it was my interest in it that kept me doing it. True.
Oh, did you have a hard time parking your motorcycle?
Oh yeah, it was the worst. No Ron stop me. Oh, okay. So anyway, it was more of a matter of me being interested, enjoying the drawing part of it. When I picked it up, I enjoyed copying things and creating my own ideas and all that kind of stuff. And then when you get into like high school or even junior high school, and you find out that you're getting kudos from people for your drawings, that kind of fuels it, like fandom, fuels it. Mm-hmm. And then if you start to become like the best kid in your class, that starts to fuel it, and it just goes forward like that. But I think as far as it changing from being like that to what it becomes, I mean, a lot of it is just constantly doing it, you know, and learning as much as possible and practicing and, you know, reading books and watching people. Like now you have YouTube, you can watch all kinds of different artists paint, and the more you do that, then you're going to get better, you know. I think the harder thing beyond that is the creative part of it. I don't know that people are born with the skills, but born with the creativity. That could be something that, you know, would be different, because not everybody can think that way, you know, as far as this kind of work goes. Not you know, portraiture or something like that, but for this kind of work, it's not just the skill, it's the creativity, being able to get an art idea and go, and how am I going to make that happen? That's not even a real thing. You know, you're not just drawing an animal or a person, you're making up all kinds of stuff that doesn't exist and having to make it look believable. And that, I don't know that that's something you're born, I mean, that, you know, everybody is born with, or something that you could work on to develop the creativity. Maybe, I don't know.
I think a lot of that might come from environment.
Right.
Like Matthias, or Truett being in a place where he's raised by two artists, he's kind of a product of that environment and brought up in a space that's very encouraging to be welcome to draw. If you're brought up by a couple of stockbrokers, then you're going to be much less inclined to start thinking creatively and assembling things, which will help you develop those creative skills later on. I definitely came from a similar space in that there were a number of amateur painters in my extended family. So I saw from a very early age that it was possible for you to start with a blank piece of paper and get this kind of transition to an image that made you see something else. And just understanding that process made it seem wholly possible, even as a kid. And I definitely had a leg up in school, like Alan was saying about how, like, if you're the best kid in your classroom at 30 and then a few years later you're the best kid in your grade, that definitely helps fuel the whole monster along. But I think perseverance is huge too, both for a creative person to get better and for a non-creative person to become a creative person. I've seen people who are really not that gifted at all, but stubbornly really wanted to be, and they can grow tremendously and even become successful because they just refuse to give up. I've seen that totally work at the same time. It doesn't mean that it isn't easier for a person that has a natural ability, but I've seen people that just really want it bad, and that's what I used to tell my students that were trying to get into it. I would say, how bad do you want it? Like, are you willing to do it for nothing? Are you willing to do it and live on ramen for a year before you start making money at it? Because if you want it bad enough, you can get there.
Yeah, so kind of hearing the nature-nurture component, where you can have a nurturing environment, but at the same time you can push yourself and kind of grow by choosing to engage in that.
I think both paths are definitely productive to lead you there, but neither one is an ultimatum.
Yeah.
You know, it can be done in any number of ways.
Have you ever felt like you're working on something, you're like, this is terrible, and then the person doing it for it, like, wow, this is amazing.
Yeah. So the question is, has the artist ever felt that the imagery they've created isn't something that's up to their standards, but the observer or person that kind of commissioned it really enjoyed it?
I do see that from time to time, and normally it's what happens when you hand in multiple sketches on a project, and you'll hand in 5, and 4 of them you'll feel good about, and it's always the one that you regret handing in, that the client will fixate on and say, oh, this is the one we want, this is best.
That was just a snippet. That was just a snippet of some of the spring sorcery events here live that you can experience at some of these sorcery events. There's a few more happening. Sorcery Sorcery Con is later on this year. That's going to be in Vegas. There's Spiel Essen that's happening later on this year, and a few more that are happening that you can experience some of these meet and greets and community activities. We have our top final here. Zaylam, I just opened your mic. We have our top final here against Rob and Michael. This is our final match. This is for all the cookies.
I think it's Rob and CJ. Christian's at the top.
My apologies, Christian. Yes.
So this is CJ. I believe if I can believe PK here in chat. This is CJ. He was in the finals of the last Discord League as well.
Jesus, all right. I got third root spider. You good?
And he has a Earth Fire Seer Roots deck that focuses on aggro in the early game, and then uses roots to as a safety net, but also to just wrap up the game. So this is going to be an interesting match. Me personally, I do favor the Seer deck in this matchup. I also play Earthfire Seer Roots, and I usually have really good luck against that speaker. So I want to say that Rob is a bit of the underdog in this matchup. We'll see what happens. We'll see if Christian can get out a Gnome Hollow, something to protect him from the Nimbus Gen combo.
I'll do one spell, 2 sites. Cool.
So just as a question, okay? So let's say at Gen Con, right? There's a lot of people who are playing in a big tournament. You don't know what player, one has in their deck. It's such a large crowd, such a large environment. Do you just assume because it's Death Speaker that you're playing Nimbus Gen? Like, is there a way for you to say, okay, Seer? Whenever I see Seer, I say Roots of Vigor Cell. That was in my Seer's deck. How do you assume, outside of it being Sorcerer, because that's all fun and games, it's all great. But if you have a different avatar, how would you approach the match? Would you just play your game? Would you go based on the avatar? What's your thought?
I mean, you can really tell a lot when the opponent's not playing Sorcerer. If they've got a specific avatar that has a specific game plan, you can really tell a lot. Now, both Seer and Death Speaker, they do have a lot of variation in the types of decks that they play. So, I mean, if you were sitting across from me playing my Earthfire Seer Roots deck, it would be very, very different. Oh, wow, turn 1 Gnome Hollows from Christian. That's huge. So that's going to protect him from the Nimbus Gen combo, because Nimbus Gen won't be able to enter that Gnome Hollow. So he's not really in a rush to use his Roots combo anytime soon, unless he feels threatened from the aggro coming from Rob on the other side. That's just a massive opening play for Christian. But yeah, like I was saying, when you see Nimbus Gen across the board, or I'm sorry, not Nimbus Gen, Death Speaker, you better be prepared for Nimbus Gen. Because if a player is playing Death Speaker and they're not playing Nimbus Gen, I would be surprised. I wouldn't say that they're doing it wrong, because it could be, some cool, innovative new deck. But the Nimbus Gen is just so powerful, and it's so easy to draw a lot of cards in Death Speaker that all you have to do is control. You don't care if your opponent's healing. All you care about is Gnome Hollows under your opponent's avatar, or something like the Scarecrow. If you can reliably take care of those, then the Nimbus Gen combo is going to win you the game. Now, here's the problem with Rob's deck. In this matchup, Rob does not have Earthquake. He's not playing Earth. He doesn't have access to Crater Eyes. I don't even think he plays Sinkholes. So how is Rob going to deal with the Gnome Hollows? I don't think he can. I really don't think that Rob's deck is prepared to deal with Gnome Hollows. I think that Rob is just simply going to have to try to attack into Christian and just ping away with things like Violimp, Scarabs. Maybe he has a major explosion. I haven't seen it in the deck yet. This is going to be a tough one for Rob. Like, he's going to have to work hard and use a completely different game plan to win this match.
This is my hand.
Seems good. Cool. I'll play a.
The Amazon Warriors was fetched with Common Sense.
Okay, so we see Rob getting a little bit aggressive right off the bat. Oh, he doesn't have any fire threshold. Rough.
I don't know what's happening. Go ahead.
I took the scarabs back in my hand because I can't cast it.
Yeah, yeah.
What did Rob pull with the Highland Princess? Did you see
Amazon.
yourself?
Oh, with the princess? I did not see.
Untap, considered life choices. Okay, well, let's Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
Maybe that was a missed opportunity for him to get the Ruby core that he needed in order to start playing his fire minions. Now he has to wait another turn to see if he can get a fire sight.
So I bottomed it, but I haven't chosen to draw yet.
Okay.
And it looks like whatever he pulled, he's holding it, preparing for the Roots combo. So after the Roots destroys everything in the realm, Roots, if you're not familiar, Sinkhole destroys Roots of Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil, when Roots of Yggdrasil gets destroyed, you destroy everything in the realm except for avatars and bedrocks, because bedrocks can't be destroyed. So CJ has a good start here playing Seer. CJ has a good start with the bedrock out. He has a Sinkhole. The fact that you said he common sense for an Amazon Warriors.
Yes.
So the fact that he grabbed Amazon Warriors tells me that he probably already has the Roots combo ready. Because what you can do with Amazon Warriors is once you have your 5 mana, then you blow up the realm. When you blow up the realm and you lose all your sites, you don't lose your mana. So then he'll use that 5 mana to cast Amazon Warriors on the bedrock and just be ready to go. And so at that point, Rob will have to try and play catch up. He'll play a site, and Rob's probably holding cores and or stone, and he'll dump all the cores and stone out to try to get his mana back so that he can deal with the Amazon Warriors as quickly as possible.
What madness is this?
Now, the problem with CJ's plan here is if this is his plan, oh yeah, I see the Roots in his hand. So the problem with his plan is he played his Gnome Hollows out early. Honestly, I think that was a huge mistake. If he planned on using Roots, he should have held the Gnome Hollows and then saved it and then played it after comboing with the Roots. Now, he plays one Gnome Hollows. He plays more than one Gnome Hollows. Like he can use this here to get another Gnome Hollows, but he needs to do that. He needs to be prepared. Otherwise, he'll open the door for Rob to do Death Speaker things with Nimbus Gen. The fact that Rob has the Geistwood out is very interesting. That'll be really cool for Rob. When the Roots goes off, any minion that has a Genesis ability is sitting on the Geistwood will die and get the Genesis abilities triggered again. So he goes ahead and uses the desert to kill the Highland Princess and then cast the Highland Princess from his cemetery. And then gets the Genesis ability, so he gets to search for a core. Yeah. And now he can cast Highland Princess from his cemetery to get yet another core out of his library. So definitely like piling up on the mana ramp, getting ready for Roots. If I'm on CJ's side of the table, I'd be reconsidering the Roots plan. Potentially getting ready to just get aggressive.
What happened?
I'll pop Roots.
Could be anything.
Yeah. So backline and.
Okay, so he is going to go with the Roots plan. He's going to play out his Amazon Warriors most likely here, and just try to put the pressure on as quickly as possible.
That's just such a gentleman. He's providing his tokens. So considerate of him.
I had 5.
One more on
2,
7.
3, 4, 5.
Okay, so I do like that. If you're going to go with the roots, just go ahead and do it as quickly as possible before CJ can pile up any more ramp, any more card advantage, any like before Rob can take advantage of that guy's foot any further. So if you're going to go for roots, now's the time. He did it. Hopefully he has another Gnome Hollows, or he at least leaves that space open where Seer is for Gnome Hollows and tries to get it using the Seer's Scry ability. So wow, we have the Ruby core and the Amethyst core coming from Rob to put him up to 3 mana now. And so now CJ's on the back foot on the mana. He only has 1 mana right now, but he can play a side to put him up to 2, and then he'll need to try to push that Amazon Warriors forward to get some damage in quickly. But Rob, I believe, is playing Infiltrate. Yeah, we saw Infiltrate come from Rob last. Ooh, nice. A sinkhole. Very nice. I don't know if I would have popped it right now.
Walk up and mana, common sense.
Maybe that is good, actually. Because next turn, Rob would have 4 mana, which would give him the mana he needed to cast Infiltrate, which would have been devastating. So I do like that. Sinkhole, pop the tower. Now Rob is left with 2 mana. If Rob plays a tower and then Infiltrate right now, that's going to be tough for CJ to deal with.
Oh, I am now, yeah. You're right. Damn, sinkhole hurts me too? Yeah.
This is an interesting match. I wonder if CJ just went too early, though. I really do think that sitting on that Gnome Hollows was a pretty safe, place to be. And now we have Rob ahead on mana.
Graveyard, but it's kind of annoying to sort.
No, I hear
Potentially ahead on cards.
Have you seen my just random display of stuff?
I'll just put my exile guys above it.
Mm-hmm.
My non-exile guys here.
Kyle said roots pop way too early, in my opinion, especially after Rob fetched a core. I feel like it can be popped early or it can be popped late. Because Christian had the Amazon Warriors in hand, they hit for 5. So technically, Rob is on a clock, like a 4-turn clock right now. You have to play sides to ramp. You can't tap to move away. Not sure if you have a blink in hand, but that's just my opinion. Sometimes if you play it later, that does allow you to get mixes or allows you to get your bedrock out to trap the opponent's avatar. One game I played, I was trapped in a corner with bedrock and I couldn't put more than 1 site down. So that would be a benefit of playing roots later on. So yeah, it could be beneficial early or it could be beneficial later. Thank you for that observation.
Yeah, one big problem that I had with the roots, popping the roots when he did, if he had waited 1 more turn, he could have popped roots and then played a site in front of the bedrock and then played his Amazon Warriors on that site and then been able to attack with Amazon Warriors the turn after immediately. He would have also been able to trap the Death Speaker into only 5 sites for the rest of the game. So I'm a bit.
Can I read Dispel? I don't actually know what it says.
I'm a bit surprised that he did pop it when he did. He would have also been up on mana further too, and just in a much better position. Because he really wasn't in too much of a hurry. I mean, yes, Rob was building up a lot of cards, but Seer can also build up a lot of cards. Like Seer can use its ability to get 2 card draw engines like Immortal Throne or Queen of Midland. I would have definitely liked to see an Earthquake in hand for CJ before popping, maybe even a mix, something like that. And then after popping the roots, once all these cores come down, boom, you can earthquake them away, and a Death Speaker is stuck on 5 sites for the rest of the game with, not much mana ramp. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see if Rob has an answer for the Warriors. You could just block all day, too.
Would you? I have a. If Death Speaker hits Amazon Wares, or I'm just trying to figure out how to get Amazon Wares out with the current board state. He can recur Vile Imp because that's 4. So you just need to get 1 in. Hit, die, recur, damage, Death Speaker hit, but then you're down to 10. Amazon Warriors is gone. Your clock is off. Summoning Sphere is out. That could be the line.
I don't think that Rob has anything to worry about necessarily. But here we have the Dispel to take care of the cores. That's good.
Yeah, makes sense. Back to 2 mana. I'm still on 2 mana. Why not? Pass 2. He's got a P stone.
He attacked in to kill the Violent. So now he's in a much better position. Rob doesn't have a whole lot of options to take care of the Amazon Warriors at 3 mana. He can play a Apprentice Wizard to chump block. But then, CJ has access to Firebolts, things that can get rid of Deserts even. Oh, he did. Okay, so he chose to tap to draw a site. It's possible that he just didn't have another site to play there. But he did have Philosopher's Stone. So next turn we could see something like Infiltrate come out. Could even see a Tower plus a Poison Nova. There are a lot of options that Rob has coming up in his deck to keep him off of this clock that the Amazon Warrior is creating. Christian needs to be in a great hurry here. If we see like something like a Cobalt, ooh, Kobolds! Now that clock is sped up. Now Rob is in trouble unless Rob can reverse this tempo. Like it's not going to work just doing 1 removal spell per turn or 1 blocker per turn now. He's got to play something like Poison Nova here. Okay, so he played the Violent from the Cemetery and cast Firebolts to take out the Amazon Warriors. That is a good first step, because now all that's required is a Violent to take out the Kobolds. Kobolds is coming in for 4 damage this turn, unless CJ has something like a Gigantism in hand, which would take Rob to Death's Door right away. We'll see what he has. 2 Earth.
Good.
Does he have Gigantism?
Yeah, that's funny. All right, so that's 4 damage.
Gigantism on the Kobolds will deal 4 and then 4 more at the end of turn to take Rob to Death's Door. Or I'm sorry, 6 and then deal 6 more at the end of turn. Oh my gosh, my brain is like an old Gigantism mode. Gigantism adds 6, so it would actually deal 8 and then 8 more at the end of turn. But okay, he doesn't have it. He's going to attack for 2. Rob is just going ahead and just taking 2 more for the end of turn trigger right now, so he doesn't forget.
I'm just trying to think. I always try to play around Earth. The fact that you're not playing it just throwing me.
Does he have a Cavalry maybe? Oh, a Sandworm. I love the Sandworm. All right, so now Rob's in the same position as last turn. He has to be able to take out both of these guys to avoid going on Death's Door. And he doesn't have it. He has a Grandmaster Wizard to draw cards, and he simply has to pass the turn. So Rob is going to Death's Door here against a Seer control deck that has Fire. I think this is it, guys. We thought the Roots was early. but CJ was ready to back it up. He had the dispel for the cores. He had the aggro to keep up the tempo, to keep up the pressure. And Rob just didn't have the answer.
Dice. Take you to death's door.
Seems good.
Tap. Well, actually, walk up on you. Play Root Spider under me.
Seems good.
Pass to you.
And there we have a Root Spider to protect from a Nimbus Gen if a Nimbus Gen would come out. I don't think it really matters here. I think there's just too many options for CJ to close out the game here. And he's still at 19 live. What can Rob do here? He has to be careful about cardinal directional spells like Firebolts next turn. CJ has already moved up his avatar so close that a Blaze from CJ will win. Firebolts from CJ will win unless there's some sort of...
And you're at door, so it's free. Nice.
Yeah, I just cannot see it. Like maybe if Rob teleported all the way to number 1,
That could have been a lot of damage.
he could survive another turn.
Okay.
But I don't think Rob is playing teleport.
Might not be dead.
Okay.
Hapafem says sandworm is the new inclusion. There's been a lot of sandworms in this event.
Yeah, I love sandworm. As soon as I started playing with sandworm in my Earthfire Seer deck, I knew it was just a mainstay from then on. 4 power is just so strong. Lightning bolt can't kill it. There's a lot of things that deal 3 damage. Firebolts can't kill it. It can kill an opposing Root Spider. Root Spider plus Trinket can't kill it.
1 minute, yep.
It kills opposing Cave Trolls. It's just a good card. Yes, it's bad against water, but right now water is just not very prevalent in the meta. So it's nothing to worry about, really. So we did see a blink from Rob.
That makes sense as a blocker with the Summoning Sphere.
That's all 3.
The problem here is that the Kobolds literally just have to move and pass turn, and CJ wins. But he does have another Kobolds, and that's the game, and that's the mat. Oh no, that's game 1. This is best 2 out of 3. Just to have another one to watch.
What's going on here?
Awesome. Man, we're so used to watching one game in the finals. Now we get 2. All right, so we get another game. Let's see if Rob can actually turn the tables here and prepare a little bit better for the Roots combo.
Do you think so? I'm gonna put a question out. Like, at what turn do you think Christian is gonna play the Roots?
Well, it all depends on if he gets the Roots early again. This game he got it very early, either in his opening hand or immediately after. So I think Rob needs to be prepared for the Dispel. Dispel definitely was an all-star in that match. I might even say that Rob could maybe just move his avatar over so he's 1 step away. 1 more step away from Dispel. If he's going to go with that game plan again. But I think, honestly, like he just needs to hope that CJ doesn't get Roots early. Because Death Speaker just doesn't deal well with this in this matchup. It's easy to block Death Speaker off so that Death Speaker can't play any more sites for the rest of the game. Earthquake, Dispel, these cards can take out the ramp that Death Speaker gets after the Roots combo. So it's really tough. It's going to be really tough. I'd like to see Rob come out with maybe a blink, like an early blink to get his avatar to the side, maybe over into a corner even. But then when he's in a corner, he has to be very wary of being blocked in. So if he gets into a corner too early and then CJ puts a bedrock nearby, then that's going to be problematic too. So it just takes a lot of practice. It takes practice to play Seer control, or I mean Seer Roots, and it takes practice to play against Seer Roots.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if Rob is ready for this in round 2.
About, like the matchup against Death Speaker, if they're not playing Earth, it's
Game 2.
doable. If I get a really late roots, it's not good because you've already like, you know, Grandmaster Wizard and got a bunch of cores in hand and maybe dealt a boatload of damage.
But yeah, they're talking about him holding a couple of cores in hand. I think that's the right play. Like you want to try and save up your ramp, especially if your opponent is sitting on a Gnome Hollows. It's just not there's not a huge rush to try and get to the combo because you won't be able to use it. So holding some cores up, getting ready to make a comeback after the roots combo is the right play, but you have to be ready for the earthquake or the spell.
Roots, which is what I want to dodge. And honestly, Ira's 10-year-old is what I was hoping to dodge because I was like, oh no.
There you go.
Is this your deck?
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm just like playing with that.
Some things that Death Speaker can do to help in this matchup, I think, going forward is playing stuff like Color Out of Space or throwing in a water site, you know, and taking out a desert maybe, throwing in a water site, an oasis, so that you can put that under yourself to avoid losing your cores. This is something that Ira was actually really good about doing. When he played Death Speaker decks, he was always wary of his opening site to avoid either Atlantean Fate or Earthquake, because he knew he was going to pile up on cores. So he wanted to protect that site, depending on whatever he was matched up against. Like I know I would play like when I would play Enchantress and he would play his Death Speaker, he wanted to make sure and get an ordinary site under his avatar because he knew Atlantean Fate would come out at some point in the match.
We have the poll results here. When will CJ destroy roots? 77% of people said between turn 5 and turn 6, which is actually really interesting. My bet is between turn 4 and 5. I would say I would lean more on turn 4, but we'll see. Actually, you know, with Seer, you see 3 sites, and then you can put back 3 sites. At the start of your turn, you can scry, or you can look at the top site. So you've seen half of your sites already at that point. That's one thing I like about Seer. But you can go turbo scry or turbo Seer with Muse. When if you're running water, but that's very. I don't think that's competitive at all compared to. Do we know if he has roots in hand?
No, he does not have roots in hand. He has a desert, bedrock, and sinkhole. So he's already off to a good start with the sinkhole and the bedrock. And he scryed a river of flame to the bottom of his atlas. So he's going to play the scrying game. He's going to search for it. We'll see if Rob can do Death Speaker things before he gets to it.
200 exercise minutes
If anyone was interested in T-shirts that you've seen on stream or playmats or any of the merch that you've seen on the stream, feel free to stop by store.sorcery.social and pick up some exclusive items. Most of them are limited quantities. Shameless plug.
All right, so he doesn't want to have to get attacked by the Violent, but he definitely wants that bedrock forward. So he has to put it forward and take a hit here. He has Firebolts in hand, but he really needs that bedrock on 8 and not a desert. They'll have to wait a turn to push that out. Rob needs to get extremely aggressive here. Try to take advantage of the possibility that Christian doesn't have roots. We know Christian CJ doesn't have roots. Rob doesn't. But Rob needs to just play his game. Try to get in damage as quickly as possible. So Rob chooses to tap his avatar to draw a site, banking on CJ getting the roots. I see a lot of players do this when they play against roots. It's not advisable, generally speaking, because you give the roots player more time to set up the combo, to set up the follow-up to the combo. So unfortunately, yeah, Rob is playing a bit defensive here. And I do like that the Violent is out, though. It's going to put on a little bit of pressure.
I will tap and play.
But if we see a Desert come down, followed by Firebolts, and that's, oh, we see a Crossroads now. So Crossroads is just going to make it all the more easy for CJ to find the roots. Oh, I see a Sinkhole and a Bedrock, I believe, and 2 other non-roots cards. I like taking the Sinkhole here. His main 2 options are Sinkhole and Bedrock. So he's choosing whether or not he wants to have more mana after roots, or if he wants to limit his opponent's mana with the Sinkhole.
It's like when you see multiple things you like, you're like, that means they're on the bottom. There's no common sense
No,
shuffle. It's just, it's not what you want.
It's not always like if he has a Dispel or something in hand, then Sinkhole is really good because he knows he can Dispel. So he does take the Sinkhole. I like that. It's good, especially if he has Dispel in hand, so he can take out the cores that Rob plays on the follow-up.
I do nothing. Pass.
I like that you do nothing. I'll take that.
I know.
I'll draw like.
I don't like that I do nothing.
I'll draw.
But now that the Crossroads has gone off, we've dug through so much of the deck now. We had our opening hand. I didn't see how many sites he mulliganed, but I'd wager we've gone through about almost half of the deck, if not half, of the Atlas.
Yeah, take
2. Another attack from the Violent takes CJ down to 16. Not terribly concerning.
Okay.
I would agree with you, Hapa Films. TTS has a simulator for free to play, the game on TTS, and it's an easy way to get reps in, especially with people all over the world. I met Zalem on TTS What is pre-alpha considered? Is it before it was released? What is the time frame for pre-alpha?
Yeah, just before alpha was released. We call pre-alpha that year of testing. Alpha testing, beta testing, beta testing for alpha.
Yeah, on TTS, it was great. It was a really cool time. But yeah, TTS is a great place. Thanks, Hapa Films.
I'll just like.
I can't remember if I saw this.
All right, another pass the turn. I think we saw CJ just tap to draw a site. Still digging for roots.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take you for 2.
Yeah, take 2.
Here you go.
Okay.
I can't. So the problem is I can't let you.
Bottom.
Drop in.
That's not roots. Oh, he drew a spell. Okay, so maybe he already has roots, or maybe he's giving.
I think that he doesn't have it, but he's still trying to play considerably.
No.
Instead of getting through all of the, what is it, 4 turns to get through your entire site?
Yeah, no,
Atlas.
I definitely have it.
If you turbo scry like through your sites, I think it's like 4 turns to get through all of your sites.
I know.
Not 4. It would have to be more than that. You mean if you're just
if you're just doing sites? So
and then drawing.
Yeah, and then drawing a site.
Yeah, then that would be 3 sites you see every turn. I think he has a little time here. I think he should have just kept going for the roots, especially since he has the Amazon Warriors and another Sinkhole.
He is on like his last game he won. So is it stay defensive? I mean, stay offensive, or just play like a tempo? His tempo.
I mean, he has 4 mana here. I would definitely play that cavalry, kill the Violent, and then attack the next turn. Okay, so he's just going to go aggressive with his cavalry. I probably would have played a bit more safe there, because the lower your life total, the easier it is for Rob to play the Nimbus Gen combo.
the last.
And it's also pretty easy for Rob to just kill the cavalry. So playing the cavalry here for 3 damage instead of just playing it to kill and then have a threat.
Draw 3.
I think was the wrong play here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But he also might just want to get Rob down a little bit
before
and
Roots.
Yeah, before Roots, and he's pretty sure he can. Oh, is that Roots?
Yes, it is.
All right, I got Roots. I was like, it needs to be there. So I'll draw this.
Okay. I'm shocked.
I know, right? You have a blocker. I want to play my 5th land. I'll attempt to swing for 3. Yeah, all right. I'll. It doesn't die. Huh?
Your guy doesn't.
I'm gonna
Rob's
pop
first
roots.
minion in the cemetery.
It does die. I will play and pop roots.
Can we get some?
Yeah, we got the bubbles. We might need.
You should
So
bring
again,
your
he
foils.
pops the
Sorry.
Roots as soon as he plays it. I'm not a fan of that. I still think waiting one more turn against Fire Air Death Speaker. Fire Air Death Speaker just doesn't have anything that can interact with your combo. So waiting an extra turn so that you can then play a site forward in front of your bedrock and have your Amazon Warriors right next to your opponent's avatar, I think is just the better play.
The question in chat is, what is a top 8 meta like? Here, it was actually top 4 because we did a 32-player draft to a top 4 cut to be able to play best of 3 with no sideboard. There's at least 2 Death Speakers. It's not Battle Mage. Sorry about that, chat. And 1 Seer. But the balance of the 2 Death Speaker decks were very similar, as we saw in the last game.
That's all that was ever gonna happen.
That's what I want to see.
The 4th deck, not 100% sure what was played in the previous off-camera match.
Pop your guy. And my guy.
Christian looks to be attempting the same trajectory as previously.
Common sense.
Yeah, he did have that sinkhole to take out the Rob's first side again. Rob only had 1 core to follow up this time.
Complete denial of resources. Complete denial.
He just throws the dispel on the table. In your face. He's like, yeah, just so you know. This thing's coming out. Next turn.
Do you want to cut me? It's up to you. I just want to make sure I offer before I move it out of the way.
Well, it'd have to be the turn after next, after he plays another side. We'll see if Rob can draw the infiltrate this time.
JC, I'm not sure because where we have right now is 5 sites. I'm pretty sure that Christian was on curve or on was had a site every turn. So I would say 6, turn 6 potentially. That came out. It could be 5 or 6. So the 5 to 6.
Yeah, he spent
the poll was accurate.
His turn 4 drawing a site, and then I believe it's turn 5.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what the poll came out of.
Okay.
So good job, y'all. Let's see what the result of this poll is. Everyone says Seer is going to take it. 79% of everyone saying that Seer is going to take the win.
I'm going to swing at your site for 5. Okay, I'll take 5. We'll take 5. Okay, so you'll go to 12. I will tap, play step. I will firebolts this guy for 1, you for 2. He'll pop for 3, so you'll take 5.
Oh my goodness! Ouch!
So you go to
That
7.
firebolt was able to split 1 bolt into the scarabs and 2 into the Death Speaker. The scarabs died, dealing 3 more damage to the Death Speaker. That was rough.
And the Warriors are alive. They survived that.
I think playing out that scarabs on your home side on top of your Death Speaker. Oh, he had the infiltrate! He had the infiltrate! Man, having the infiltrate, I would have just held back the scarabs instead of taking all that extra damage.
Good.
But man, he had it. He had the answer. Now he has to come back. I don't think Rob plays Angel's Eggs. I think that last match,
we'll take this.
Michael had the Angel's Egg, but I'm not sure. I haven't seen Angel's Egg come from Rob. It'd be helpful here, but Christian has plenty of stuff to keep up the pressure. He plays kobolds, he plays cavalry, But he has to keep up the pressure.
Pass.
Oh my goodness, he has the Root Spider. The Root Spider can take stealth away from Amazon Warriors, returning control back to CJ. So now Rob cannot even use the Amazon Warriors profitably. He has to run away from the Root Spider the rest of the game. That is tough. See a desert come out. Rob's going to need to move the Amazon Warriors over to the tower.
Just 4.
Run this over here.
Mm-hmm.
Kill all the things.
So what are you doing if you're in Rob's shoes right now? You have a Grandmaster Wizard in your cemetery, a Vile Imp.
Okay, I'll just cast this here. Here you go.
Yeah.
So work up mana for.
It's never bad, right?
I'm a little surprised that Scarabs goes there. I expect the Root Spider to move over to the desert to force the Amazon Warriors back over to the River of Flame. So I think Scarabs down on the tower would have been a little bit better. That way we can attack diagonally onto the step after the Root Spider moves away.
Okay. Fine.
I've learned something today. After you actually get your top card with Seer, you should have a secondary card potentially that you're looking for, and a tertiary card. Because right now, what's the point of scrying? Like, what are you looking for right now? Is it situational?
Oh, you scry your. So in the beginning, you scry your Atlas, but then you switch to scrying your spellbook once you're set. So now he can just use the Seer to look through his spellbook for whatever he wants. You know, so to help in the matchup. So Seer is very powerful, scrying spells.
Don't do that. Sure. I'm not sure I want to do that. Maybe it's instead tap, draw sight.
Yep.
Oh, that's good. Move this.
Thank everybody for tuning in for the finals. This is best of 3. Rob took the first. I'm sorry, Christian took the first game with Roots of Yggdrasil combo to start off, and we're in game 2 of 3 right now.
Yeah.
See, now we see Rob getting punished for putting the Scarabs up on the desert, because this turn Rob could have attacked the unicorn. Now he might still have a blink, and maybe that's why he put it forward, because he hoped to blink it onto the Seer.
Okay.
But he could have just traded his Scarabs with the unicorn here if he had that Scarabs down on the tower. So we see another core come out. The mana ramp continue.
Okay.
Ooh, and we have a thunderstorm after a desert. Does he have 2 air? Yes, he does. He has the amethyst core.
Sure.
So the desert hit the unicorn for 1. A thunderstorm will take it out. Very good play from Rob.
Untap. I'll scry.
Now CJ can't play kobolds on that step without the kobolds getting killed the next turn from the thunderstorm.
Yes.
It's turning into a game.
Take this for turn.
Sure.
CJ is already down to 12 from that violent before the roots went off.
How much mana do I
And
have?
Rob is up to 6 or yes, 6.
That's okay. I can live with it.
The Murder Burger. This game could be over soon, but it looks like it could be far from over. Very philosophical. Is that a haiku?
Well, the site is Quagmire, so we can't move.
Okay.
That was my plan. But it does stop me from walking up and doing anything cool.
See, I see somebody asked, why not move it up, the Thunderstorm? Yeah, he's playing defensive. So the Thunderstorm staying on the step means that CJ cannot play a Kobolds there safely. Yeah, the Kobolds can deal 2 damage at the end of turn, but then it will die to the Thunderstorm the following turn. So Rob playing the Thunderstorm there is good. Now the Sandworm is in the Thunderstorm here. Rob can simply play another Desert, ping the Sandworm. Thunderstorm will take it out. I think this is going to get interesting. Is that a... Oh, but there is a Gnome Hollows up there under CJ. Am I correct? A foil Gnome Hollows?
Cards in him, by the way? I apologize. Just
1 land, 1 spell.
1 land, 1 spell. Okay, cool.
I didn't even notice that. So that's tough for Rob. Rob's going to have to... He's still going to have to work hard here. CJ's just in a very, very comfortable position.
I'll draw a... I'll draw a spell.
Mm-hmm.
If Rob can get his card draw engine going here, with that Grandmaster Wizard, if he can stabilize long enough to get his card draw engine going, he could make a comeback. Just out-carding CJ. CJ has not shown any card draw spells yet. He might be playing Immortal Throne. He might be playing Queen of Midland. But at a certain point, CJ's going to run out of resources.
That's to you, shoot your guy.
Yep, that works. He dies. Untap.
All right, we saw the Violent deal 2 damage to the Sandworm, with Thunderstorm finishing him off. Thunderstorm has 1 more strike left. Thunderstorm, very powerful showing here.
You're at 7, huh? Sure. Oh, but you have...
Maybe the Sandworm, if another Sandworm comes out, maybe we should see that go underground so that we can guarantee an attack before it gets removed. Because we need to start dealing, or for CJ needs to start dealing damage, and there's no water coming from Rob, so there's really no reason not to put Sandworm underground. That's part of why Sandworm is so good. Play it underground. It has burrowing. Move up, get an attack in, and then sure Rob can remove it. But now you've got 4 more damage in, and Rob's at 3, and now it's 1 firebolt away from death's door. I would have liked to see that Sandworm underground, but we'll see what happens. Ooh, and we have a cavalry taking Rob down to 4. If we get another cavalry, Rob being at 1 is just not a great place to be.
Anything else I could possibly do? There's not. Let's go.
But CJ does have control of the Amazon Warriors again, because I think Rob forgot to move it away. So the root spider moved up under the River Flame. Amazon Warriors switched control back to CJ. So a huge misplay by Rob. And it might create a turning point, or it might just seal the deal for CJ here. We'll see what happens. Maybe we see a Death Dealer pop out.
We will. 7 total.
Mm-hmm.
Rob is on 7 mana.
Oh, bolt your guy.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lightning bolt to take care of the cavalry. What's he going to do about the Amazon Warriors now? He's just gonna play a chump blocker.
Cool with it. Cool. Okay.
Ouch.
That's a blocker.
Fair.
I think that Amazon Warriors misplay there is just going to be so devastating here.
Scratch that. Yeah.
I think he's probably kicking himself right now. Unfortunately, the Amazon Warriors, yes, the Amazon Warriors and the Princess are now on top of the Root Spider, but he can just move the Root Spider. If he has anything to take care of the Highland Princess here, then all he has to do is attack for 5 to put Rob on death's door.
Violent the.
And he does. He has a Violent to take out the Highland Princess. He moves the Root Spider and attacks with Amazon Warriors to take Rob to death's door, dealing 5 damage to him. And now Rob is on the back foot again, surrounded by enemies.
You have 2 cards in hand?
1 spell, 1 land.
I don't think walking up does almost anything. Got minion.
I don't know, but it seems like he may have played this deck in the TTS for the league.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier CJ was in the finals with this deck in the last TTS league.
And how many players were in that league? I think it was over 150.
Oh yeah, it was quite a few.
Sure.
So yeah, as the people in the chat, everyone in the chat, if you ever wanted to join and learn, right now this tournament here at Courtesan Cup Spring Socials, 88 players started. The TTS league was this past league, I guess, was season 4.
Oh no!
Chaos Twister.
Yeah.
I'm gonna de-sleeve your card. Judge.
You can de-sleeve. I mean, honestly.
All right, we have Rob casting a Chaos Twister. We finally get a Chaos. Oh, have you had a Chaos Twister on?
No,
stream?
no.
You weren't here last night, right?
Oh, so this is the first one this week.
The volume with which people were screaming "Judge" was harming my ears. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we good?
I think they're grabbing a ruler or something.
You need a ruler. Oh, we need to get it. We have extra accoutrements to cast the spell.
I want to see it.
I think even with the Chaos Twister here, it is just he's in dire straits.
I can hold it like.
He needs to play Chaos Twister.
It won't matter.
He needs to. He needs to move over to the tower and play a blocker for the Root Spider.
Significantly more than a foot.
Yes.
Okay. You're good, guys.
All right, takes out the Amazon Warriors.
Oh wait, let's leave.
Violimp is still there. If he moves to the desert, he can get hit by an opposing Violimp or kobolds. So that's a.
Yeah.
3 left.
It's not advisable. But if he moves to the tower, then the Root Spider can surface and attack to win the game and the match. So he needs a blocker here for the Root Spider. And he has it.
Imp your imp, but from where?
I will.
I would definitely place this on the desert to the right.
We're gonna imp your imp from there, and we're gonna move here.
And then move there. Now he has a blocker for the Root Spider.
You're up.
So CJ there is no sight on 4, so CJ can't just move over and play Firebolts. He has to move forward and over in order to be able to use Firebolts. And now Rob is protected from kobolds and from Violimp.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm cool. I'll just take this in case.
I guess I'll die.
Well, I have.
It's not over yet.
The entangled terrain to stop you from blocking.
Oh, the entangled terrain for the win! Congratulations, CJ. He took the final game to win in the match.
Yeah.
In the first ever Courtesan Cup.
I just think it's a brutal matchup.
I agree.
Yeah, I think like you were saying, like I dodged.
It is a brutal matchup. Rob just said, I think it's a brutal matchup. It was a brutal matchup, Rob.
Yeah.
You did well.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
It's so easy to forget about the fact that Root Spider can take away stealth. And so it just nullified the infiltrate in that match. If he had remembered that one little thing, maybe he could have survived long enough to get off his combo to make a comeback.
Between every game, just so we're
But
aware.
CJ just took advantage of the moment.
Whew.
Took his Amazon Warriors back and finished out the game.
You said you're local to here too, though? Yeah, that's awesome, man. Do you play at the?
We
Somebody said
are.
in,
Lindland Beyond stuff?
I'll say somebody said in chat ban
Do you play
roots.
at Newland Beyond?
Sometimes on Thursdays.
That should have been a poll that you did. Do a poll for should
you get
roots
killed
be
in the sorcery
banned?
tournaments. Do you do Magic tournaments too, or do you just do
Yeah.
like more friends?
Whenever they come.
Nice. That's awesome.
I think if everyone starts playing roots, like every match is gonna go so long.
But that was crazy. That was amazing. I can't believe that's how the game went. We had a double death speaker on the semifinals, and then death speaker versus seer. Unexpected. We've only seen one seer additionally on the stream during this tournament play, and CJ took away the win. It just goes to show you that the meta is not figured out yet for this game, which is very, very healthy. Stand by very soon for our awards ceremony. That'll be happening very soon. Thank you all in the chat. Hapa Films, good thing I can beat CJ. Is that true? Roots shouldn't be banned. It's just too easy. You just hit the easy button for sure. So we'll be back very soon with our award ceremony. Stand by.
Hello, Marcellus. One, uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve? Oh. Yeah, nueve is 11, yeah.
Check 2. Yeah, Dan, hey, yeah, Kevmo's here. He was an additional judge supporting. Yeah, Kevmo's here. He was supporting Zach. Zach Attack was the lead judge for this event, and Kevmo was supporting in a high regard. Appa Films, the glow-in-the-dark frog cosplay. Hopefully that's not radioactive, but I think that would be an interesting idea. Maybe a bioluminescence of some sort. So just for everyone still hanging on here, we do have pricing for all 4 players. The top 4. I mean, we had pricing for top 8. We actually had pack per win. There was a lot of pricing that was given out here. One thing that I felt like was super cool is that a lot of people were able to foil out their decks because of the vendors that were able to be vending here in this space. A lot of enthusiasts for the game, newcomers to the game. There were a lot of families here also. Met Zach in Seattle. You're in good hands with Hey and Kev. I totally agree. Both of those extraordinary people are amazing at what they do. I totally agree. We're here at the Hotel Monaco in Baltimore. It's a wonderful venue with great marble staircases and amazing sights. I definitely recommend staying here if you were ever in the area. Or I'll just take the chance now to send out some thanks to a few people that have helped out with the stream. Salem, Felix, Jesse, Rudosaurus, Netherlings, Drew, Justin, Pancake, Fork TT, back in a few streams back. I think we had Kyle also help out with the stream. Blue U, original commentator, an art commentator for the stream. We actually had more Bronte and John, both from Death Door podcast. They were able to help out commentating through the Courtesan Cup series. Started back in February of this year. Louis was also, I wouldn't say a commentator, but when we were at the West Virginia event, he was the facilitating on camera. So I can consider that, at the very least, an honorary commentator. So there's that. I'd like to also thank the stores that participated: Mystic Forge, Kitchen Table, TCG.
It was either
I think we're... Are we moving? What's happening? Stand by. We may have some updates here. Sorry. Be right back.
Not yet. That was just me messing with it. All right, I'm gonna go get the artists. I'm gonna get them ready. We should be starting soon. We should be starting soon, everyone. Rude's gonna tell you some more jokes now.
I mean, if you want me to, you can bring it over here on that side. No, it's just we've got this pretzel frame. Can we confirm the drafts are not starting?
I will ensure that the drafts are not starting, but hey, if they do start, we will start more drafts because there's at least 8 of you.
So yes, I was just gonna thank a few more groups of people. I want to thank Game Grove for facilitating the West Virginia qualifier. I want to thank No Land Beyond for facilitating the Baltimore qualifier. I want to thank Mystic Forge for also hosting the Florida qualifier. There was a handful of smaller qualifiers that happened between today and February. So I do want to thank all of the in-person and virtual events that facilitated helping people get to this cup. It was covered drafts almost 24/7. Yeah, the events, people were up until about 3 o'clock this morning drafting. So just be prepared for a lot of the events later on this year, because I will be. I'll have my pajamas, I'll have my slippers, and I'll have my ascot just in case it gets cold for all these events. Other people that are super important in this series is Cold Foil Heroes, Dice City Games. I do want to thank RA Entertainment, No Land Beyond, Too Fluent also. That was an amazing story time from yesterday. My bedtime long nightcap. I don't know. I'm not sure. The long nightcap, it seems like it could be a little itchy, but if I find a nice fabric that works, I think it's going to be great. We have our awards ceremony room that's pretty much standing room only. So that's going to be interesting presentation. So stand by for that, and we'll see what is in store for the prizes for our top players from this Courtesan Cup from Spring Social in Baltimore. Yeah, I don't know, Tim and Dan, if Too Fluent has a stock or some type of stake in a pizza company, but Mystic Forge, yes, he handled the pizza there. Here in Baltimore, he handled the pizza there. I think Drew may need to reach out, or the Sorcery Con people may need to reach out to get Too Fluent to fly out. Looks like we're wrapping up with this last table. I'll stand by for an update. Our next look, we're standing by for our stream, our room, our awards ceremony. So stand by for that. Everyone is migrating to the awards ceremony room.
Hello again. Thank you. Well, thanks for coming, guys. I believe we're about to announce prizing, right? Is that what we're doing? We're going to give prizing for the Courtesan Cup. Are all the attendees here, Ron? Everyone who we're giving prizes to? Where would you like me to start? You kind of threw me in this and didn't give me anything.
Hey, that's how we do it here. All right, thanks, Vinny.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you guys. We are wrapping up the final game. We anticipate that should be done very soon, very, very soon. And as soon as that's done and everyone's in here, which starting to see some people. Number 2 is here. You'll need to come up here, Mr. Number 2. You should sit in the second seat from the right.
You should have made one higher than the other.
We didn't have enough time.
I have another chair. You can put it on the other chair.
I don't know if our insurance company would like that idea. All right, so we're just waiting on a couple more. I'm guessing the game is over. Okay, so they should be heading down here, hopefully with the level of... They're going to go make sure these guys are heading down here so we can get started. Yeah. Oh, there we go. There we go. We're back. We're back, guys. We're back. And we're starting to get the people in. All right. So if you placed first, second, third, or fourth, please have a seat in the front row. I wish we had some background music. Marcellus, can we get background music in here? All right, can we get you guys can come in. If you're standing, please move over so more people can come in, please. We got to get the top 4 seated so we can get this underway. Oh, which one are you in? So you sat next to Rob. Aw. You should be tired. That heavy lifting, ripping up Eric's Curiosa. That's a huge weight. All right, so now we're just waiting on the winner. Did he need a break or something? Oh, there he is. There he is. Let's let him in. Zach. Nope. Zach. No, come on. You're gonna at least stand up here. I mean, you were a huge part of this. Without you, who knows how this would have turned out. And then you complained. All right. Yeah, we're good. I just keep messing up the mic, Marcellus. It's nothing major. Just I'm new to this. All right. So. All right. So Courtesan Cup. We started this thing 6 months ago with an idea of creating a qualifier across all these stores, across the entire East Coast, and it became true. Right, we started with a couple of qualifiers, and now we did, I think 14 or 15 across the country, right? And now it culminated to today, the final, and we have our first Courtesan Cup champion, CJ. Awesome. So, for the inaugural Courtesan Cup, we had a very special, very unique painting of a rendition of Thias. Now, you guys may or may not know, but Thias was a historical figure that interacted with Alexander the Great, right? And one of the things that I learned through this experience was that she convinced him to burn Persepolis. So what we see in this painting is a rendition of that idea, that in the background is the burning city of Persepolis. And Lindsay, let's come up. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have each of the artists, so we have Lindsay and we have Truett, to hand their paintings over to the winner. So I'm going to step aside, and we're going to let this happen.
Oh, man.
Very cool.
I am so sorry. Oh, it's for me, guys. Oh man, thank you. No, honestly, this is amazing. The art is absolutely gorgeous, and I had actually, when we were like playing the game, I had looked up. I was like, because somebody on Discord somewhere was like, oh yeah, a lot of the cards are based on history and things that you like would never know. And I don't know, I like Googled that, and I was like, what? That's real? And I was like, that's a dope card. This is amazing. Yeah, thank you so much. And honestly, this is phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both, CJ, Lindsay.
Thank you. Really good. Yeah. We're going to move it over here so I don't hurt it.
Okay, yep. All right, so Lindsay, if you have a seat. Truett. So as part of this qualifier series, you guys may or may not know Too Fluent. I don't think he's here. I think he left with his family. But he was inspired as well based on the idea of giving out original work. And when I first started the idea, it was actually the three of us. I brought it to Louis and Too Fluent to say, hey, let's do this thing. Let's get some qualifiers going. And he was inspired to commission Truett to create this kind of trifecta where you see a rendition of Too Fluent, myself in the middle, and Louis on the right as the mountain man we all know him as.
I don't know if I ever...
Here.
It's like nice art, though. Like, what do I do with it? Nice thing. It's amazing. I should like seriously? Holy crap. Yeah, your art is amazing. I think you signed my first card. Ever, and you signed it, and then oh, that's really cool. No, it's like, now I actually own an original piece. That's insane.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Seriously. Oh my god.
Excellent, excellent.
I like. Oh, was this one spoiled? I don't think I knew this what it looked like.
This is an original.
No, was it spoiled?
This isn't a sorcery card.
No, but I meant like, did you guys reveal it beforehand? Because like I had
Oh,
seen that, but I hadn't
no.
seen this. I just knew Truett.
This is the, we did not reveal it.
Okay. I should see it. I want to like.
We had plans to. It was a little, yeah. It's good though.
No, I was just like, I just know Truett painted something, but I was like, I don't know what it is. Holy crap.
All right. So if you want to put that back over there.
Sorry, yeah.
And so Simon's going to help us with the last piece for the top prize, and he's going to take the mic.
But before I do that, I would like to thank Ron and his very capable team for everything that he's done for all the community. So a big round of applause to Ron. Well done, seriously. Okay, right then. So I will say a very sincere thank you to everybody for their attendance. It's rather overwhelming for myself and Chase to see so many people so committed and devoted to sorcery, and it's really been a tremendous journey for us. But thank you so much for believing in us, and thank you so much for enjoying the game. We really hope in the future you continue to enjoy sorcery as we move into Arthurian Legends in October. So again, thank you very much. But I have to congratulate our winner, Christian. Congratulations. And I think I was told to give you this original foil Courtesan face. So there we go. Congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you.
No worries.
This is crazy. This is the most expensive thing I own, I guess, next to this.
Yeah.
I guess now I have 3 companies. I don't know. This is crazy.
Fantastic. I will say a very sincere thank you to everybody for your sportsmanship and for your participation as well. There's been so many good vibes here. Everyone's done a fantastic job at supporting one another, and I really hope that we see more from Ron and his team in the near future. So again, thank you to everybody here today.
All right, all right. So, yeah, you've had your moment. You've had your moment. We're going to still look at your pretty paintings while we can before you take them and put them in your house. There is one other piece. You get one of these very cool, very limited Courtesan Cup top 8 mats. All right, so we're not done. We still have a lot of prizing. Mark, are you here? Can you help me pull up the thing so I don't give out too much or too little through the prizing? The what? Oh, yeah. And just a side note, we will be doing raffles after this for all of these pieces here. So the only exception for everyone is the special demon that Alan let us buy and put on a token for the qualifiers. So only the qualifiers will be able to get this particular piece, but all the other pieces we're going to raffle. If your badge number is called and you're in this room, you are taking that home. All right, so give me 1 second. Oh, thank you. All right, so yes. We actually had one more thing, and I have to admit this happened a couple months ago, so I kind of forgot. GameGenic actually sponsored our top 8 and gave us some prizing, but it was so many months ago, and the tournament has become so much bigger than when I originally told them we were going to have 48 people sitting in a room playing sorcery, like a, an average store event. They were like, "Oh, okay, we'll send you some stuff." So this is actually yours as well. All right, so Rob, why don't you come up here? So Rob, yeah, dude. Congratulations, man. I'm really happy for you. So some of you may or may not know, but Rob is a local here. He actually plays at No Land Beyond pretty frequently, right? So we all get beat by him very often. So for him, we will be giving out the limited print signed by Lindsay. So we have 1 of 15. Now he's number 2, but number 1. But you have the number 1. So we got a signed print. Three beta boxes. Donnybrook Inn playmat from the store kit. Now this was generously donated by Token MTG. And they were pretty nice because they gave us a store kit for the event. And then I was like, hey, this has gotten a little bit bigger. Can you do another store kit? And he said yes. And so whatever's left over from the prizing, we're going to raffle out and give to you guys. So this is yours. Hold it up for your pictures. That's the way. And so our Game Genic, the Academic 133 XL. There you go. And last but not least, foil bone raffle card. We're going to ignore that for a second. Yes. We will look at that. Yes, it'll be okay. I'm just trying to make sure that CJ didn't miss out on anything either. Does he get the champion card? Does he though? Okay, fine.
I think it was third place.
Thank you.
I forgot about the champion card.
The champion might get that.
Okay, I think you're good though. All right, so let's get another little round for Rob. So in third place, we have Mike. Now, you guys might know Mike, not from him meeting him, but you may have used his app. Mike has made a life tracking app, right? Did you forget about that?
Yeah. Oh, geez. Plug it. Yeah. Made a bunch of. It's Searbot. Yeah. 4 cores. .xyz/counter. It's a life counter app. And yeah, I'm also the one who made the Searbot app that's on a lot of the Discord stuff. So yeah, if you have any feedback, or suggestions, or software ideas, let me know. This is the Mike show now. So, that's great. Yeah. Oh yeah. I also. It's in my pocket somewhere. Yeah, so this actually did win me my 5th round to get a Death Dealer. And thank you to everyone at Eric's Curioso who awarded me with a Relentless Crowd for the first tear of Eric's Curioso. So,
All right, so for Mike, we have number 2 sign print of the Courtesan Thias. I'm going to pretend this is a foil bone rabble. Foil bone rabble? Yeah, it's 100% foil, trust me. And then we have a Game Genic Sidekick XL. Thank you, Game Genic.
Thank you.
And then, what do you got? Oh, yeah, little playmat here. Mortality, which I think Matthias, he's here somewhere. You could get this sign. Mortality. And last but not least, you guys should have brought bags. You knew you were getting prizes. Last but not least, we have 2 booster boxes to Mike. So let's give a round of applause for Mike, not just for being number 3, but for being the first person to rip an Eric's Curiosa in a large tournament. Okay, so number 4.
Hi there, Mike. I'm also Mike.
Okay, so Mike number 2. What's your last name?
Sotes.
Mike S. What, isn't your last name S too? Yeah. Oh, yeah, gotcha. Okay. So number 4, we have, of course. So we have a signed Courtesan Thias, number 3 of 15. I'm going to put these down for you. All right, and then next we have another Mortality playmat. Again, don't forget, Matthias is here. Great opportunity to get it signed. Then we have our GameGenic Bastion XL 1000. Thank you, GameGenic. And our totally legitimate foil bone rabble. And last but not least, a beta booster box. Woo! Now, there are some special prizes for these guys. Yeah, okay. So Mike, Dave from Flight 2 Games has created these really cool dice that work with sorcery. They have disabled, they have flooded, they have soldier tokens, engulf tokens, pretty much any state and status. He's created these dice to kind of make it easy to track those. So he has given these to the top 3. So 1, 2, 3. Then he has a smaller pack for number 4. But he gave us an extra one. So that's going to get raffled off. Let me say this. Without Marcellus, you guys would have no idea who he was. Yes. Okay, so Chris, you're going to help me get some numbers so we can start giving stuff away. You guys ready to get some stuff? Oh, yeah. All right, we're going to start with one of the Ravens, and then we're going to kind of flow back and forth. We don't want to give out too many big things at once. So we're going to start with the Alan Pollock Raven. This is actually the first Raven we had, so it's appropriate to be the first that we give away. So let's get a random number, 1 to 200, please.
We are rolling the number generator.
Look at your badge number. If your badge number is called, you win.
184.
184, and we will keep spinning until someone wins. You will only get one prize. Once you've won the prize, your number's off the wheel. Go again.
184. We're going again. Drum roll, please.
All this anticipation.
94.
94. 94. Wow, we might go through this a lot. We got about 40, no, there's actually 50 people in this room, so we're going to go through this kind of quicker than you think. Go ahead. I guess it would have been easier just to give you guys a ticket as you walk in the door to get the raffle. 153, 153. We're not going to hold up. If you have the, sir. For the record. Let's go again, please. 48. We're keeping the spinning going until somebody raises their hand. But hey, check it out. Once all these are off, they're not coming up again. 50. Keep going. Keep going. I love it. This is like the worst. 181. We got a 181. Woo! Nice. 5 minutes per winner. We'll be here just an hour, so it's totally fine.
Thanks, man.
Thank you,
Appreciate that
sir.
so much. It's a
Thanks for
pleasure.
coming, man.
Yeah,
We really appreciate it. Thank you. Woo! All right. So the next thing we're going to give out is that's someone's stuff. We're going to give dice and Matt Prime sleeves from GameGenic. Thank you, GameGenic. Can we go again? Oh. 125. 125. Jack Hatch. No way. No way. But he's not here, so he doesn't win. 157.
87.
Whoa. Really? 157? All right, we might give it to that guy. He was one of our volunteers. You know, he give him some dice and some sleeves. You guys saw Josh. He was teaching people to play. He was running drafts. Great guy. Lord of Itza. You guys know him. Again, another person wouldn't know who we were without that guy. All right. And we have Doug looking up the names in the back. So we got a little bit of collaboration here now.
56.
56.
67.
67. Oh, 67. Oh, shit. Yeah, I didn't even announce it. So, how about you pick a mat? Any mat. We have mortality and. Can I take this one? Unfortunately, not.
I'll take this one.
Awesome. Awesome. Donnybrook in. All right. So the next thing we're going to do is the Drew Tucker Raven. Now, when I saw this, I was like, wow, this is going to be awesome. And if you guys were able to get the token for this card or for this painting, it is quite amazing. Where is this camera at? Oh, it's over there. No. What are you doing, Marcellus? Marcellus, I don't know what you're doing. There we go. There we go. Now you guys can see it. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So do we have numbers?
Yeah, next number up is 75.
75.
Then we have 12.
12.
159.
Oh, yeah, you don't get prize. Sorry. Oh, hey. This is actually really awesome, guys. I don't know if you know, but this gentleman here has probably traveled the furthest to get to this event. Do you want to tell everybody where you came from?
Yeah, I'm from Russia, guys.
From Russia. So very awesome for him to be able to walk home with an original piece representing what we've done.
Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations, man. Thank you. Thank you for this awesome event. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right. So next, we are going to do qualifiers. Give me the 44. Doug, can you pull up the list, please? So this one's going to be a little bit different. They're going to call a number. Doug's going to look it up, and we're going to call a name. If you're here, you win. If not, well, we know how that works. They have not drawn it yet, but we are drawing for this guy, which is number 5. Standing by. Michael Rourke? Curtin. Michael Curtin? Aww. Yeah. So, can we get another number, please? 34. Oh, that Doug does not like that. Michael McAllister? You have no idea, sir. Keep going, keep going.
Let's go up to 39.
Kevin Rodriguez. Wait, hold on. Are you looking at the right data? Qualifiers. We're only going down the list. Like, okay, like we talked. No, there's a list, and so you have like 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. It just seems like a data error. We'll keep going.
Number 1.
Oh, geez, that's easy. No, we're not doing badge numbers right now. This is specifically, we're waiting for Doug to give us the name of number 1. We went over this. It's fine. We love it. We love it. Number 1 on the list. Chris. Chris. This Chris here? I need a last name. It could be Chris M, not Chris McCordy. Chris McCory. Wow. It seems like just a few months ago you had stumbled into No Land Beyond asking about this weird sorcery game. And here you are, you qualified, you even made it to the top cut. Crazy, man, crazy. Congratulations. All right, so this is a Jeff Menges original. And so when I asked Jeff to do a Raven for the city of Baltimore, well, this is what he came up with. And it's amazing, right? And so here we are. We're going to do this to the 200, please.
That is going to be 11.
Badge number 11. We are on badge numbers again, guys, so don't forget to look at your badges.
Badge number 65.
65? I feel like 65 checked in today. He might not be here, though.
Then we're at 59.
59?
31.
31. Oh, hey! He did put that on there. I didn't want to take it off. I do have to return the stand, though. Okay. So. There you go.
I mean, I'll take it off.
All right. So let's do some more play mats. Chris?
Yeah, it looks like 24.
24.
No 24.
No 24. Next.
Jump up to 26.
26.
125.
125. Oh. Yeah. Pick a mat.
Rich get rich.
I mean, that's what we're giving away.
Did you call your dad for Father's Day?
I did before I came in and yesterday.
You're taking another mortality?
I shouldn't. I'm okay with passing.
No, you just. Hey, it's up to you, man. If you want to pass and share it with the crowd,
I'll pass.
it's up to you, man. Oh. Hey.
In the spirit of that generosity, let's give it up for 182.
182. 182. We're still giving away a mat. 165. 165. Nope. Next.
145.
145. 145. Do we have a 145? Nope. Let's go. 68. 68. Do we have another 68? Going once, going twice.
113.
113. Let's keep it going.
196.
196. Hopefully you guys are looking at your badges. We're going to be going quick. 34. 86. Oh. Nice. Take your pick, sir. Yeah, Matthias is here, so you get assigned. All right. We're going to do the last two play mats, and then we're going to give away this very special drawing. So, it's got lots of cool, fun animals on it.
So I'll do it in pairs of two. 35 and 6.
35 and 6. 35 and 6. Next.
135 and 51.
135 and 51.
8 and 143.
8 and 143. Nope.
107 and 64.
Oh. Can you guys out there hear? If not, can you guys come in? You can hear? Great. All right, let's keep going.
107 and 64.
107 and 64. Let's keep going, man.
180, 129.
180 and 129.
105, 110.
105? 105 and 110. Take your pick. You could have the left Donnybrook or the right Donnybrook. Pick carefully. Hey, thanks, Pete. So, Pete, you guys might remember him from his event, Midland Mayhem. Plus, he was the #1 guy in our Swiss rounds at the Baltimore qualifier, as well as the overall winner, #1 guy from the Baltimore qualifier, Pete. He went completely undefeated that day. Like, I don't think, you didn't lose a game at all. Yeah, the entire day. Imagine going the entire day losing 0 games. Next year. All right, let's get one more. Let's do the mat, and then we're going to do the drawing. And I know you guys are ready to do. Oh, are we going to draft? Are you guys ready? Well, let's get these numbers out so we can get you going.
119 and 13.
119. What was the next number you gave? 13. Let's keep going. 29.
127.
We got a 29. 29. I know. Excellent. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much.
All right. So the last, but very much not least. So I met these guys at the Baltimore qualifier, and then I re-met them at the Pennsylvania qualifier. Yeah, Paoli. No, not peyote. Paoli. Very different things. Very different things. So we talked, and they were really wanting to help support the event and give something to the community, and this is what they're giving. So we are going to be giving this away to the next badge number that gets drawn. Are you guys ready? I did. Len and Manipulated MTG. Yes. I did say your names, right? No. All right. Yes. Manipulated MTG. Len does amazing altars. You guys probably saw the booth, the great stuff. I mean, I think this is a rendition of the Avatar of Earth idea, right? Very into nature, very with nature. So, let's get some numbers going.
33.
33.
148.
148.
173.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
148.
I know I don't have anything else to give away, but maybe you'll listen to me for just another minute, because I really want to say thank you to all of you for coming, helping support us, helping support the game of sorcery. But most of all, and I think this is the biggest thing that we all need to remember, is that we've all been cool. Everybody's been cool with each other, right? And I think that's a big part of this community, is like a level of understanding that we're all just people. We all just want to have fun. We want to sit down and we want to play this game. We don't want to be stressed out. If we want to be stressed out, we go outside. We have lives. There's plenty of that. So to me, that's really amazing that we can bring so many people together and we can all stay cool and everybody can be cool and we can all have a fun time, right? And engage in the ways we want to. I know a lot of you guys are super competitive, right? We had 90 people in the cup. But then we also had about 50 to 60 people who did not want to play in the cup. They wanted to learn to play. They wanted to draft. And I think that's really amazing that all of us can coexist and have fun. And thank you guys. Thank you so much. And I'll leave you guys with this. We're ready to do it again. So give us some time to take our notes. And we're going to start planning next year's Spring Sorcery Social. Yes, please. Round of applause. Mark, Marcellus, Doug, Bonnie, Josh Clark, Josh DeBow, even Kevmo, Rudosaurus. All of these guys have stepped up and helped out a lot. I was going to give you and Zach a spotlight, but that's cool. And Vinny. But let me bring this guy. Let me bring this guy up here. I don't think anybody in this room doesn't know who this guy is. You might not know his face, but you know his name on the Discord as Zach Attack. We would have not been able to run this cup without him, and we are very, very appreciative of everything you've done, putting up with us, putting up with all the surprises and all the things. So hopefully next year when we ask you to come back, you're more than happy and ecstatic to participate again next year. So thank you so much, man. Round of applause to Zach. You gotta bow, man. Bow. Take a bow. Awesome, awesome. So I'm sure you guys are ready to draft, right? So you probably should go before the pods start.
Thank you all for enjoying the Courtesan Cup, the Spring Sorcery Social. We welcome you to rewatch the stream and enjoy. Last but not least, thank you, Eric Curiosa, for the creation of this game. It's amazing, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Until next time, continue contesting the route.